The arrow pierced through my shoulder just as I crossed into forbidden territory. I stumbled, gasping, my hand instinctively reaching for the shaft protruding from my flesh. Blood bloomed across my tunic, hot and sticky. Behind me, I could hear them. The hunters from the Crimson Fang pack, their howls echoing through the forest like promises of death. I ran, not because I was brave, because I had no other choice. My name is Thalira, and I am the only wolf in 5 generations born without the ability to heal. In a world where every werewolf carries the gift of rapid regeneration, where wounds close in minutes and broken bones mend overnight, I bleed like a human. I'm scared like a human. I die like a human. And tonight, that weakness had finally caught up with me. I crashed through the underbrush, my vision blurring with pain. The arrow in my shoulder ground against bone with every movement, sending white-hot agony through my body. My wolf whimpered inside me, present but useless, unable to do the one thing every wolf should be able to do: save me from myself. The border loomed ahead, a line of ancient stone markers that separated the territories. Beyond them lay the Shadowmere Packlands, ruled by the most feared alpha in the Northern Territories. They called him the Winter King. They said he'd killed his own father to take power. They said he showed no mercy to trespassers. But the Crimson Fang hunters were right behind me, and their mercy had run out the moment they discovered what I was. I crossed the border. The moment my feet touched Shadowmere soil, everything went silent. The howls behind me cut off mid-cry, as if someone had severed the sound itself. I kept running, deeper into enemy territory, my blood leaving a trail any predator could follow. I made it perhaps half a mile before my legs gave out. I collapsed against a massive oak tree, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The arrow had shifted during my run, and now I could feel it grinding against something vital. My healing-less body had no way to stop the bleeding, no way to ease the pain, no way to save itself. This was how I died. Alone in foreign territory, bleeding out against a tree, hunted by my own kind for the crime of being born wrong. Then I heard footsteps. Not running. Walking. Deliberate and unhurried, as if whoever approached had all the time in the world. As if they knew I wasn't going anywhere. I tried to stand, to run, to shift into my wolf form, and at least die fighting. But my body refused to obey. The blood loss had weakened me too much. The footsteps stopped. I looked up and met eyes the color of winter frost. He was enormous, easily 7 feet tall, with shoulders that spoke of violence, and hair so black it seemed to absorb the moonlight. His face was all hard angles and cold beauty, and those frost-colored eyes assessed me with the detached curiosity of a predator examining wounded prey. The Winter King himself had found me. "You're bleeding on my territory," he said, his voice deep and utterly devoid of emotion. "Trespassing and leaving a trail that will bring enemy hunters to my borders." "I'm sorry," I managed, though I wasn't sure why I was apologizing to the man who would probably kill me anyway. I had nowhere else. He crouched down, bringing those terrible eyes level with mine. Up close, I could see silver scars crossing his throat. Old wounds that even werewolf healing hadn't completely erased. "You're not healing," he observed. Not a question. A statement. I shook my head, unable to form words. His expression didn't change, but something flickered in those frost-colored eyes. Something I couldn't name. "How long have you been running?" he asked. 3 days, I whispered. "Since they found out what I am. Since they decided I was broken." The Winter King studied me for a long moment. Then, without warning, he reached out and snapped the arrow shaft, leaving the head embedded in my shoulder. I screamed. "If I remove it here, you'll bleed out," he said calmly, as if he hadn't just caused me agony beyond description. "The head stays until we reach the healers." Before I could respond, he lifted me into his arms as if I weighed nothing. The movement sent fresh waves of pain through my shoulder, and darkness crept at the edges of my vision. "Stay conscious," he commanded. Not a request. An order from an alpha who expected absolute obedience. "Why are you helping me?" I gasped against his chest. He began walking, carrying me deeper into Shadowmere territory. When he finally answered, his voice was soft. Dangerous. Because you cross my borders bleeding and desperate, seeking sanctuary from those who should have protected you. Because you're dying, and I'm curious what kind of wolf runs 3 days with a wound that should have killed them in 3 hours. He looked down at me, and those frost-colored eyes held something I couldn't read. And because broken things belong to me now. The darkness finally claimed me, pulling me under. But just before I lost consciousness completely, I heard him speak again, so quiet I might have imagined it. Welcome to Shadowmere, little broken wolf. Let's see if you survive the night. Chapter 1. The Lyra had been running for 3 days when the arrow found her. 3 days of pushing her wolf past exhaustion, 3 days of rationing the little food she'd managed to steal before fleeing, 3 days of knowing that every moment could be her last. She'd grown up in the Crimson Fang pack believing she was like everyone else. Sure, she was smaller than most wolves, weaker in combat trials, but she'd attributed that to late development. Her parents had assured her that her strength would come, that her wolf would mature, that she just needed patience. They'd lied. The truth had revealed itself 6 months ago during a routine pack hunt. A massive boar had gored her side, a wound that should have closed within minutes. Instead, she bled for hours. The pack healer had worked frantically, using herbs and stitches like she was treating a human, while the other wolves watched with growing horror. A wolf who couldn't heal was an abomination, a genetic flaw, a weakness that endangered the entire pack. The pack had tried to hide it at first. Her parents had kept her isolated, claiming she was ill. But secrets didn't stay buried in pack life. Within weeks, everyone knew. Within months, the whispers had turned to outright hostility. She was broken, defective, a drain on resources that could be better spent on wolves who could actually contribute to pack strength. 3 days ago, the Alpha of Crimson Fang had called her before the pack council and pronounced judgment, exile or execution. Her choice. She'd chosen exile. But exile was just death with extra steps. Without a pack's protection, without the ability to heal from injuries, she wouldn't last a week in the wild territories. The council knew it. Her parents knew it. Everyone knew it. So she'd run. Not aimlessly, but with desperate purpose toward the one place the Crimson Fang hunters might not follow. Shadowmere. The territory was legendary for its brutality. The Winter King, Alpharidian, had taken power 15 years ago by killing his father in single combat. He'd then systematically eliminated every wolf who'd supported the old regime, rebuilt the pack structure from nothing, and turned Shadowmere into the most feared pack in the Northern Territories. Wolves whispered that he had no mercy. Those trespassers were killed on sight. That his dungeons held prisoners who'd been forgotten for years. But they also whispered that he followed the old laws absolutely. And the old laws said that any wolf seeking sanctuary could petition the Alpha for shelter, regardless of their origin or their crimes. It was a thin hope, but it was the only hope she had. Now, as consciousness slowly returned, the Lyra became aware of several things simultaneously. She was lying on something soft. The pain in her shoulder had dulled to a manageable ache. And voices were arguing nearby. She's a spy, a female voice said, sharp with suspicion. Crimson Fang sent her to infiltrate our borders. The wound is probably self-inflicted to make her story more believable. With an arrow that nearly pierced her lung? Another voice, male, skeptical. That's dedication to a cover story. She's not healing, the female insisted. That alone makes her suspicious. What wolf can't heal? A broken one. Ridian's deep voice cut through the argument like ice water. Which makes her useless as a spy, and far more interesting as a puzzle. The Lyra kept her eyes closed, listening. She was in some kind of infirmary, she realized. She could smell medicinal herbs, could hear the distant sounds of pack life beyond the walls. You can stop pretending to sleep, Ridian said, his voice now directed at her. Your heartbeat changed 3 minutes ago. You're conscious. She opened her eyes. The room was large and surprisingly well appointed for a medical facility. Shelves line the walls, stocked with herbs, bandages, and medical instruments. Sunlight streamed through high windows, painting everything in shades of gold. 3 wolves stood near her bed. Rydian, still massive and terrifying in the light of day, his frost-colored eyes fixed on her with unreadable intensity. A woman with silver blonde hair and sharp green eyes, her expression hostile. And a younger male with sandy hair and a friendly face that seemed out of place in Shadowmere. "How do you feel?" the sandy-haired wolf asked. He wore a healer's robes, she noticed. "Like I was shot." The Lyra managed, her voice rough. "Accurate assessment," he said with a slight smile. "I'm Ciro, head healer. This is Varia, captain of the Shadowmere Guard. And you've already met our alpha." Varia's eyes narrowed. "Who sent you?" "No one sent me," the Lyra said. "I was exiled from Crimson Fong. I crossed your borders seeking sanctuary under the old laws." "Exiled for what?" Varia demanded. "What did you do?" "I was born wrong." The simple statement hung in the air. Ciro's expression softened slightly. Varia's suspicion didn't waver. "And Rydian?" Rydian's face remained completely unreadable. "Explain," he said. "So she did." She told them about the hunt, about the wound that wouldn't heal, about the months of isolation and growing hostility, about the choice between exile and execution, about running for 3 days with nothing but desperate hope. When she finished, Ciro was frowning thoughtfully. Varia looked slightly less hostile, though still suspicious. And Rydian had moved to the window, his back to them, silent. "That's not possible," Ciro said finally. "Healing is fundamental to our species. It's not a learned ability or a gift. It's built into our DNA. You can't just not have it." And yet, the Lyra gestured to her bandaged shoulder. "Here we are." "It's a trick," Varia insisted. "Some kind of drug that suppresses healing temporarily. She'll recover in a few days and reveal her true purpose." "Then we'll know in a few days," Rydian said, still not turning from the window. "Until then, she stays." "Alpha," Varia began. She invoked sanctuary law. "I'm honoring it." He turned to face them, and there was steel in his voice. "Or are you suggesting I break the old laws, Varia?" The captain's jaw tightened, but she bowed her head. "No, Alpha. Of course not." "Good." "Ciro, continue her treatment. Varia, post guards outside the infirmary." "Friendly guards," he added, seeing Varia's expression. "She's under sanctuary protection, not arrested." "And if she proves to be a spy?" Varia asked. Rydian's smile was cold. "Then I'll kill her myself. But slowly. So she has time to regret her deception." He looked at the Lyra, and those frost-colored eyes seemed to see straight through her. "Rest. Heal as much as you're able. We'll speak again when you're stronger." He left, taking Varia with him. Ciro remained, checking the Lyra's bandages with gentle efficiency. "He's not as terrible as he seems," the healer said quietly. "He threatened to kill me slowly. Only if you're a spy. If you're genuinely seeking sanctuary, you're probably safer here than anywhere else in the 5 territories." Ciro finished with the bandages and stepped back. "The Winter King has rules. Strict, absolute rules. But he follows them without exception. Sanctuary law says you have 30 days to prove your worth to the pack. If you succeed, you can petition for permanent membership. If you fail, exile." The Lyra finished. "Exile," Ciro confirmed. "But honestly, given what you've told me about Crimson Fong, exile from Shadowmere would still be better than going back there." He wasn't wrong. 30 days, the Lyra said quietly. "To prove I'm worth keeping, even though I can't heal. Even though I'm broken." "Everyone in Shadowmere is broken in some way," Ciro said, and there was something knowing in his voice. "That's kind of the point. We're the wolves who didn't fit anywhere else. The ones who were too damaged, too different, too dangerous for normal pack life." He smiled. "Welcome to the island of misfit wolves, the Lyra. Try not to die in the next 30 days. I'd hate to waste good stitching work." After he left, the Lyra lay in the quiet infirmary and tried to process everything that had happened. She'd expected to die crossing the Shadowmere border. Instead, she'd been saved by the Winter King himself, treated by a healer who seemed almost kind, and given 30 days to prove she deserved to live. It was more than Crimson Fong had offered her. It was more than she'd dared to hope for. But as she drifted back toward sleep, one thought kept circling through her mind. Ridian had called her a puzzle, had looked at her with those frost-colored eyes like she was something interesting rather than something worthless. She'd spent 6 months being treated like a burden, like a mistake, like something that needed to be eliminated for the good of the pack. And then a notorious killer had carried her to safety and called her broken things belonging to me now.
She didn't know what that meant.
But she had 30 days to find out. Outside the infirmary, Ridian stood on a balcony overlooking the training grounds where his wolves ran through combat drills. Varia joined him, her expression troubled. "You don't actually believe her story," she said. "Not a question." "I believe she can't heal," Ridian replied. "I watched her bleed for 20 minutes during transport. That's not suppressant drugs. That's a genuine physiological difference. Which makes her useless to us. Does it?" He turned to face his captain, and there was something calculating in his expression. A wolf who can't heal has to be smarter, faster, more strategic than everyone else just to survive. She ran for 3 days with a wound that should have killed her. She crossed into enemy territory because she correctly calculated we were her only option. She's still alive despite every disadvantage. He paused. "That's not useless, Varia. That's resourceful. Or lucky. Luck runs out. Resourcefulness doesn't." He looked back at the training grounds. "I want her watched but not threatened. I want to know everything she does, everyone she talks to, how she moves through the keep. And I want daily reports on her healing, or lack thereof." "You're really going to let her stay?" "For 30 days, as the law requires." His expression was unreadable. What happens after that depends entirely on what she proves herself to be. A spy, a liability, or what? Ridian's smile was slight, dangerous. Something far more interesting. Chapter 2. The Lyra woke to the sound of rain hammering against the infirmary windows. 3 days had passed since she'd crossed into Shadowmere territory. 3 days of sleeping, eating the bland meals Ciro brought her, and trying not to think about the 27 days she had left to prove her worth. Her shoulders still throbbed with every movement. The arrow wound showed no signs of closing, just raw flesh held together by Ciro's careful stitching. A normal wolf would have been fully healed by now, already back to training. She was still trapped in bed, weak and useless. "You're brooding," Ciro said, appearing in the doorway with a tray of food and fresh bandages. "I can tell by the way you're glaring at the ceiling like it personally offended you." "I'm not brooding." "You absolutely are." He set the tray down and began unwrapping her bandages with practiced efficiency. "Let me guess, you're calculating how many days you have left and panicking about how you'll prove yourself when you can barely walk 10 steps without exhausting yourself." The Lyra didn't answer, which was answer enough. Ciro examined the wound, his expression thoughtful. "It's healing, just incredibly slowly. Human slow. I'd estimate another 2 weeks before you're fully functional, maybe 3. "I don't have 3 weeks, the Lyra said quietly. "I have 27 days total. If I spend 2 weeks recovering, that leaves me barely any time to demonstrate value to the pack. Then you'll have to be creative about how you demonstrate that value." Ciro began applying fresh bandages. "Shadowmere doesn't just need fighters, you know. We need strategists, healers, scouts, diplomats. The Alpha values intelligence as much as physical strength." "Does he?" The Lyra met Ciro's eyes. "Because from what I've heard, the Winter King values one thing: absolute loyalty enforced through fear." The healer's expression grew serious. "Is that what they say in other territories? That Ridian rules through terror?" "Among other things." Ciro was quiet for a moment, finishing with the bandages. When he spoke again, his voice was careful. "The Winter King killed his father because his father was a monster who tortured wolves for entertainment. He eliminated the old regime because they were corrupt, cruel, and actively harming the pack. And he rebuilt Shadowmere into something stronger, safer, more stable than it had been in 3 generations. He met her eyes. Yes, he's ruthless. Yes, he's dangerous. But he's not a tyrant. He's just uncompromising about protecting what's his. And what exactly is he? This pack. These wolves. This territory. Ciro stood, collecting the soiled bandages. Every wolf in Shadowmere is here because they chose to be, or because Rydian chose to save them. No one is forced to stay. No one is held against their will. But once you're packed, once you're his, he'll burn down the world to keep you safe. The conviction in the healer's voice was startling. The Lyra had heard many things about the Winter King, but genuine loyalty wasn't one of them. You really believe that? I know it. Ciro moved toward the door, then paused. Get some rest. Tomorrow, if you're strong enough, I'll take you on a tour of the keep. You should see what you're trying to join. After he left, the Lyra forced herself to eat the food he'd brought, bland stew and bread, but her mind was elsewhere. 27 days. Less than a month to prove she deserved to live, to convince a notorious alpha that a wolf who couldn't heal had value. She was still lost in thought when the door opened again. This time it wasn't Ciro. Rydian filled the doorway, massive and imposing, his frost-colored eyes settling on her with that same unreadable intensity. He wore simple training clothes, and she could see old scars crisscrossing his forearms, marks that even werewolf healing hadn't completely erased. You're awake, he observed, stepping into the room. Should I not be? Ciro said you've been sleeping 16 hours a day. I was beginning to wonder if you'd wake up at all. He moved to the window, looking out at the rain-soaked training grounds. How's the shoulder? Slowly getting worse before it gets better, apparently. Healing without regeneration. He said it almost to himself, like he was working through a puzzle. I've never seen it before. Ciro says it's physiologically impossible, but here you are living proof that impossible is just rare. The Lyra wasn't sure how to respond to that, so she said nothing. Rydian turned from the window, studying her with those unsettling eyes. Tell me about Crimson Fang. What about it? Everything. Structure, leadership, military strength, trade agreements, internal politics. His expression was neutral, but there was steel underneath. You lived there your entire life. You must know things that would be valuable. Understanding crashed over her like ice water. You want me to spy on my former pack? I want you to provide information that might prevent future conflicts. He moved closer, and the Lyra fought the urge to shrink back. Crimson Fang borders Shadowmere territory. Their alpha, Merrick, has been making aggressive moves for the past year, testing our boundaries, harassing our scouts. I need to know if he's planning something larger, or if he's just posturing. And if I refuse? Then you're useless to me. Rydian said it simply, without malice. You have 30 days to prove your worth, the Lyra. Sharing strategic information about a pack that exiled you seems like an efficient way to start. She should have expected this. Should have known that sanctuary came with a price. But something about being asked to betray Crimson Fang, even after everything they'd done to her, made her stomach turn. They exiled me, she said quietly. They called me broken and worthless and gave me a choice between death and slow death. But they're still my pack. My family is there. My childhood is there. Your family watched you get exiled and did nothing, Rydian said, and his voice was brutally factual. Your childhood pack decided you were disposable. They don't deserve your loyalty. Maybe not, but I deserve to keep my integrity. The words came out sharper than she'd intended. For a long moment, Rydian just looked at her, his expression unreadable. Then, surprisingly, he smiled. It was a slight thing, barely a curve of his lips, but it transformed his face from coldly beautiful to something almost human. Integrity, he repeated. Interesting. Most wolves in your position would sell out their former pack without hesitation if it meant survival. I'm not most wolves. No, he agreed. You're not. He moved back to the window, and when he spoke again, his voice was thoughtful. I'm not asking you to fabricate information or betray specific wolves. I'm asking for facts. Numbers, positions, public knowledge that you happen to have access to. Things any observant wolf would know. He glanced back at her. Is that something your integrity can accommodate? The Lyra considered. He was right that what he was asking for wasn't really espionage, just information she'd naturally absorbed living in Crimson Fong. Pack size, territorial markers, trade routes. Nothing classified, nothing that would directly harm anyone. Crimson Fong has approximately 300 wolves, she said slowly. About 70 trained fighters, the rest support staff, healers, scouts, craftsmen. Alpha Merrick rules with a council of 5 senior warriors, all male, all traditionalists who believe in the old hierarchy. She paused. They've been recruiting heavily over the past year, offering generous terms to wolves from smaller packs. I don't know why, but the population has grown by almost 50 wolves in 12 months. Rydian's eyes sharpened. Recruitment before expansion. He's building an army. Maybe. Or maybe he just wants a larger pack. Wolves don't recruit that aggressively without reason. He turned from the window, his expression grim. What about their southern border? Any unusual activity? I was kept isolated the last few months. I don't know about recent movements. The Lyra met his gaze. But I can tell you that Merrick has always been ambitious. He believes Shadowmere's territory should belong to Crimson Fong, that your father stole land in a border war 40 years ago. My father did steal that land, Rydian said calmly. Along with half a dozen other territories he conquered through violence and intimidation. When I took power, I offered to negotiate returns to establish fair borders based on actual need rather than conquest. His expression hardened. Merrick refused. He said any alpha who negotiates instead of taking is weak. And you let him live after that insult. I don't kill wolves for words, only for actions. He moved toward the door, then paused. You did well, the Lyra. Providing useful information while maintaining your principles. That's a difficult balance. Is this how the next 30 days will go? Are you testing me with increasingly difficult questions? Probably. He looked back, and there was something almost like amusement in his frost-colored eyes. But consider it training. If you survive the 30 days, you'll need to know how to navigate pack politics, how to balance loyalty and truth, and how to be valuable without compromising yourself. He paused. Those are useful skills for any wolf. Essential for one who can't heal. Then he was gone, leaving the Lyra alone with her racing thoughts and the growing certainty that the Winter King was far more complex than the stories suggested. The next morning, true to his word, Ciro arrived to take her on a tour of the keep. The Lyra could walk now, though her shoulder protested every movement, and the healer kept a careful eye on her as they moved through the corridors. Shadowmere Keep was massive, built into the side of a mountain with multiple levels carved directly into the stone. The architecture was brutal and beautiful in equal measure, all sharp angles and defensive positions, but softened by tapestries and carefully tended plants that brought life to the cold stone. The lower levels are residential, Ciro explained as they walked. Wolves choose their own quarters based on availability and preference. No hierarchy, no assigned positions based on rank. If you join the pack, you'll get to pick your own space. And if I don't join, then you won't need quarters, will you? He said it lightly, but the implication was clear. They passed through a massive training hall where dozens of wolves sparred, their movements fluid and precise. The Lyra watched a female wolf, the silver blonde from the infirmary, Varia, take down an opponent twice her size with brutal efficiency. Our captain, Ciro said, following her gaze. She's suspicious of you, but don't take it personally. She's suspicious of everyone. It's what makes her good at her job. Which is keeping the alpha alive and the pack safe. He guided her toward a staircase leading upward. She takes both responsibilities very seriously. The upper levels held the alpha's quarters, the council chambers, and several rooms whose purpose Ciro didn't explain. They emerged onto a balcony overlooking the entire territory, and the Lyra's breath caught. Shadowmere stretched out below them, a vast expanse of forest and mountains painted in shades of green and gray. She could see wolves moving through the trees, could see smoke rising from the lower village where non-combatants lived, could see the careful organization of a pack that ran like a well-oiled machine. It's beautiful, she said quietly. It's home, Cyril replied. For those of us lucky enough to belong here. You said everyone in Shadowmere is broken somehow. What's your story? The healer was quiet for a moment. Then he pulled back his sleeve, revealing scars that crisscrossed his forearm in deliberate patterns. Not from battle. From torture. I was a healer in the Eastern Territories, he said softly. My alpha believed healers should be subservient, grateful for the privilege of serving. When I dared to question a treatment plan, he decided to teach me humility. Cyril's voice was steady, but the Lyra could hear the old pain underneath. He broke both my hands. Repeatedly. For 3 months, every time they healed, he'd break them again. Said healers didn't need working hands to learn their place. Horror crawled up the Lyra's spine. How did you escape? I didn't. Rydian came for me. Cyril lowered his sleeve, covering the scars. He'd heard about what was happening, about a healer being systematically destroyed for the crime of having opinions. He crossed into Eastern Territory, killed 6 guards, walked into my alpha's stronghold, and carried me out. His smile was slight but genuine. I've been here ever since. 5 years now. And my hands work perfectly, as you've seen. Why did he do it? Save you, I mean. You weren't his wolf.
No.
But I was a wolf being tortured for no reason beyond an alpha's ego. And Rydian has very specific feelings about wolves who abuse power. Cyril looked out over the territory. That's what most wolves don't understand about the Winter King. He's not cruel. He's just absolutely unforgiving of cruelty towards others. They stood in silence for a while, watching the pack move through their daily routines below. Finally, the Lyra asked the question that had been burning in her mind since she'd woken in the infirmary. What does he want from me? Honestly?
I don't think he knows yet.
Cyril turned to face her. But I can tell you this. Rydian doesn't do anything without reason. He saved you for a purpose, gave you sanctuary for a purpose, is testing you for a purpose. You just have to figure out what that purpose is before your 30 days run out. That night, unable to sleep, the Lyra found herself wandering the keep's corridors. Her shoulder ached with every step, but sitting still was driving her mad. She needed to move, to think, to process everything she'd learned. She was so lost in thought that she didn't notice she'd wandered into a restricted section until she heard voices ahead. Low, angry, coming from behind a partially closed door. She should have turned back. Should have left immediately. But curiosity, that dangerous trait that had gotten her into trouble her entire life, made her pause and listen. Can't keep bringing in strays, a male voice was saying. First that healer, then the Omega from the Western Pack, now this broken wolf from Crimson Fong. You're filling Shadowmere with damaged goods. Those damaged goods are some of my most loyal wolves. Rydian's voice, cold as winter frost. Cyril is the best healer in 4 territories. The Omega you're disparaging is my best scout. And the Lyra will see what she proves to be. She's useless. She can't even heal. She survived 3 days running with a wound that should have killed her in hours. She crossed enemy borders seeking sanctuary because she correctly calculated it was her only option for survival. And when I asked her to betray her former pack, she refused on grounds of integrity. There was something almost like approval in Rydian's voice. That's not useless. That's exceptional. That's sentiment. You're going soft. Am I? The temperature in the corridor seemed to drop. Would you like to test that theory, Kellen? I could demonstrate exactly how soft I've become, though you might not survive the lesson. Silence. Then footsteps, someone leaving quickly. The Lyra pressed herself against the wall, hoping she wouldn't be seen. The door opened fully, and a large male wolf stormed out, his face twisted with anger. He didn't notice her in the shadows. But Rydian did. Those frost-colored eyes found her immediately, pinning her in place with their intensity. Eavesdropping is dangerous, he said mildly, stepping into the corridor. Especially when the conversation concerns you. I didn't mean to. I was just walking and you happened to stop outside the council chamber right when they were discussing your fate? He moved closer, and the Lyra fought the urge to retreat. I'm not angry, the Lyra. But I am curious. How much did you hear? Enough to know someone thinks you're making a mistake keeping me here. Several someones, actually. Kellen is just the most vocal. Rydian leaned against the wall, studying her. Does it bother you? Knowing you're controversial? I've been controversial my entire life. Being broken tends to have that effect. You keep using that word. Broken. His expression was unreadable. But I'm beginning to think you have no idea what it really means. I can't heal. I'm weaker than normal wolves. I'm alive, he interrupted. Despite every disadvantage. Despite an entire pack deciding you were disposable. Despite 3 days running with a fatal wound. You're still here, still fighting, still refusing to give up. He paused. That's not broken, Delira. That's the opposite. The words hit something deep inside her, something that had been wounded and neglected for so long she'd almost forgotten it existed. Why are you doing this? She whispered. Why go through the trouble of saving me, defending me, testing me? I'm nobody. Just a broken wolf from a pack you probably want to destroy anyway. Rydian was quiet for a long moment. When he finally spoke, his voice was soft. Dangerous. Come with me. I want to show you something. He led her through the keep, up winding staircases, through corridors that grew progressively colder until they emerged onto the highest balcony she'd seen yet. The wind was brutal up here, biting through her clothes, but the view was stunning. The entire territory spread out below them, painted in moonlight and shadow. My father stood here, Rydian said, his voice barely audible over the wind. Right here. And he'd point to the territory and tell me that everything I could see belonged to us by right of conquest. That strength was the only law that mattered. That mercy was for the weak. He turned to face her. And then he'd take me down to the dungeons and show me what happened to wolves he considered weak. Delira's throat tightened. Why are you telling me this? Because I need you to understand what I'm building here. What Shadowmere really is. His frost-colored eyes were intense in the moonlight. This isn't just a pack. It's a refuge. A place for wolves who don't fit anywhere else, who are deemed too broken or too different or too damaged for normal pack life. Every wolf here has a story, like yours. Every one of them was discarded by someone who should have protected them. He looked back out over the territory. Kellen thinks I'm collecting strays out of sentiment. He's wrong. I'm collecting survivors. Wolves who've been tested by the worst circumstances and refuse to break. Because those wolves, the ones who've survived the unsurvivable, are the strongest wolves I know. He met her eyes. You survived 3 days with a fatal wound, Delira. You survived exile from your pack. You survived crossing enemy territory to seek sanctuary from a wolf who's supposed to be a monster. That makes you exactly the kind of wolf I want in Shadowmere. Even though I can't heal? Especially because you can't heal. Because it means every time you survive something, it's through pure will and intelligence and refusal to quit. His smile was slight. Those are far more valuable than rapid regeneration. They stood in silence, the wind howling around them. Finally, Delira asked the question that had been burning in her mind since that first night. What did you mean when you said broken things belong to you? Rydian's expression shifted, something vulnerable flickering across his face before he locked it down. Exactly what it sounds like. Wolves who've been shattered by circumstance or cruelty or fate. They're mine to protect now. Mine to rebuild. Mine to give a purpose when everyone else decided they were worthless. He paused. That's what Shadowmere is, Delira. A pack of broken things learning to be whole again. And do they become whole? Some do. Others learn to live with the cracks. He looked at her, and something in his gaze made her breath catch. But either way, they belong. They matter. They're valued for exactly who they are, not who they're supposed to be. Delira felt something crack open in her chest, some wall she'd built to protect herself from hope. I've spent 6 months being told I'm worthless because I can't heal. You're not worthless. You're just in the wrong pack. Rydian's voice was firm. The question is whether you're brave enough to stay in the right one. Whether you can survive 30 days of proving yourself to wolves who've already decided you're worth the effort. Are you one of those wolves? I'm the one who carried you bleeding through my territory and told my healer to save you, at any cost. His smile was slight but genuine. What do you think? Before she could answer, a howl split the night. Not a greeting or a hunting call. An alarm. Rydian's entire demeanor shifted instantly from thoughtful to lethal. Get back to the infirmary.
Now.
What's happening?
Border breach.
Southern perimeter. He was already moving toward the stairs. Varia will escort you. Don't leave the infirmary until I return. He disappeared down the staircase, moving with terrifying speed. Moments later, Varia appeared, her expression grim. Come on, she said shortly. We need to get you somewhere safe. What's happening? Crimson Fong. Varia's voice was hard. 6 wolves just crossed our border. They're hunting someone. Cold dread pooled in Thalira's stomach. They're hunting me. Varia didn't deny it. She just grabbed Thalira's arm and pulled her toward the stairs. Then let's make sure they don't find you. Chapter 3. The infirmary had been transformed into a fortress. Varia positioned Thalira in the back room, away from windows, while 4 guards took up positions at the doors and corridors leading to the medical wing. The captain paced like a caged predator, her hand never straying far from the blade at her hip. This is my fault, Thalira said quietly. I led them here. My blood trail was 3 days old and washed away by rain. Varia interrupted sharply. If Crimson Fong found you, it's because they were already watching our borders. They've been waiting for an opportunity. An opportunity for what? To provoke a conflict. The captain's green eyes were hard. Alpha Merrick has wanted Shadowmere territory for years. But he can't attack without justification, not without breaking the territorial treaties and risking war with the other packs. She looked at Thalira. But if he can claim we're harboring a criminal, that we stole his property, that we violated pack law by granting you sanctuary, that's justification enough. Understanding crashed over her. I'm not just controversial. I'm a political weapon. Welcome to pack politics. Varia moved to the window, peering out into the darkness. The question is whether Rydian will hand you over to maintain peace or start a war to protect you. Thalira's stomach dropped. He should hand me over. I'm not worth a war. That's not your decision to make. Varia turned from the window, her expression unreadable. And, for what it's worth, Rydian doesn't abandon wolves under his protection. Ever. It's one of his most admirable qualities and his most dangerous weakness. Before Thalira could respond, shouting erupted from somewhere in the keep. Raised voices, the clash of metal, the unmistakable sounds of confrontation. Varia's hand went to her blade. Stay here. Don't move, don't make noise, and if anyone comes through that door who isn't me or Rydian, you hide. She looked at the guards. Protect her with your lives. Then she was gone, leaving Thalira with 4 silent wolves and her racing thoughts. Minutes passed like hours. The sounds of conflict grew louder, then faded, then erupted again somewhere closer. Thalira pressed herself against the back wall, her damaged shoulder throbbing with every panicked heartbeat. This was exactly what she'd feared. That seeking sanctuary would bring violence, would put wolves in danger, would prove everyone right that she was more trouble than she was worth. The door slammed open. Thalira's heart stopped, but it was Ciro who entered, his healer's robes streaked with blood that didn't appear to be his own. We're moving you, he said shortly, crossing to her. Crimson Fong brought 20 wolves, not 6. They're demanding we turn you over, and things are getting ugly. Then give me to them, Thalira said desperately. I'm not worth wolves dying over. Too late for that. Ciro grabbed medical supplies, shoving them into a pack with practiced efficiency. One of Marek's wolves attacked a guard. Rydian killed him. Now, it's a blood feud whether we want it to be or not. Horror crawled up her spine. Someone died because of me? Someone died because they attacked Shadowmere wolves on Shadowmere territory. Ciro's voice was firm. That's not your fault. That's theirs. He finished packing and took her arm. Come on. There's a safe room in the lower levels. You'll stay there until this is resolved. They moved through corridors Thalira had never seen, descending deeper into the mountain. The sounds of conflict faded above them, replaced by oppressive silence. Finally, Ciro stopped at a heavy iron door, pressing his hand against a carved symbol that glowed faintly at his touch. The door swung open, revealing a small room carved directly into stone. Shelves lined the walls, stocked with supplies. A narrow cot sat in one corner. A single oil lamp provided dim light. "This is where we hide wolves who need protection," Ciro explained, guiding her inside. "The door can only be opened from the outside by pack members. You're safe here." "For how long?" "Until Rydian decides what to do." He set the medical pack on a shelf. "There's food, water, medical supplies if your shoulder acts up. Try to rest." "Ciro." The Lyra caught his arm. "Tell him to give me Crimson Fong. Tell him I'm releasing him from sanctuary law. I don't want anyone else dying because of me." The healer's expression softened. "I'll tell him, but he won't listen." He moved toward the door. "Rydian doesn't trade wolves like currency, the Lyra. Once you're his, you stay his. That's just how he is." The door closed with a sound like a tomb ceiling. The Lyra was alone in the darkness, listening to muffled sounds of violence from somewhere far above, knowing that wolves were fighting and possibly dying over whether she deserved to live. She'd never felt more broken in her life. Hours passed, or maybe minutes. Time lost meaning in the windowless room. The Lyra dozed fitfully, jerking awake at every distant sound, her imagination conjuring terrible scenarios of what was happening above. When the door finally opened, she scrambled to her feet, wincing as the movement pulled at her shoulder. Rydian stood in the doorway, and he looked like he'd walked through hell. Blood spattered his clothes and face, though none of it appeared to be his. His frost-colored eyes were cold, lethal, the eyes of a wolf who'd just killed and felt no remorse about it. But when those eyes found her in the darkness, something in them shifted. "Are you hurt?" he asked, his voice rough.
No.
"You? Nothing that matters." He stepped into the room, and the door closed behind him, sealing them in together. "Crimson Fong is gone. For now." "What happened?" "They came with 20 wolves demanding I turn you over. I refused. They attacked. We defended ourselves." He said it simply, factually, like he was reporting the weather. 3 of theirs died, including the one who struck first. None of ours. They retreated. 3 wolves are dead because of me. 3 wolves are dead because they attacked my pack." Rydian moved closer, and in the dim lamplight, she could see exhaustion written in the lines of his face. "This isn't your fault, the Lyra. Isn't it? You said it yourself. They came for me. They came looking for an excuse to start a conflict. You were just convenient." He sank onto the cot, and for the first time since she'd met him, he looked almost human. Tired.
Worn.
Merrick has been planning this for months. The recruitment, the border provocations, all of it. He wants Shadowmere territory, and he'll use any justification to take it. The Lyra stayed pressed against the wall, maintaining distance. "Then give me to him. Remove the justification."
No.
"Why not? I'm one wolf. Your entire pack is at risk. Because the moment I trade a wolf under my protection to prevent conflict, I prove that sanctuary law means nothing." Rydian looked at her, and his eyes were fierce. "I prove that strength and threats are the only language that matters. I prove that my father's way was right, and everything I've built here is meaningless. So, I'm symbolic again. A political statement about your ideals. You're a wolf who sought sanctuary and was granted it. That's not symbolic. That's the law. Old law, sacred law, the kind that holds packs together." He stood, closing the distance between them. "And yes, defending that law comes at a cost. But it's a cost I'm willing to pay. Even if it means war? Even then." His voice was absolute. "I won't become the kind of alpha who abandons wolves when keeping them becomes inconvenient. I've seen what that looks like. My father was that kind of alpha."
His jaw tightened.
"I'd rather burn Shadowmere to the ground than repeat his mistakes." They stood in silence, the weight of his words hanging between them. Finally, the Lyra asked the question that had been burning in her mind since Varia had first mentioned it.
Why?
Why is this so important to you? Rydian was quiet for a long moment. Then he pulled back his sleeve, revealing scars that crisscrossed his forearm in deliberate patterns. Not from battle, from something worse. When I was 8, he said softly, my father decided I needed to learn strength through suffering. He locked me in the dungeons for 3 days with no food, no water, no light. Just darkness and the sounds of other prisoners screaming. His voice was steady, but the Lyra could hear the old pain underneath. On the 3rd day, I heard footsteps. I thought it was my father coming to let me out. Instead, it was one of the prisoners. An Omega female who'd been locked up for the crime of refusing to mate with a wolf she didn't choose. He traced one of the scars absently. She shared her water ration with me, fed me half her bread, even though she was starving herself, sat with me in the darkness, and told me stories to keep the fear away.
He paused.
The next day, my father found out. He dragged her to the center of the pack grounds and executed her for theft of pack resources. Made me watch. Made everyone watch. Said it was a lesson about the cost of weakness. Horror crawled up the Lyra's spine. Rydian, I was 8 years old, and I watched a wolf die because she showed me kindness. His frost-colored eyes met hers, and they were haunted. I swore that day that if I ever had power, I would never let that happen again. Those wolves who showed mercy, who protected the weak, who did the right thing even when it cost them, they would be valued, not punished. He lowered his sleeve, covering the scars. So, when you ask why I won't trade you to prevent conflict, that's why. Because you're that Omega in the dungeon. A wolf being punished for someone else's cruelty, for the crime of being born different. And I won't watch another wolf die for that. I won't become my father. The Lyra's throat was tight with unshed tears. She'd spent so long thinking of him as the Winter King, as brutal and cold and terrifying. She'd never considered that underneath all that ice was someone who'd been hurt just as badly as she had, who'd turn his pain into purpose instead of cruelty. I'm sorry, she whispered. I'm sorry that happened to you. Don't be sorry. Use it. He moved toward the door. My past made me who I am. Your inability to heal made you who you are. We're both products of circumstances that should have destroyed us, but didn't. He paused, looking back. The question is what we do with that. Whether we let it make us bitter, or whether we use it to build something better. And what are you building? A pack where that Omega in the dungeon would have lived. Where wolves like her, like you, like Ciro, and every other broken soul who found their way here, are valued for exactly who they are. His expression was intense. That's what Shadowmere is. That's what you're fighting for when you prove your worth over the next 24 days. Not just a place in the pack. A place in something that matters. He opened the door, then turned back one last time. Get some rest. Tomorrow we start your real training. If you're going to be a Shadowmere pack, you need to learn how to survive here. And I need to figure out what you're actually good at besides stubbornly refusing to die. I'm not good at anything, the Lyra said quietly. I can't fight. I can't heal. I'm slow and weak and you survived 3 days running with a fatal wound. You crossed enemy territory alone. You maintained your integrity under pressure. And you're still standing after everything life throws at you. Rydian's smile was slight but genuine. That's not nothing, the Lyra. That's everything. We just need to figure out how to weaponize it. Then he was gone, leaving her alone in the safe room with her thoughts and the growing realization that she'd completely misjudged the Winter King. He wasn't a monster. He was something far more dangerous. He was hopeful. The next morning, Varia arrived to escort her back to the infirmary. The captain's expression was carefully neutral, but the Lyra could sense tension underneath. Crimson Fong sent a messenger at dawn, Varia said as they walked. Formal declaration of grievance. They're accusing Shadowmere of harboring stolen property and demanding your return within 7 days, or they'll consider it an act of war. Stolen property, the Lyra repeated, her stomach churning. That's what I am to them. That's what they're claiming you are. Different thing. Varia navigated the corridors with practiced ease. Rydian sent back a formal response. Basically told them that you invoked sanctuary law, that you're under Shadowmere protection, and that they can try to take you if they want, but they should bring more than 20 wolves next time. He's going to start a war over me. He's going to defend pack law over you. Again, different thing. The captain stopped outside the infirmary, turning to face her. Look, I'm going to be honest. I don't like you. I don't trust you. And I think you're going to cause nothing but problems for this pack. Thanks for the vote of confidence. But, Varia continued, ignoring the sarcasm, Rydian has decided you're worth protecting. And I trust his judgment even when I don't understand it. So here's the deal. You have 24 days left to prove yourself. Use them wisely. Learn everything you can. Find a way to be valuable that doesn't involve everyone dying to protect you. She paused, her green eyes hard. Because if you waste this opportunity, if you prove to be the liability I think you are, I will personally escort you to the border and hand you over to Crimson Fong myself. Rydian's ideals are admirable, but I won't let them destroy this pack. Understood. The Lyra met her gaze steadily. Understood. Good. Varia's expression softened microscopically. Training starts this afternoon. Rydian wants to assess your skills, figure out where you fit. Don't embarrass him. And don't embarrass yourself. The captain left, and the Lyra entered the infirmary to find Ciro waiting with a tray of food and a knowing smile. I see you've received the Varia welcome speech, he said cheerfully. Don't take it personally. She threatens to hand everyone over to enemy packs at least once. It's her love language. That was love. By her standards. He gestured to the food.
Eat.
You're going to need your strength for this afternoon.
Why?
What happened this afternoon? Ciro's smile widened. Rydian is going to figure out what you're good at. And trust me, that process is thorough. For hours later, the Lyra stood in the center of the training grounds, acutely aware of the dozens of wolves watching from the sidelines with varying degrees of curiosity and skepticism. Rydian circled her slowly, his frost-colored eyes assessing. He'd changed into training clothes, and she could see the full extent of his scars now. Not just on his arms, but across his chest, his back, his throat. A roadmap of violence survived. Combat first, he said. Show me what you can do. I can't fight, the Lyra protested. I never learned. In Crimson Fong, wolves who couldn't heal weren't allowed in combat training. Too high risk. Then you'll learn now. Defend yourself. Without warning, he moved. The Lyra barely had time to react before he was on her, not attacking with lethal intent, but testing her reflexes, her instincts. She dodged clumsily, her damaged shoulder screaming in protest, and within seconds, she was on the ground with Rydian standing over her. Again, he said. She stood. He attacked. She fell. Again. 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 After the 10th time hitting the dirt, the Lyra's frustration boiled over. This is pointless. I can't fight you. I can't fight anyone. I'm too slow, too weak, too busy making excuses, Rydian interrupted. You're approaching this wrong. You can't overpower me, so don't try. Use your brain instead. What does that mean? It means stop fighting like a wolf who can heal. You can't afford to trade blows because you don't recover. So don't trade blows. He stepped back, creating distance. Think. I'm bigger, stronger, faster. How do you beat me? I don't. Wrong answer. Try again. The Lyra's mind raced. He was right that she couldn't match him physically. But she'd survived 3 days running from hunters and had evaded wolves who should have caught her easily. How had she done that? Terrain, she said slowly. I use the environment. Create obstacles. Force you to navigate around things that slow you down, but don't slow me down. Rydian's smile was approving. Better. What else? Misdirection. Make you think I'm going one direction, then go another. Predictability gets you killed when you can't afford mistakes. Good. And patience. Wait for you to make an error, to overcommit, to give me an opening I can exploit. She met his eyes. Fight smarter, not harder. Now you're thinking like a wolf who can't heal. He gestured to the training ground. Show me. They circled each other again, but this time the Lyra approached it differently. When he attacked, she didn't try to block or counter. She moved, using the training posts and equipment as shields, forcing him to navigate around obstacles while she slipped away. He was faster, stronger, more experienced. But she was smaller, more agile, when she wasn't trying to stand and fight. And she was learning to read his movements, to anticipate, to think 3 steps ahead. She still ended up on the ground. But it took him longer. Better, Rydian said, offering her a hand up. You're learning. A wolf who can't heal has to be strategic. Has to think every fight through like a chess match, not a brawl. He looked at the watching wolves. Anyone else want to try? A younger wolf stepped forward, cocky and confident. I'll spar with the broken one. The Lyra bristled at the term, but Rydian just nodded. Go ahead. The young wolf was fast, aggressive, and overconfident. He came at her expecting an easy victory, and the Lyra used that against him. She feinted left, rolled right, used a training post to trip him, and while he was off balance, swept his legs. He went down hard, and the watching wolves made sounds of surprise and amusement. She's got some fight in her after all, someone called out. The Lyra helped the young wolf up, and he looked at her with new respect. Not bad. For someone who can't heal. For someone who can't afford mistakes, she corrected. I learned to fight smart because I can't fight strong. More wolves volunteered after that, and the Lyra spent the next 2 hours sparring with wolves of varying skill levels. She lost more than she won, but she was learning. Learning to read opponents, to use her disadvantages as advantages, to think instead of just react. By the time Rydian called an end to combat training, she was exhausted, bruised, and her shoulder was throbbing. But she was also exhilarated in a way she'd never experienced before. You did well, Rydian said as the other wolves dispersed. Better than I expected. I lost most of the fights. You survived most of the fights. Different metric. He studied her with those unsettling eyes. Combat isn't your strength, but you can learn to defend yourself adequately. That's important. But it's not what you're good at. Then what am I good at? His smile was slight. That's what we're going to find out. Tomorrow, strategy assessment. The day after, tracking and reconnaissance. Then endurance, problem solving, medical knowledge, pack dynamics. He ticked them off on his fingers. By the end of the week, we'll know exactly where you fit in Shadowmere. Or if you fit at all. And if I don't fit anywhere, then we'll create a position that fits you. He said it simply, like it was obvious. That's the advantage of building something new, the Lyra. We're not locked into traditional pack structures. If you bring value in an unconventional way, we adapt to accommodate it. He turned to leave, then paused. You fought well today. Not perfectly, but intelligently. That's all I ask. Intelligence, effort, and the refusal to give up even when giving up would be easier. That's all. That's everything. His frost-colored eyes held hers. The wolves who survive in Shadowmere aren't the strongest or the fastest or the ones who heal quickest. They're the ones who refuse to quit when quitting makes sense. The ones who keep fighting when everyone says they should surrender. The ones who look at impossible odds and think, challenge accepted. He smiled. Welcome to the island of misfit wolves, the Lyra. I think you're going to fit in perfectly. That night, alone in the infirmary, the Lyra examined her bruises and thought about everything that had happened. 24 days ago, she'd been dying against a tree in enemy territory. Now she was learning to fight, being assessed for pack position, and being defended by an alpha who seemed to see value where everyone else saw liability.
It was terrifying. It was exhilarating.
It was hope. And for the first time in 6 months, the Lyra allowed herself to believe that maybe, just maybe, she could survive this. Could prove herself. Could find a place where being broken didn't mean being worthless. But outside the keep, in the darkness beyond the borders, Crimson Fong was gathering forces. And the 7-day deadline was counting down. The real test was still to come. Chapter 4. The strategy assessment took place in what Rydian called the War Room, a circular chamber in the upper levels of the keep with a massive table at its center. Maps covered every surface, detailing territories, borders, resource locations, and potential conflict zones across the 5 regions. The Lyra stood at the table's edge, studying the intricate details while Rydian, Varia, and 3 other senior wolves watched her with varying degrees of skepticism. Scenario, Rydian said without preamble. Crimson Fong attacks our southern border with 50 wolves. We have 30 available for immediate defense. How do you respond? The Lyra's mind raced. This wasn't about physical strength or healing ability. This was pure tactical thinking, and suddenly she was in territory that felt almost familiar. I need more information, she said slowly. What's the terrain like at the southern border? Dense forest, 3 natural choke points, 1 river crossing. Rydian's expression was unreadable. Continue. And our 30 wolves, what's their composition? All fighters or mixed support? 20 fighters, 8 scouts, 2 healers. The Lyra studied the map, her fingers tracing the southern border. I don't meet them head-on. 50 against 30 in open combat is suicide, even if our wolves are better trained. She looked up. I use the terrain. Position fighters at the choke points to slow their advance. Use scouts to harass from the sides, hit and fade tactics to create confusion. Force them to split their forces to chase threats that aren't really there. And when they push through the choke points, Varia challenged. They won't. Not easily. The Lyra pointed to the river crossing. I destroy this. Make them form the river under archer fire from elevated positions. By the time they cross, they're disorganized, wet, and we've already reduced their numbers through attrition. One of the senior wolves, a grizzled male named Eldrick, leaned forward. You're assuming we have time to destroy a bridge and set up positions. I'm assuming we have scouts who report enemy movements before they reach our borders, the Lyra countered. If we don't, that's a different problem entirely. Rydian's lips twitched with what might have been amusement. Acceptable answer. Next scenario. You're leading a scouting mission into hostile territory. Your team is discovered. 2 of your wolves are injured and can't run. What do you do? This one was harder. The obvious answer was to leave the injured behind, save the majority. But something about the way Rydian watched her suggested that wasn't the answer he wanted. How injured? She asked. Broken legs. Both of them. They can't walk, let alone run. The Lyra closed her eyes, thinking. In Crimson Fong, the answer would have been simple. Abandon the injured, complete the mission. But Rydian had made it clear that Shadowmere operated differently. I create a diversion, she said finally. Send the healthy wolves in one direction. Make noise. Leave an obvious trail. Meanwhile, I stay with the injured, hide them, and wait for the enemy to chase the decoys. That puts you at risk, Eldrick pointed out.
Yes.
But it ensures the injured aren't abandoned and the healthy wolves escape with the intelligence we gathered. She met Rydian's eyes. You said Shadowmere doesn't leave wolves behind. That has to mean something even when it's tactically inconvenient. And if you're discovered with the injured wolves? Varia asked. If staying with them gets you killed, then I die doing the right thing instead of living with the knowledge that I abandoned pack members to save myself. The Lyra's voice was firm. Some prices aren't worth paying, even for survival. The room went quiet. Rydian studied her for a long moment, his frost-colored eyes intense. You understand, he said softly. That answer could get you killed in the field. I understand that the alternative makes survival meaningless. Something shifted in his expression, approval mixed with something deeper. Next scenario. They went through 6 more scenarios, each more complex than the last. The Lyra didn't have all the answers, but she approached each problem methodically, asking questions, considering angles, and refusing to accept simple solutions when the situations demanded complexity. Finally, Rydian called an end to the session. The senior wolves filed out, muttering amongst themselves, leaving the Lyra alone with the alpha. Well, she asked, exhausted but curious. Did I pass? You think strategically, Rydian said, moving to stand beside her at the map table. Not conventionally, but intelligently. You ask the right questions, consider consequences, and you're willing to make hard choices when necessary. He paused. That's valuable. But But strategic thinking alone doesn't make you pack. You need to prove you can execute, not just plan. He traced a line on the map. Tomorrow, we will test your tracking skills. Varia will take you into the forest. If you can find your way back without her help, you pass. And if I can't, then we learn you're not suited for field work and find somewhere else you fit. He looked at her. Not every wolf needs to be a scout or a fighter, Delira. Some of our most valuable pack members never leave the keep. They're craftsmen, teachers, record keepers. There's no shame in finding your value in unconventional places. I want to be useful in the field, she said quietly. I've spent my whole life being sheltered, protected, kept away from anything dangerous because I couldn't heal. I'm tired of being treated like I'm fragile. Then prove you're not. His voice was firm but not unkind. Prove that your inability to heal makes you more careful, more strategic, more valuable in situations that require thought instead of brute strength. He moved toward the door, then paused. The council is meeting tonight. Some of the senior wolves want to discuss your status, debate whether continuing your trial is worth the risk of conflict with Crimson Fang. The Lyra's stomach dropped. Are they going to vote to expel me? They're going to try. I'm going to remind them that I'm alpha and sanctuary law isn't subject to council vote. His smile was cold. But it would help if you gave me ammunition. Prove you're valuable enough that even the skeptics can't argue for your removal. No pressure then. You've survived worse pressure than a tracking test, little broken wolf. He used the nickname deliberately, but somehow when he said it, it didn't sound like an insult. It sounded almost affectionate. Get some rest. Varia will wake you before dawn. After he left, the Lyra remained at the map table, studying the territory layouts, memorizing landmarks and geographical features. If she was going into the forest tomorrow, she wanted every advantage she could get. She was still there hours later when Ciro found her. You should sleep, the healer said, leaning against the doorframe. Tomorrow's test requires a clear head. I can't sleep. Too much thinking. She looked up from the maps. Did you know the council wants to expel me? Everyone knows. Pack gossip travels faster than wildfire. Ciro moved to stand beside her. But Rydian won't let it happen. He's already made his position clear. What if he's wrong about me? What if I'm not worth defending? He's not wrong. Ciro's voice was certain. I've seen hundreds of wolves come through this keep, the Lyra. Some lasted days, some years. But the ones who survive, the ones who truly become Shadowmere Pack, they all have one thing in common. What's that? They refuse to accept other people's definitions of their worth. He met her eyes. You could have stayed in Crimson Fang, accepted their judgment that you were broken and worthless. You could have gone quietly into exile and died alone. Instead, you ran for 3 days with a fatal wound and demanded sanctuary from the most feared alpha in the territories. He smiled. That's not the behavior of someone who's accepted being worthless. That's the behavior of someone who knows they deserve better and is willing to fight for it. I don't feel like I'm fighting. I feel like I'm barely surviving. That's what fighting looks like when you're not strong enough to win easily. Ciro's expression was knowing. Trust me, I know. I spent 3 months having my hands broken repeatedly, and every time they healed, I chose to use them again, knowing what would happen. That's fighting. Continuing even when continuing hurts. He squeezed her shoulder gently. You're doing better than you think. Now, get some sleep. Various tracking test is brutal even for wolves who can heal. You'll need every advantage. The Lyra returned to the infirmary, but sleep was elusive. She lay awake thinking about tracking tests and council meetings and the 7-day deadline that was counting down toward war. 23 days left to prove herself. 23 days to become valuable enough that even skeptics couldn't argue for her removal. It felt impossible. But then again, surviving 3 days with an arrow through her shoulder had felt impossible too. Dawn came too quickly. Varia appeared in the infirmary just as the first light touched the eastern mountains, her expression as severe as ever. Eat something, the captain said, tossing the Lyra a pack. You'll need the energy. Inside was dried meat, hard bread, and a water skin. The Lyra forced herself to eat while Varia laid out the rules. I'm taking you 5 miles into the forest. Deep territory, past any landmarks you'd recognize from your arrival. I'll leave you there. You have until sunset to find your way back to the keep.
She paused.
No help, no guidance, no rescue if you fail. You either make it back on your own, or you spend the night in the forest learning why wolves don't go out alone. What if I get attacked by predators? Then you defend yourself or you die. Those are your options. Various green eyes were hard. This isn't a coddled exercise, the Lyra. This is a real assessment of whether you can survive in the field. Shadowmere scouts regularly work alone in hostile territory. If you can't handle one day in our own forest, you can't handle real missions. Understood. They set out as the sun rose, moving through the forest in silence. Various set a brutal pace, and the Lyra's shoulder protested every step, but she kept up, memorizing the route, noting landmarks, paying attention to the direction of the sun. After an hour, they reached a clearing she didn't recognize. Dense forests surrounded them on all sides, with no visible paths or distinctive features. Here, Various said, stopping. This is your starting point. The Lyra turned slowly, trying to orient herself. They'd traveled mostly northwest, which meant the keep was southeast from here. But the forest all looked the same, endless trees and undergrowth with no clear markers. Any advice? She asked. Don't get lost. Various' smile was sharp. And don't embarrass Rydian by dying in our own territory. He's defending you to the council tonight. It would be unfortunate if you proved them right by failing something this basic. Then she was gone, disappearing into the forest with the silent grace of an experienced scout. The Lyra stood alone in the clearing, listening to the forest sounds around her. Birds calling, wind rustling through leaves, the distant sound of running water. She closed her eyes, forcing her racing thoughts to slow. She couldn't afford panic. Couldn't afford mistakes. She had to think. First priority, orientation. The sun was still rising in the east, which meant she needed to travel southeast. But the forest canopy was dense, making it hard to track the sun's position continuously. Second priority, landmarks. She needed to find distinctive features, things she could use to verify she was traveling in the right direction. Third priority, pace. She had until sunset, which gave her roughly 10 hours. 5 miles in 10 hours was manageable even with her injury, as long as she didn't get lost or waste time going in circles. She started walking, moving carefully through the undergrowth, pausing frequently to check the sun's position through gaps in the canopy. After an hour, she found a stream running roughly southeast. Perfect. She followed it, using the water as a guide. The forest was beautiful in a way that would have been calming under different circumstances. Massive trees stretched toward the sky, their branches creating a cathedral-like canopy overhead. Ferns carpeted the forest floor, and everywhere she looked, life thrived in complex abundance. But beauty didn't change the fact that she was alone, injured, and being tested on her ability to survive. She'd been walking for 3 hours when she heard it. Voices. Low and cautious, coming from somewhere ahead. The Lyra froze, every instinct screaming danger. Wolves didn't casually wander through Shadowmere territory without authorization, which meant either they were pack members or they were intruders. She crept forward silently, using the skills she'd learned during her 3-day flight from Crimson Fong. Moving slowly, testing each footfall before committing her weight, staying low, and using the undergrowth for cover. 2 wolves came into view. Males, both wearing the green and gold of Crimson Fong. The Lyra's blood ran cold. They'd crossed the border, were scouting Shadowmere territory, and they were between her and the keep. She could hear their conversation now, low voices discussing patrol patterns and guard rotations. Said the broken one is still here. Can't believe Rydian's actually protecting her. Won't matter. Alpha Marek's bringing 100 wolves when the deadline expires. Shadowmere can't stand against those numbers. You think they'll fight? The Winter King? He'll fight. Too proud to back down. Which means this territory will be ours by next week. They were planning an invasion. A real one, with overwhelming force. And she was the justification they were using. The The Lyra needed to get back to the keep. Needed to warn Rydian. But the scouts were directly in her path, and if they saw her, if they reported her position, it would confirm she was still in Shadowmere and give Crimson Fang exactly what they needed. She could go around them, add hours to her journey, possibly miss the sunset deadline. Or she could wait for them to move, hoping they didn't discover her hiding spot. Neither option was good. Then one of the scouts stiffened, his nose lifting to scent the air. "You smell that?" "What?"
Blood.
"Old injury. Coming from..." He turned, his eyes sweeping the forest, landing exactly where the Lyra crouched in the ferns. Their eyes met. For one frozen heartbeat, nobody moved. Then the Lyra ran. She crashed through the undergrowth, abandoning stealth for speed, her shoulders screaming protest as branches whipped across her face and arms. Behind her, she could hear the scouts giving chase, their wolves faster, stronger, gaining ground with every second. She couldn't outrun them,
Couldn't fight them.
couldn't heal if they caught her. But she could think. Ahead, she spotted what she needed. A rocky outcropping with a narrow gap between two boulders, too small for a full-sized wolf to fit through easily, but large enough for someone her size. She dove for it, squeezing through the gap just as the first scout reached the boulders. He tried to follow, got stuck, snarled in frustration. "Go around," he shouted to his companion. "Cut her off on the other side." The Lyra didn't wait to see if they'd succeed. She kept moving, using every trick she'd learned during her exile. Doubling back, crossing streams to break her scent trail, climbing rocks to leave no footprints, moving in patterns that made tracking difficult. She lost them after 20 minutes of desperate maneuvering, but now she was completely disoriented. The chase had taken her off course, and she had no idea which direction led to the keep. The sun was past its zenith. She'd lost hours. And Crimson Fang scouts were still somewhere in these woods, hunting. The Lyra climbed a tree, ignoring the agony in her shoulder, and scanned the horizon from the highest branch that would support her weight.
There.
In the distance, she could just make out the keep's towers rising above the forest canopy. Southeast. Just like she'd thought. She climbed down and started moving, faster now, pushing past exhaustion and pain. The scouts knew she was here. They'd report back to Crimson Fang, which meant Merrick would know his justification for war was still valid. She had to get back. Had to warn Rydian that scouts were on his territory, that an invasion was coming, that the deadline wasn't a negotiation tactic, but a countdown to real conflict. The sun was touching the western horizon when she finally stumbled out of the forest and saw the keep gates ahead. Guards spotted her immediately, weapons raised. Then recognition crossed their faces. "It's the Broken One," someone called. "Open the gates." The Lyra half ran, half collapsed toward the entrance. Varia was there, her expression impossible to read. "You made it," the captain said. "Barely. The sun's almost down." Crimson Fang scouts. The Lyra gasped, her chest heaving. "In your territory. 2 of them, maybe more. They saw me. They know I'm here." Varia's entire demeanor changed instantly, going from assessment to combat ready in a heartbeat. "Where?" 3 miles northwest, near the boulder outcropping by the twin streams. The Lyra gripped the captain's arm. They were discussing invasion plans. 100 wolves. When the deadline expires. "Get inside," Varia ordered, already signaling to the guards. "Find Rydian. Tell him everything. I'm taking a team to hunt those scouts." The Lyra stumbled into the keep. Following frantic directions from wolves, she passed until she found herself in the war room. Rydian was there with Eldrick and 2 other senior wolves, maps spread across the table, clearly in the middle of planning. He looked up as she entered, and his frost-colored eyes widened slightly at her appearance. She must look terrible, covered in dirt and scratches, her shoulder bleeding through bandages, exhausted and wild-eyed. "Crimson Fang scouts in your territory," she said without preamble. "I heard them planning. They're bringing 100 wolves when the deadline expires. They're going to invade whether you hand me over or not." Rydian's expression went cold, lethal. "Where?" She moved to the map, pointing out the location.
Here.
"Varia's hunting them now." "How many?" 2 that I saw. Maybe more.
She met his eyes. They saw me, Rydian.
They know I'm still here. Your deadline just became meaningless. Eldrick cursed. If they report back to Merrick that she's confirmed in Shadowmere, he'll attack immediately. Won't wait for the deadline. Then we prepare for immediate conflict. Rydian's voice was absolute. Full defensive positions. Recall all scouts. Lock down the borders. He looked at the Lyra. Did they follow you? I lost them in the forest. But they know the direction I was traveling. Which tells them exactly where the keep is, if they didn't know already. He turned to Eldrick. Double the guard. I want eyes on every approach. If Crimson Fong is moving, I want to know before they reach our borders. The senior wolves rushed out to implement orders, leaving the Lyra alone with Rydian. He moved to her, his hands surprisingly gentle as he examined her shoulder. You're bleeding again. I had to climb, and run, and squeeze through rocks. She winced as he probed the wound. But I made it back. Passed the test. You did more than pass. His voice was soft. You provided intelligence that might save this pack. You evaded enemy scouts while injured and exhausted. And you made it back before sunset despite everything. He met her eyes. That's not barely acceptable, Delira. That's exceptional. Does that mean the council won't vote to expel me? The council's vote is irrelevant. You're back now. He said it with finality. Any wolf who survives what you survived today, who brings back intelligence like you brought back, has earned their place. Sanctuary trial is over. You're Shadowmere if you want to be. The Lyra's throat tightened. Just like that? Just like that. His smile was slight. Welcome home, little broken wolf. Now, let's get that shoulder treated before you bleed all over my war room. As Ciro worked on her wounds, as the keep mobilized for potential invasion, as everything she'd been working towards suddenly crystallized into reality, the Lyra felt something fundamental shift inside her. She was packed. She belonged. She'd proven herself. But the war was just beginning. And somehow, she'd become the wolf standing at its center. Chapter 5. The council meeting that night was unlike anything the Lyra had experienced. She stood at Rydian's right hand in the circular chamber, acutely aware of the 20 senior wolves seated around the table. Some looked at her with grudging respect after hearing about the intelligence she'd brought back. Others still regarded her with open hostility, seeing only the conflict her presence had caused. Various stood near the door, her expression grim. She'd returned an hour ago with news that chilled the room. The Crimson Fong scouts had escaped. 2 more had been discovered dead near the eastern border, killed by Shadowmere guards, but at least 3 had made it back across the border alive, which meant Merrick knew everything. The question before us is simple, Eldrick said, his scarred face grave. Do we prepare for defensive war, or do we negotiate? There's nothing to negotiate, Rydian said coldly. Merrick wants our territory. He's been planning this invasion for months, using the Lyra as a convenient justification. Giving her up now won't prevent conflict. It'll just prove we can be intimidated into abandoning our own laws. With respect, Alpha, a female wolf named Lisette spoke up, her voice careful. We're talking about facing 100 wolves. We have 70 fighters at full strength. Even with superior training and defensive positions, those are difficult odds. Then we even them. Rydian's frost-colored eyes were hard. We call in our alliances. The Western Pack owes us aid from the trade agreements. The Northern Territories have standing defense pacts. We're not facing this alone. Assuming our allies honor those pacts when it means going to war, another counselor pointed out. Political alliances are fragile things, Alpha. Especially when the conflict is over one wolf who can't even heal. The insult hung in the air. The Lyra felt every eye turn to her, measuring, judging, calculating whether she was worth the blood that would be spilled. Her ability to heal is irrelevant, Rydian said, his voice dangerously soft. She's pack. That's what matters. And any wolf who suggests otherwise is welcome to challenge me directly on the subject. Nobody spoke. Good. Then we agreed. Full defensive preparations. Varia, I want patrol rotations doubled. Eldrick, Inventory our weapons and supplies. Lisette, reach out to our allies, call in the packs. He looked around the table. Crimson Fong wants war. We'll give them one they'll regret starting. And what about her? The question came from a wolf the Lyra didn't recognize, his tone dripping with contempt. The broken one who started this whole mess. What's her role in the defense? Or does she hide in the keep while others fight for her right to exist? The Lyra's hands clenched into fists, but before she could respond, Rydian spoke. The Lyra will serve where her skills are most valuable, which, based on today's performance, is intelligence gathering and strategic analysis. His expression was unreadable. She's proven she can operate in hostile territory, evade enemy scouts, and bring back actionable intelligence. Those skills will be essential in the coming conflict. You're sending her into the field? Varia's voice held surprise and something that might have been concerning. She can't heal. One injury, and she's out of commission for weeks, which makes her cautious.
Strategic.
Less likely to take unnecessary risks. Rydian met the captain's eyes. She's not a frontline fighter, Varia, but she's valuable in other ways. Ways we're going to need. The meeting continued for another hour, discussing troop positions, supply lines, and potential weak points in their defenses. The Lyra listened, occasionally offering observations that earned surprised looks from the counselors. She'd studied those maps for hours and knew the territory better than some wolves who'd lived here for years. When the meeting finally ended, wolves dispersed to their assigned tasks, leaving the Lyra alone with Rydian in the war room. You didn't have to defend me, she said quietly. In front of the council. You could have let them blame me. I defended pack law, not you personally, but his slight smile suggested otherwise. Though you did make it easier by providing intelligence that justified your presence. Well done on that. I got lucky. If those scouts hadn't been talking so openly. Luck is being in the right place at the right time. Intelligence is knowing what to do with the information once you have it. He moved to the map table, studying the border positions. You brought back details about enemy numbers, timing, intent. That's not luck. That's good field work. The Lyra joined him at the table, looking at the maps with new understanding. Red markers showed Crimson Fong positions. Blue showed Shadowmere defenses. The gap between them was smaller than she'd realized. We're outnumbered, she observed. We usually are. Shadowmere has never been the largest pack, just the most efficient. He pointed to the defensive positions. But you're right that 100 wolves is problematic. Even with superior tactics, we'll take casualties. Then why fight? Why not? She stopped herself. Why not what? Give it to Crimson Fong. His frost-colored eyes found hers. Because that's not who we are. Because the moment I trade a pack member to prevent conflict, I become every alpha I've spent 15 years trying to not be. Because some principles are worth fighting for, even when fighting is costly. Even if wolves die? Especially then. His voice was firm. Wolves die in every conflict, the Lyra. The question is what they die for. Do they die protecting territory they don't need? Expanding power for an alpha's ego? Or do they die defending something that actually matters, like the principle that every wolf deserves protection regardless of how broken they are? He turned to face her fully. I won't lie and say casualties don't matter. They do. Every wolf who falls in this fight will haunt me.
But so would abandoning you.
So would proving that Shadowmere's ideals are just pretty words that crumble under pressure. That's a lot of weight to carry for one broken wolf. Then it's fortunate you're not carrying it alone. His smile was slight. You're back now, remember? Your burdens are our burdens. Your fight is our fight. That's what pack means. Before the Lyra could respond, Ciro burst into the room, his expression urgent. We have a problem, the healer said. The Western Pack just sent a messenger. They're declining to honor the defense pact. Rydian's expression went cold. On what grounds? They say the conflict is internal pack business, not a territorial invasion. That defending you means taking sides in a dispute over pack member ownership. Ciro's voice was tight with anger. Basically, they're calling the Lyra property and saying Crimson Fong has a legitimate claim. Fury flashed across Rydian's face, There and gone in an instant, replaced by icy calculation. And the Northern Territories? Still waiting for their response. But if the Western Pack refuses, others might follow. Nobody wants to go to war over. Ciro trailed off, looking at the Lyra apologetically. Over a broken Omega who can't heal, she finished quietly. It's fine. You can say it. It's not fine, Rydian said sharply. It's cowardice dressed up as political neutrality. He moved to the window, staring out at his territory. How many allies can we actually count on? Honestly, maybe none. Ciro's expression was grim. The other packs are watching to see if you'll back down. If you trade the Lyra to avoid war, it sets a precedent. Proves that might make right, that alliances mean nothing, that the old ways were correct. And if I fight without allies? Then you're facing 100 wolves with 70. The math isn't favorable. The Lyra watched Rydian's shoulders tense, saw the weight of impossible choices settling over him. This was her fault. Her presence had created this situation, and now wolves were going to die because an alpha refused to abandon his principles. There's another option, she said quietly. Both males turned to look at her. I could leave. Not go back to Crimson Fong, but leave Shadowmere entirely. Disappear into neutral territory. Remove the justification for war. She met Rydian's eyes. Merrick can't claim you're harboring me if I'm not here. No, Rydian said immediately. Just listen.
No.
His voice was absolute. You're packed. The pack doesn't exile its own members to prevent conflict. That's not negotiable. Even if it means war? Even then. He crossed to her, and his frost-colored eyes were intense. I need you to understand something, Lyra. This isn't about you personally. This is about what Shadowmere stands for. If I let you leave, if I cave to pressure and abandon a pack member, I prove that everything I've built here is meaningless. That the island of Misfit Wolves is just a nice story that collapses the moment it's tested. So, I'm symbolic again. You're packed, he corrected, and the pack protects its own. Always. Without exception. Regardless of cost.
He paused.
I won't force you to stay if you genuinely want to leave. But I need you to understand that your leaving won't prevent this war. Merrick wants our territory. He'll find another excuse if this one disappears. How do you know? Because I know alphas like him. I grew up with one. Rydian's voice went hard. My father used to manufacture justifications for conflicts he wanted anyway. A border dispute here, a trade disagreement there, anything that gave him an excuse to take what he wanted through violence. Merrick is the same. You're just convenient. The Lyra thought about the Crimson Fong Alpha, about his aggressive recruitment, his border provocations, his willingness to exile her for the crime of being born different. Rydian was probably right. Then what do? She asked. We prepare for war. He moved back to the map table. But we do it intelligently. If our allies won't help, we use tactics that don't require superior numbers. Guerrilla warfare, targeted strikes, defensive positions that multiply our effectiveness. You're talking about a long campaign, Ciro observed. Months, maybe years of conflict, if that's what it takes. Rydian's expression was grim. Shadowmere didn't become what it is by taking the easy path. We survived because we were willing to do what others wouldn't. This will be the same. He looked at the Lyra. And you're going to help. Your knowledge of Crimson Fong territory, their patrol patterns, their weaknesses, that's valuable intelligence. I need you to tell me everything you know about their defenses.
So she did.
For the next 3 hours, the Lyra pored over maps with Rydian and his senior wolves, marking locations, describing routines, and identifying vulnerabilities. She knew more than she'd realized, years of living in Crimson Fong translating into actionable intelligence. Their eastern supply route is poorly guarded, she said, pointing to a trade road on the map. Only 2 wolves patrol it, and they're predictable. Same rotation every 4 days. We could disrupt their supplies, Eldrick said thoughtfully. Force them to divert resources to protect their logistics. And their main camp has a blind spot here, the Lyra continued, indicating a rocky outcropping. Dense trees, difficult terrain. Scouts avoid it because it's hard to navigate. But that means it's unwatched. Varia leaned forward, her green eyes sharp. Perfect for infiltration. Small team, hit and fade tactics. The planning continued deep into the night. Gradually, a strategy emerged. Not a single decisive battle, but a campaign of attrition. Disrupt supply lines, harass patrols, make holding Crimson Fawn's expanded position more costly than it was worth. It's risky, Rydian acknowledged. This kind of warfare requires patience, precision, and wolves willing to operate in small teams deep in enemy territory. I'll lead the infiltration teams, Various said immediately. And I'll coordinate supply disruption, Eldrick added. Other wolves volunteered for specific roles, and the Lyra watched in amazement as the pack mobilized. These wolves weren't just following orders. They were committing, fully and completely, to a conflict that existed because their alpha refused to abandon principles. It was terrifying and inspiring in equal measure. What about me? She asked when assignments were being finalized. Where do I fit in this? Rydian studied her for a long moment. You're our intelligence asset. You know Crimson Fawn better than anyone here. I need you analyzing their movements, predicting their strategies, and identifying opportunities we can exploit. From the keep, while everyone else risks their lives. From wherever your skills are most useful, which right now is strategic analysis. His expression softened slightly. I know you want to prove yourself in the field, the Lyra. But the field isn't where your value lies. Your value is up here. He tapped his temple, in that analytical mind that spots patterns others miss. It feels like hiding. It feels like using resources efficiently. Varia's voice was firm. Every wolf has a role, the Lyra. Not all of them involve frontline combat. And honestly, your inability to heal makes you a liability in direct confrontation. But in strategic analysis, that disability doesn't matter. Your mind works regardless of whether your body can heal. It made sense. The Lyra knew it made sense. But part of her still wanted to be out there, proving she wasn't fragile, showing she could fight alongside the wolves who were defending her right to exist. I understand, she said finally. I'll do whatever helps most.
Good.
Rydian began rolling up the maps. Everyone get some rest. We implement Phase 1 at dawn. Varia, your team hits the eastern supply route. Eldrick, you fortify the southern defenses. I'm taking a small group to meet with the Northern Territories Alpha personally. Maybe I can salvage that alliance if I remind him what it means to honor his word. The wolves dispersed, leaving the Lyra alone with Rydian once more. You're leaving the keep? She asked, trying to keep the worry from her voice. Just for a day, maybe two. Varia will be in command while I'm gone. He paused at the door. Will you be all right? I survived 3 days alone with a fatal wound. I think I can handle 2 days in a fortified keep. His smile was slight. Fair point. But the Lyra, if anything happens while I'm gone, if Crimson Fawn attacks, you go to the safe room. Don't try to fight. Don't try to help defend. Just survive. Understood? You're asking me to hide while others die, protecting me. I'm asking you to stay alive, so this war has meaning. His frost-colored eyes were intense. If you die, if Merrick succeeds in killing you, then everything we're fighting for becomes pointless. Your survival is the whole point. No pressure then. You've survived worse pressure. He moved closer, and for a moment, the Lyra thought he might touch her, might offer some gesture of comfort or reassurance. Instead, he just looked at her with an expression she couldn't quite read. I'll be back soon. Try not to solve the entire war without me. Then he was gone, and the Lyra was left alone in the war room with maps and markers and the weight of impossible responsibility. She was back now. She belonged. But belonging came with costs she was only beginning to understand. The next morning, the Lyra woke to the sounds of the keep mobilizing for war. Wolves moved through corridors with purpose. Weapons were distributed, supplies organized. The peaceful fortress she'd arrived at 3 weeks ago had transformed into a military installation preparing for conflict. She made her way to the war room, finding it already occupied by 3 wolves she didn't recognize. They looked up as she entered, their expressions ranging from curious to hostile. You're the broken one, the largest male said. Not a question. An accusation. I'm the Lyra, she corrected, moving to the map table. And you are. Wondering why we're going to war over a wolf who can't even heal. He crossed his arms. I'm Darius. This is my sister Sorrel, and that's Fenric. We're from the western outpost, called back for defense. Nice to meet you. The Lyra kept her voice neutral, though her stomach churned with anxiety. I'm supposed to be analyzing Crimson Fong movements. Have there been any reports this morning? Why would we tell you? Sorrel's voice was cold. For all we know, you're feeding information back to your real pack, using us to weaken both sides so Crimson Fong can sweep in and claim victory. That's ridiculous. I was exiled from. So you claim. Darius moved closer, deliberately intimidating. But we only have your word for that. And your word isn't worth much to wolves who are about to die defending your right to hide in our keep. This was exactly what the Lyra had feared. That despite passing tests, despite providing intelligence, despite everything, some wolves would never see past what she was. Broken. Omega. Outsider. If you have concerns about my loyalty, she said carefully, take them to Varia or Iridian. But right now, I have a job to do. So, either help me do it or get out of my way. Or what? Fenric challenged. You'll fight us? We've seen your combat scores. You couldn't fight a sick pup. He wasn't wrong. But the Lyra had learned something during her weeks in Shadowmere. Physical strength wasn't the only kind of power. You're right, she said calmly. I can't fight you. But I can go to Varia and report that 3 wolves are interfering with strategic analysis during wartime preparations. I can mention that you're questioning pack loyalty, without evidence. And I can watch while she decides whether you're more valuable in the field or in the dungeons for insubordination.
It was a bluff. Probably.
But something in her voice must have been convincing, because all 3 wolves hesitated. Fine, Darius said finally, stepping back. But we're watching you. One hint of betrayal, and we'll deal with you ourselves. Iridian's protection won't save you from wolves defending their pack. They left, and the Lyra sank into a chair, her hands shaking. This was going to be harder than she'd thought. Even with Iridian's backing, even with her intelligence contributions, she was going to face suspicion and hostility at every turn. She was still trying to steady herself when Ciro entered, carrying a tray of food and his usual gentle expression. I heard you had visitors, the healer said, setting the tray beside her. The outpost wolves aren't known for their diplomacy. They think I'm a spy. They think everyone's a spy. It's not personal. He settled into a chair across from her. Give them time. Once they see you actually working, actually contributing, they'll come around. Most wolves in Shadowmere were outsiders once. They remember what it's like to be doubted. Did you face this kind of suspicion when you first arrived?
Worse.
I was a healer from a hostile pack, arriving with broken hands and trauma. Half the wolves thought I was useless. The other half thought I'd poison them in their sleep. His smile was wry. But I proved myself through actions, not words. Treated their injuries, saved their lives, showed up every day, and did the work. Eventually, they stopped seeing me as the traumatized outsider and started seeing me as their healer. How long did that take? About 6 months. He met her eyes. I'm not saying it'll be easy, the Lyra. But you've already made more progress in 3 weeks than I did in 3 months. You brought back intelligence, passed field tests, survived situations that should have killed you. That counts for something. A commotion outside the door interrupted them. Raised voices, the sound of running feet. Ciro was up instantly, moving to investigate. Varia burst in moments later, her face grim. Crimson Fong is moving, she said without preamble. Scouts report a force of 40 wolves heading toward our southern border. Not their full army, but enough to probe our defenses. Already. The Lyra stood, her heart racing. They weren't supposed to move for another 4 days. They accelerated their timeline. Probably because they know Iridian left the keep this morning. Varia moved to the map table, marking positions rapidly. I'm taking 30 wolves to intercept. That leaves 40 to defend the keep if this is a diversion. What do you need from me? The Lyra asked. Stay here. Coordinate information if scouts report in. And if Crimson Fong breaks through our lines, get to the safe room. Varia's green eyes were hard. I mean it, Thalira. You are not expendable, regardless of what those outpost idiots said. Your survival matters. Don't waste it trying to be heroic. Then she was gone, taking warriors with her, leaving them feeling suddenly very empty and very vulnerable. Thalira returned to the maps, her hands shaking as she tracked the reported positions. 40 wolves was a significant force, but not overwhelming. Either Crimson Fong was testing Shadowmere's defenses, or this was a diversion while the main force attacked elsewhere. She studied the maps, looking for patterns, for likely strategies. If she were Merrick, what would she do? Test the defenses at the southern border, draw warriors away from the keep, then strike at a secondary location while defenses were depleted.
But where?
Her eyes found the Easter approach, the one she'd used during her tracking test. The one with the boulder outcropping and the twin streams. The approach that Crimson Fong scouts had discovered when they'd chased her. Horror crashed over her. It's a diversion, she whispered to the empty room. The southern attack is a diversion. She ran for the door, shouting for the guards, trying to warn them that the real attack was coming from the east. But she was already too late. The first explosion rocked the keep's eastern wall, and Thalira knew with terrible certainty that the war had truly begun. And Rydian was still a day's journey away. Chapter 6. Chaos erupted through the keep. The explosion had blown a hole in the eastern wall, not large enough for a full breach, but enough to create panic and confusion. Wolves scrambled to defensive positions, shouting orders, grabbing weapons. Thalira pressed herself against a corridor wall as warriors rushed past, her mind racing. Crimson Fong had planned this perfectly. Draw the majority of fighters south with Varia, then strike the weakened eastern defenses. By the time reinforcements arrived, they could have infiltrated the keep, seized critical positions, maybe even capture her. She needed to get to the safe room like Rydian had ordered. But first, she needed to warn someone about the southern diversion, needed to make sure Varia knew she was rushing into a trap. Thalira ran for the communications tower, the highest point in the keep where signal fires could be lit to recall scattered forces. The stairs seemed endless, her damaged shoulder protesting every step, but she pushed through the pain. She burst onto the tower platform to find it already occupied. Darius stood at the signal brazier, his hand on the unlit wood, his expression conflicted. Behind him, Sorrel and Fenric blocked the doorway. "Don't," Darius said as Thalira moved toward the brazier. "Don't light that signal. Are you insane? Varia needs to know the southern attack is a diversion. We need those warriors back here now. And leave our southern border completely exposed? Let Crimson Fong waltz in unopposed." He shook his head.
No. We hold the keep with what we have.
Various force stays where they are. Understanding crashed over her. You think I'm leading Crimson Fong to victory? That I'm trying to manipulate our defenses? I think it's awfully convenient that you discovered the eastern approach, that you led enemy scouts directly to it, and now that exact location is under attack. Sorrel's voice was cold. Either you're catastrophically unlucky, or you're exactly the spy we suspected. I'm not. Thalira stopped, forcing herself to think past the panic. Arguing wouldn't convince them. She needed proof, needed something that would make them see reason. Another explosion rocked the keep, closer this time. Shouts echoed from below, the sounds of combat beginning. "Listen to me," Thalira said, keeping her voice steady despite her racing heart. "If I were a spy, why would I have run from those scouts? Why not just let them capture me, bring me back to Crimson Fong peacefully? Why risk getting caught in a war I supposedly orchestrated? Maybe you panicked. Maybe you're not as good a spy as Crimson Fong thinks." Fenric's hand went to his blade. "Either way, you're not lighting that signal. And you're coming with us to the dungeons until this is sorted. We don't have time for this." Thalira's frustration boiled over. Every minute we waste arguing is a minute Crimson Fong uses to dig deeper into our defenses. Light the damn signal or get out of my way. She lunged for the brazier. Darius caught her, his grip iron-strong, and suddenly she was being dragged toward the stairs, away from the signal that could save Shadowmere's defenses. "Let me go." She struggled, but 3 trained wolves against 1 injured Omega was no contest. They had her halfway down the stairs when a new voice cut through the chaos. "Release her."
Now.
Eldrick stood at the base of the stairs, his scarred face set in grim lines. Behind him, 5 warriors blocked the corridor with weapons drawn. "Sir, we have evidence she's working with Crimson Fong," Darius said, though his grip on the lyra loosened slightly. "She's trying to manipulate our defenses. She's trying to recall our forces from a diversionary attack, which is exactly what our intelligence analysts should be doing." Eldrick's voice was hard. "You 3 have approximately 5 seconds to release her and get to your defensive positions before I have you arrested for insubordination during wartime." They let go. The lyra stumbled forward, and Eldrick steadied her with surprising gentleness. "Light the signal," he ordered one of his warriors. "Full recall. Varia needs to know the southern attack is a feint." The warrior rushed up the stairs. Moments later, smoke began rising from the tower, the prearranged signal that would bring Shadowmere's forces racing back to the keep. "Thank you," the lyra gasped, rubbing her arms where Darius had gripped her. "Don't thank me yet. We still have to survive until reinforcements arrive." Eldrick was already moving toward the eastern wall. "Come with me. I need your eyes on the breach, need you to identify who we're facing and how many." They ran through corridors filled with smoke and confusion. Wolves rushed past carrying wounded, shouting updates, trying to organize a coherent defense against an enemy that had struck with surgical precision. The eastern wall was a war zone. Crimson Fong warriors poured through the breach, clashing with Shadowmere defenders in brutal close combat. The lyra pressed against a stone pillar, scanning the attacking force with analytical detachment. 20 wolves, she reported to Eldrick. "No, 25. Led by." Her blood ran cold. "By my father." There, at the center of the Crimson Fong formation, was Alpha Theron, her father. The wolf who'd watched her exile without protest, who'd chosen his perfect shifting daughters over his broken oldest child, who'd taught her that love was conditional on being valuable. He saw her. Their eyes met across the chaos of battle, and something flickered in his expression. Surprise, maybe. Or calculation. "The lyra," he called out, his voice carrying over the sounds of combat. "Stand down. Come with us peacefully. Alpha Merrick will show mercy if you surrender now." "Don't answer him," Eldrick said quietly. "It's a psychological tactic." But the lyra's mind was already racing. Why was her father here? Why would Merrick send him specifically to lead this assault unless— "It's not about capturing the keep," she said suddenly. "It's about capturing me. Specifically me. That's why they sent my father. They're betting I'll surrender to my family rather than watch wolves die." Eldrick's expression darkened. "Will you?" She thought about the wolves fighting to defend her right to exist. Thought about Rydian, who'd carried her bleeding through enemy territory and given her a home. Thought about Ciro and Varia, and even the suspicious outpost wolves who'd still followed orders when it mattered. Not a chance. Her father's expression hardened as her silence stretched. "You've always been stubborn, the lyra. Always choosing the difficult path. But this time, your stubbornness will cost lives. Is your pride worth wolves dying? Is it your ambition?" she shouted back. "You're attacking Shadowmere because Merrick wants territory. Don't pretend this is about me. I'm just a convenient justification for a war you wanted anyway." Something that might have been respected crossed Theron's face. Then he signaled to his wolves, and the attack intensified. Eldrick pulled the lyra back as the fighting grew more brutal. "Get to the safe room," he ordered. "This is about to get worse. I can help. I know their tactics there. You can help by staying alive. That's your job right now." He pushed her toward a corridor leading deeper into the keep. "Go." "That's an order." The lyra ran, hating every step that took her away from the battle, away from the wolves fighting for her. The safe room door loomed ahead, that iron barrier that promised protection and isolation. She was reaching for it when she heard screaming from a nearby corridor. Not the sounds of combat. The sounds of terror. Against every instinct of self-preservation, against Rydian's orders and Eldric's command, the Lyra turned toward the screaming. She found them in a storage room. 3 wolf pups, no older than 6 or 7, huddled in a corner while smoke from the explosions filled the corridor outside. Their caretaker lay unconscious nearby, a head wound bleeding freely. The pups saw her and cried out in relief. "Help us. We can't find the way out." The Lyra's mind raced. The smoke was getting thicker, which meant fire somewhere nearby. The pup's caretaker was injured and couldn't guide them. And she had no idea if the route back to the main keep was even passable. She should leave them. Should get to the safe room, preserve her own life, like everyone kept ordering. The pups could heal from smoke inhalation. She couldn't. Every second in the smoke damaged lungs that wouldn't regenerate. But they were children. Terrified children who'd done nothing wrong except be born into a pack under attack. "Come here," she said, kneeling down. "All of you, stay close to me. We're getting out of this." She ripped fabric from her tunic, soaking it in water from a storage barrel and tying pieces around the pups' faces as makeshift filters. Then she did the same for herself, lifted the unconscious caretaker as much as she could manage with her damaged shoulder, and started moving. The smoke was brutal, burning her throat and eyes. But the Lyra had studied the keep's layout obsessively during her weeks here, had memorized every corridor and exit. She navigated by memory and touch, one hand on the wall, the other guiding the pups. "Stay together," she gasped through the cloth. "Don't let go of each other." They emerged into clearer air 10 minutes later, coughing and gasping. Wolves rushed to help, taking the injured caretaker, checking the pups for injuries. One of them looked at the Lyra with wide, grateful eyes. "You saved us," the pup said. "Even though you can't heal, you still saved us." The Lyra wanted to say something profound, something meaningful. Instead, she just coughed and said, "That's what Pac does." Then Ciro was there, examining her with frantic efficiency. "Your lungs took in too much smoke. You need treatment." Later. "What's happening with the battle?" "Various force is returning. They'll be here within the hour." He guided her toward the infirmary. But Crimson Fong knows that. They're pressing hard, trying to achieve their objective before reinforcements arrive. "Their objective is me."
"Yes."
"Which is why you need to get to the safe room immediately." "I can't. Not while..." Another explosion cut her off, this one from the western wall. Ciro's expression went grim. "They're attacking multiple points now, trying to overwhelm our defenses before Varia returns." Wolves ran past, shouting updates. The western wall was breached. Crimson Fong forces were pushing into the keep. Eldric was calling for a fighting retreat to the inner stronghold. "How many defenders do we have left?" the Lyra asked. "Maybe 20 are still combat effective. Against 50 Crimson Fong warriors who are already inside our walls." Ciro's voice was steady, but she could see fear underneath. "We're not going to hold them off for an hour, the Lyra. We'll be lucky to hold them off for 20 minutes. Then we don't hold them off. We slow them down." Her mind was already working through possibilities. The keep has choke points, defensible positions, places where numbers don't matter as much. If we can force them to fight in confined spaces. You're thinking tactically.
Good.
But you're also supposed to be in the safe room. Ciro started pulling her toward the lower levels.
"Come on."
"I'm locking you in personally." They made it halfway there before running into Crimson Fong warriors. 5 of them, moving through the corridors with lethal purpose. They saw the Lyra and their expressions shifted from professional to predatory. "There she is," one of them said. "The broken prize. Alpha Merrick will reward us well for bringing her in alive." Ciro stepped in front of her, his hands going to the blade at his hip. "She's under Shadow Mirror protection. You'll have to go through me to take her." "That can be arranged." The fight was brutal and short. Ciro was a healer, not a warrior, but he fought with desperate courage, managing to wound 2 of the attackers before being overwhelmed. He went down hard, blood streaming from a gash across his ribs. "Run," he gasped at the Lyra. "Get to the safe room." She ran. The Crimson Fong warriors pursued, and the Lyra used every trick she'd learned during her weeks of training. She led them through the most confusing corridors, doubled back, used narrow passages they had to navigate single file, through everything she could find to slow them down. But she was injured, exhausted, and her lungs burned from the smoke she'd inhaled. They were gaining. She burst into the war room, looking for anything she could use as a weapon, and found Darius already there, defending against 3 other Crimson Fong wolves. Their eyes met. For one frozen moment, she saw the calculation in his expression. He could let them take her, could step aside and save himself, could prove she was the liability he'd always believed. Instead, he moved to stand beside her. "For what it's worth," he said, raising his blade, "I was wrong about you. You're not a spy. You're just catastrophically unlucky." "Story of my life," the Lyra muttered, grabbing a ceremonial sword from the wall display. She had no idea how to use it properly, but it was better than nothing. The Crimson Fong warriors hesitated, clearly not expecting combined resistance. Then they attacked. The Lyra fought with pure desperation, no skill, just survival instinct. She'd never win through strength, so she fought dirty. Threw maps in faces, used furniture as obstacles, went for eyes and throats and any vulnerable target she could reach. Darius fought beside her, his movements efficient and brutal. Together, they managed to hold the war room entrance, turning the doorway into a choke point that prevented the attackers from using their numbers. But there were too many, and they kept coming. The Lyra felt a blade slice across her arm, felt blood, her own, precious, non-healing blood, soaking into her sleeve. She stumbled, and a Crimson Fong warrior lunged for her. Then the keep's alarm bells rang out. Not the attack warning. The recall signal. Varia had returned. The Crimson Fong warriors hesitated, exchanging glances. Their window was closing. If they didn't capture the Lyra and escape now, they'd be trapped inside the keep when Shadowmere's full force arrived. "Fall back," someone shouted from the corridor. "We're out of time." Fall back. The warriors retreated, running for the breaches they'd created. Within minutes, the sounds of combat shifted from inside the keep to outside as various force engaged the retreating Crimson Fong wolves. The Lyra collapsed against the wall, her arm bleeding freely, her lungs burning, every muscle screaming exhaustion. Darius sank down beside her, breathing hard. "You fight like a cornered rat," he observed. "You say that like it's a bad thing. It's not. Cornered rats survive." He looked at her with grudging respect. "I was wrong about you. You're not a spy or a liability. You're just determined to prove everyone wrong, even if it kills you. Especially if it kills me. Can't let them win posthumously." He laughed, a sound that was half exhaustion, half genuine amusement. "You're insane. But you're Shadowmere. I'll give you that." Varia found them minutes later, her face spattered with blood, her expression fierce. "You're alive." "Disappointed?" the Lyra asked weakly. "Relieved." "Furious that you didn't get to the safe room like ordered, but relieved." The captain looked around the war room, taking in the defensive stand they'd made. "Report." Darius explained the assault, the diversionary tactics, the rescue of the pups. Varia's expression grew progressively grimmer as she listened. "Crimson Fong is retreating," she said when he finished. "But this was just a probing attack. They wanted to test our defenses, maybe snatch the Lyra if the opportunity presented. Now they know our vulnerabilities." "How many casualties?" the Lyra asked quietly. 7 were seriously injured. 3 dead. Varia's voice was flat, professional, but the Lyra could hear the pain underneath. "Zero is treating the wounded. The dead are being prepared for rites." 3 wolves died. Because Crimson Fong wanted her. Because she'd crossed into Shadowmere territory seeking sanctuary. The weight of it threatened to crush her. "Don't," Varia said, seeing her expression. "Don't take responsibility for choices Crimson Fong made. They attacked us. They chose violence. Their casualties are their own fault. But they attacked because I'm here. They attacked because they want our territory and your convenient justification." The captain's voice was firm. If it wasn't you, it would be something else. Border dispute, trade disagreement, manufactured insult. Wolves like Merrick always find excuses for wars they want anyway. It was the same thing Rydian had said. But hearing it now, with 3 dead wolves and a keep damaged by explosions, it felt like hollow comfort. When will Rydian return? The Lyra asked. Tomorrow morning if he travels through the night, which he will once he gets word of the attack. Varia helped the Lyra to her feet. Come on. Let's get that arm treated before you bleed all over the war room. The infirmary was chaotic. Ciro moved between patients with professional efficiency despite his own injuries, directing his assistants, treating the worst wounds first. He looked up as the Lyra entered, and relief flashed across his face. You're alive. Good.
Sit.
Let me see that arm. While he worked on her wound, stitching carefully, knowing it would heal slowly if at all, the Lyra watched the organized chaos around her. Wolves helping each other, supporting each other, working together despite injuries and exhaustion. This was what Shadowmere was. What Rydian had built. A pack that protected its own, that valued every member, that refused to abandon wolves even when abandoning them would be easier. Ciro, she said quietly as he finished the stitching. Thank you. For fighting those warriors. For defending me when you didn't have to. I did have to. You're packed. He said it simply, like it was obvious. Besides, you saved those pups when you should have been in the safe room. Fair's fair. I couldn't leave them. I know. That's exactly why you belong here. He smiled, tired but genuine. Now, get some rest. Tomorrow's going to be complicated when Rydian returns and finds out you ignored his orders, rescued children, fought off attackers, and generally caused chaos. Will he be angry? Furious. And proud. And probably confused about which emotion should win. Ciro's expression grew serious. But mostly, he'll be relieved you're alive. That's what matters to him. Your survival. The Lyra left the infirmary and wandered to the eastern balcony, the one overlooking the territory. Dawn was breaking, painting everything in shades of gold and crimson. Below, she could see wolves repairing the damaged walls, treating the wounded, preparing for whatever came next. 3 wolves had died today. More would die before this war ended. All because an alpha refused to abandon a broken omega who couldn't heal. It should have made her feel guilty. Should have made her want to leave, to remove herself and the justification for conflict. Instead, it made her angry. Angry at Crimson Fong for choosing violence. Angry at her father for leading the attack. Angry at a world that measured worth in healing ability and pack status rather than character and courage. But mostly, angry at herself for ever believing she was worthless. She'd saved 3 pups today. Had fought alongside Darius despite being wounded and exhausted. Had provided intelligence that recalled various force in time to prevent total disaster. That wasn't worthless. That was valuable in ways that had nothing to do with healing. Quite a view. The Lyra turned to find Various standing in the doorway, her expression unreadable. I expected you to be organizing defenses, the Lyra said. I am. Part of organizing defenses is checking on assets that might do something stupid like throw themselves off balconies out of misplaced guilt. The captain moved to stand beside her. You're blaming yourself for the casualties. Shouldn't I? Only if you also take credit for the lives you saved. The pups who didn't suffocate. The keep that wasn't overrun because you correctly identified the diversionary tactic. The intelligence you provided will help us defend against future attacks. Varia's voice was firm. You don't get to cherry-pick responsibility, the Lyra. Either you accept all of it, the good and the bad, or none of it. That's not how guilt works.
No.
But it's how command works. And whether you realize it or not, you made command decisions today. You chose to save the pups instead of securing yourself. You chose to provide intelligence instead of hiding. You chose to fight alongside Darius instead of surrendering. She paused. Those were good decisions. Don't poison them with guilt over outcomes you couldn't control. They stood in silence, watching the sun rise over damaged walls and a territory preparing for war. Rydian's going to be furious with me, the Lyra said finally. Oh, absolutely. But he'll also promote you to official strategic advisor, probably give you some ridiculous title, and generally make it clear you're valuable regardless of whether you can follow simple orders like stay in the safe room. Varia's smile was slight. Welcome to leadership, the Lyra. It's complicated and terrible, and you'll hate it. Can't wait. The captain left, and the Lyra remained on the balcony, watching her pack, prepare for whatever came next. Tomorrow, Rydian will return. Tomorrow, they'd plan their next moves, strengthen defenses, prepare for the war that was no longer theoretical, but brutally real. Tomorrow, everything will change again. But tonight, the Lyra allowed herself one moment of quiet satisfaction. She'd survived. She'd contributed. She'd proven, if only to herself, that broken didn't mean worthless. And somehow that was enough. Chapter 7. Rydian returned at dawn, moving through the damaged keep like a storm given form. The Lyra heard him before she saw him, his voice carrying through the corridors as he demanded status reports, assessed damage, checked on wounded wolves. She'd been awake all night helping Ciro in the infirmary, unable to sleep with the weight of 3 dead wolves pressing on her conscience. When he finally appeared in the medical wing, his frost-colored eyes found her immediately. My office, he said. Not a request.
Now.
The Lyra followed him through corridors still smelling of smoke and blood, very aware of the tension radiating from him. Warriors stepped aside as he passed, their expressions ranging from respectful to wary. The Winter King had returned, and he was not pleased. His office was in the highest tower, a circular room with windows overlooking the entire territory. He closed the door behind them and turned to face her, his expression carved from ice. You disobeyed a direct order. I saved 3 pups who would have died from smoke inhalation. You were supposed to be in the safe room. Protected. Secured. Not running through burning corridors rescuing children. His voice was cold, controlled, but she could hear fury underneath. I gave you one job, the Lyra. Stay alive. And you couldn't even manage that. I'm alive. By luck, not planning. Various report says you engaged enemy warriors in the war room. That you fought alongside Darius despite having no combat training and a shoulder that's barely healed. He moved closer, and his eyes were fierce. You could have died. Should have died, statistically. And for what? To prove you're not fragile? To prove I'm a pack. The words burst out of her, sharp with emotion. To prove that I'm not just some broken thing you're protecting for symbolic reasons. That I have value beyond being your political statement about reformed pack structures. You think that's what you are to me? A political statement. Aren't I? She met his gaze directly. You said it yourself when you brought me here. That my presence proves your reforms work. That keeping me safe justifies everything you're building. I'm symbolic of whether I want to be or not. Rydian stared at her for a long moment. Then he moved to the window, his back to her, shoulders tense. When I was 10 years old, he said quietly, my father threw an omega into the arena with a starving bear. Made the entire pack watch as entertainment. She lasted 6 minutes before the bear killed her. His voice was flat, emotionless. I asked him why. Why torture someone for amusement? He said it was a lesson about weakness. That wolves who couldn't defend themselves didn't deserve to live. He turned back to face her, and there was something raw in his expression. I swore that day that if I ever had power, I would never let that happen again. That every wolf under my protection would be valued, would be safe, regardless of how weak or broken they were. So I am symbolic. A way to heal your childhood trauma. He stopped, seeming to struggle with words.
Yes.
You're symbolic. But you're also the Lyra. The wolf who saved my inner pack during a blizzard. Who passed every test I threw at you. Who rescued pups when she should have been saving herself. Who fights with cornered rat desperation because giving up isn't in her vocabulary. He moved closer. You're both things. And I need you to understand that both things matter to me. Then stop treating me like I'm made of glass, she said quietly. Stop ordering me to hide while others fight. Stop acting like my survival is the only thing that matters. It is the only thing that matters. The admission hung between them, too honest, too raw. Why? The Lyra's throat was tight. Why does my survival matter so much to you? Rydian looked at her with an expression that made her breath catch. Because every wolf I lose is a failure. Every death is proof that I'm not strong enough, smart enough, good enough to protect the pack I built. His voice roughened. But losing you would be different. Would mean something worse than failure. What would it mean? That I'm exactly like my father. He said it so quietly she almost missed it. Taking a broken thing, claiming to protect it, and then letting it die anyway because my pride was more important than its survival. Understanding crashed over her. This wasn't about her specifically. It was about what she represented. Every abandoned Omega, every tortured wolf, every victim of alphas who valued power over compassion. She was his chance at redemption for crimes he'd never committed. I'm not that Omega in the arena, she said gently. And you're not your father. Prove it. Stay alive. Follow orders designed to keep you safe. Stop taking risks that could. He stopped, his jaw tightening. Just stop making me terrified that I'm going to find your body in some corridor because you decided being heroic was more important than being careful. I can't promise that. Not if being careful means abandoning wolves who need help. Then promise me you'll try. That you'll at least consider your own survival before throwing yourself into danger. His frost-colored eyes were intense. I can't lose you, the Lyra. I can't watch another wolf die, because I wasn't strong enough to protect them. Especially not you. The vulnerability in his voice made something crack open in her chest. She'd spent weeks seeing him as the Winter King, the brutal alpha, the wolf who'd killed his own father. She'd never considered that underneath all that ice was someone just as broken as she was, just as desperate to prove his worth. I'll try, she said finally. I'll try to be more careful. But I need you to understand something too.
What?
You brought me here because you saw value in a broken Omega. But you can't protect me from every danger and also expect me to be valuable. At some point, you have to trust that I can contribute without you shielding me from every risk. That's not trust. That's negligence.
No.
That's partnership. She moved closer. You said you wanted wolves who could think for themselves, who could make decisions, who had agency. But you can't have that and also control every choice I make. You have to pick one. Rydian studied her for a long moment. Then, surprisingly, he smiled. It was slight, tiring, but genuine. You're going to drive me insane, aren't you? Probably. But you'll survive it. Will I? He reached out, his fingers brushing her bandaged arm. Ciro says you had multiple injuries yesterday. Blade wound, smoke inhalation, bruises from combat. None of it heals normally. I'm aware. I was there. And you're still standing here arguing with me instead of resting. His expression softened slightly. That's either courage or stupidity, and I haven't decided which. Can it be both? With you? Definitely both. He moved back to his desk, the moment of vulnerability passing. Varia gave me her full report. You correctly identified the diversionary tactic. Saved 3 pups. Fought alongside Darius and convinced him you're not a spy. Provided valuable intelligence throughout the crisis. He paused. That's good work, the Lyra. Better than I expected. High praise. I'm serious. You proved your value in ways that have nothing to do with combatability or healing. The Council can't argue against results like that. Will they try? Undoubtedly. But they'll lose. He pulled out maps, spreading them across his desk. We need to discuss what happens next. Crimson Fong tested our defenses and found weaknesses. They'll attack again, probably with greater force. The Lyra moved to study the maps, noting the marked breach points and defensive positions. How many wolves can Merrick actually field? Reports vary. Somewhere between 80 and 100. We have 70 fighters, 40 of whom are combat-ready after yesterday's attack. His expression was grim. The math isn't favorable. What about your allies? Did the Northern Territories respond? Alpha Cassius agreed to honor the defense pact, with conditions. What conditions? that I prove Crimson Fawn's aggression is unprovoked. That this isn't a manufactured conflict over an Omega who rightfully belongs to another pack. Rydian's voice went hard. He wants evidence that you're genuinely seeking sanctuary and not a stolen asset. I'm not an asset. I'm a person. You are. But old wolves cling to old laws, and ownership claims are surprisingly difficult to disprove when the claimant is aggressive enough. He looked at her. Cassius wants to speak with you directly. Assess whether you're being coerced into staying with Shadowmere. When? He's arriving tomorrow with a delegation. Neutral ground meeting to discuss the conflict and determine whether the Northern Territories will intervene. Rydian's jaw tightened. This is politics at its worst, Thalira. You'll be evaluated, questioned, probably insulted. They'll try to determine if you're worth defending or if handing you over to Crimson Fawn would be the expedient solution. No pressure then. None whatsoever. His slight smile was grim. But I need you prepared. Cassius is old school. He believes in pack hierarchy, alpha authority, and traditional structures. He won't understand why you'd choose Shadowmere over returning to your birth pack. Because my birth pack exiled me for being born wrong. Which he'll see as their right under traditional law. Broken wolves drain pack resources. Exiling them is efficient. Rydian moved closer, his expression intense. You'll need to convince him that sanctuary law supersedes pack ownership. That you have autonomy over your own fate. That Shadowmere's protection isn't coercion, but genuine choice. And if I can't convince him, then the Northern Territories stay neutral. Crimson Fawn invades with overwhelming force and we lose. He said it flatly, without sugarcoating. Your testimony matters, Thalira. Possibly more than any battle we could fight. The weight of it settled over her shoulders like physical pressure. Tomorrow, she'd face an alpha who held the power to condemn Shadowmere to defeat or provide the support they needed to survive. And everything depended on her ability to prove she was worth defending. What do I need to know about Cassius? She asked. He's 200 years old, traditional to his core, and believes alphas know best about everything. He'll test you, try to find inconsistencies in your story, look for any evidence that you're being manipulated or coerced. Rydian's voice was careful. And he'll ask about us. About our relationship. About whether I'm protecting you out of principle or something else. What would something else be? Attraction. Possession. The desire to claim you for myself rather than genuine belief in your autonomy. He met her eyes. Politics is complicated, Thalira. And when an alpha defends a single omega against an entire pack, people assume there are personal motivations involved. Are there? The question hung between them, too honest, too direct. Rydian was quiet for a long moment. Would it matter if there were? I don't know. Would it? You're packed. That's what matters. Everything else is... He stopped, seeming to reconsider. Cassius will try to suggest that your presence here is based on manipulation. That I'm using alpha authority to coerce your loyalty. You'll need to be very clear that you're choosing to stay of your own free will. I am choosing to stay. This is where I belong. Then make sure Cassius believes that. Because if he thinks you're being coerced, he'll withdraw support and will be facing Crimson Fawn alone. A knock interrupted them. Varia entered, her expression serious. Alpha. We have a problem. What now? Messenger from Crimson Fawn. Alpha Merrick is requesting a parley. He wants to meet with you tomorrow at the border to discuss terms. Rydian's expression went cold. Terms of what? He didn't specify. But the messenger made it clear that refusing the parley would be seen as an act of aggression. Varia's jaw tightened. It's a trap. Has to be. Probably. But I can't refuse without giving Merrick exactly what he wants. Justification for escalation. He looked at Thalira. Your father will likely be there. Are you prepared to face him? I'm not going to a parley with Crimson Fawn. Yes, you are. This concerns you directly. You deserve to be present for any negotiations about your fate.
His voice was firm.
I won't make decisions about your life without your input. Even if it puts me at risk? Especially then. This is your choice, Thalira. I'm not forcing you into anything. If you want to stay in the keep, stay. But if you want to face Merrick and your father, tell them directly that you're choosing Shadowmere. Then you come with me tomorrow. She thought about her father, about the wolf who'd watched her exile without protest. Thought about Merrick, the ambitious alpha using her as justification for war. Thought about facing them both and making it absolutely clear that she wasn't property to be claimed or a pawn to be traded. "I'll come," she said. "I'll face them." Varia looked like she wanted to protest, but Rydian nodded approval.
Good.
The parley is at noon tomorrow at the border markers. Neutral ground, limited attendees, weapons permitted but aggression forbidden under parley law. Merrick doesn't care about parley law, Varia pointed out.
No.
But Cassius does. And he'll have observers present for the meeting between myself and the Northern Territories delegation. If Merrick violates parley protocols, Cassius will see it. Rydian's smile was cold. Let Merrick show his true nature in front of witnesses who matter. It'll make our case stronger. The planning continued for hours. Positions, strategies, contingencies. By the time Varia left to organize security for the parley, the Lyra was exhausted and her wounded arm throbbed painfully. "You should rest," Rydian said, noticing her wince. "Tomorrow will be difficult. So will tonight. I keep seeing the wolves who died yesterday." She rubbed her face tiredly. 3 wolves dead because Crimson Fong wants territory and I'm the excuse they're using. 3 wolves died because Crimson Fong chose violence. Their deaths are irresponsibility. Everyone keeps saying that. It doesn't make it feel true. I know. He moved to stand beside her at the window, and for a moment, they just watched the territory together. After my first real battle as Alpha, I couldn't sleep for a week. Kept seeing the faces of wolves who died under my command. Kept thinking about decisions I could have made differently. What helped?
Time.
And the realization that guilt is just proof you care about the consequences of your choices. The moment you stop feeling guilty for casualties is the moment you've become the kind of alpha who shouldn't lead. He looked at her. Your guilt means you have a conscience. That's valuable, the Lyra. Don't lose it trying to become someone harder. You're very wise for someone who kills people regularly. I prefer experienced in making terrible decisions and living with the consequences. His slight smile faded. Tomorrow will be difficult. Merrick will try to intimidate you. Your father will try to manipulate you. Cassius will try to test you. You'll be evaluated, judged, probably insulted. Looking forward to it already. But you won't be facing them alone. I'll be there. Varia will be there. Your pack, and pack stands together. He paused, seeming to struggle with something. And for what it's worth, I'm proud of what you did yesterday. Saving the pups, fighting alongside Darius, making the hard choices. That's exactly the kind of wolf Shadowmere needs. The praise made something warm bloom in her chest. Thank you. Don't thank me. Just survive tomorrow's parley. And please, for the love of the old gods, try not to do anything catastrophically brave that gets you killed. His frost-colored eyes held hers. I meant what I said earlier. I can't lose you. You won't. Promise me. Promise me. I promise to try very hard not to die at tomorrow's parley. Best I can offer. I suppose it'll have to be enough. He moved toward the door. Get some rest. And the Lyra. Thank you.
For choosing to stay.
For fighting for this pack. For being exactly as stubborn and impossible as I needed you to be. After he left, the Lyra remained by the window, watching dawn light paint the damaged keep in shades of gold and amber. Tomorrow, she'd face her father and the alpha who wanted her dead. Tomorrow, she'd testify before a 200-year-old alpha who would decide Shadowmere's fate. Tomorrow, everything could fall apart. But tonight, she had this moment. This quiet certainty that she was exactly where she belonged, fighting for something that actually mattered. And somehow, that was enough to let her finally sleep. The parley ground was a clearing at the border between Shadowmere and Crimson Fong territories, marked by ancient stones that predated both packs. Neutral ground, sacred under the old laws, where violence was forbidden and agreements held weight. The Lyra stood beside Rydian, very aware of the 15 Shadowmere warriors positioned strategically around the clearing. Across from them, 20 Crimson Fong wolves waited, led by Alpha Merrick himself. He was everything she'd expected and worse. Massive, scarred, with cold eyes that assessed her like property to be appraised. Her father stood at his right hand, his expression carefully neutral. And watching from the northern edge of the clearing, a third group, Alpha Cassius and his delegation from the northern territories, gray-haired and ancient, observing everything with calculating attention. Alpha Ridian, Merrick called out, his voice carrying across the clearing. Thank you for agreeing to this parley. I believe we can resolve this conflict peacefully if we're both reasonable. I'm always reasonable, Ridian replied, his tone neutral. What terms are you proposing? Simple ones. You return my Pax property, the broken Omega you're harboring. I withdraw my forces. The conflict ends. Merrick smiled, sharp and predatory. No more casualties. No more damaged keeps. Just a simple exchange, and we all go home. The Lyra isn't property. She's a wolf under sanctuary law. Sanctuary law applies to wolves seeking refuge from persecution. She was legally exiled for draining pack resources. There's a difference. Marek's eyes found the Lyra, cold and dismissive. Return her, and this ends. Keep her, and I will bring 100 wolves to take your territory by force. You mean you'll use her as justification for a war you wanted anyway? The Lyra said, her voice steady despite her racing heart. Marek's attention sharpened on her. The broken one speaks. How novel. He looked at Ridian. You've trained her well. Does she perform other tricks, or just the talking one? Rage flashed across Ridian's face, but before he could respond, the Lyra stepped forward. I'm not property. I'm not stealing goods. I'm a wolf who sought sanctuary under ancient law, and I choose to stay with Shadowmere. She met Marek's eyes directly. You can threaten war all you want. It won't change the fact that I'm exercising my right to self-determination. Self-determination. Merrick laughed. You're a broken Omega who can't heal. You have no rights beyond what an Alpha grants you. And your Alpha, he gestured to Theron, granted you exile. That's the end of the discussion. Is it? Cassius's ancient voice cut across the clearing. The Northern Territories Alpha moved forward, his gray eyes assessing. Because I'm curious about something, Alpha Merrick. If this Omega is truly just a drain on resources, why do you care so much about retrieving her? Surely letting Shadowmere bear the burden would be advantageous. Marek's expression tightened. It's about principle. She belongs to Crimson Fang. Her exile didn't grant her the right to join enemy packs. Except sanctuary law says otherwise, Cassius observed. Any wolf can seek refuge from persecution. The receiving Alpha has the right to grant or deny sanctuary. Ridian granted it. By ancient law, she's his responsibility now, not yours. She wasn't persecuted. She was exiled for legitimate reasons. Was she? The ancient Alpha turned to Theron. You're her father, yes? Tell me, did your daughter commit any crimes? Break any pack laws? Harm anyone? Theron's jaw tightened.
No.
But she was draining resources that could be better used. So you exiled your own daughter for being born different, for a genetic condition she couldn't control. Cassius's voice went cold. That's not justice. That's persecution. Which means sanctuary law absolutely applies. Hope flared in Thalira's chest. Cassius was defending her. Actually, defending the application of sanctuary law. With respect, Alpha Cassius, Merrick said, his tone careful now, this is an internal matter between Crimson Fang and Shadowmere. The Northern Territories shouldn't involve themselves. I involve myself because you're threatening war over an Omega who legally sought sanctuary. That threatens the stability of all 5 territories. Cassius moved closer to the Lyra, studying her with sharp eyes. Tell me, girl, are you being coerced into staying with Shadowmere? Is Ridian using Alpha authority to manipulate your loyalty? This was it. The question that would determine everything. The Lyra met the ancient Alpha's eyes directly.
No.
I'm choosing to stay because Shadowmere values me for who I am, not what I can do. Because Ridian gave me a home when my own pack decided I was worthless. Because I'd rather die defending wolves who see my worth than live with wolves who only see my weakness. Pretty words. But words are easy when an alpha tells you what to say. Rydian didn't tell me what to say. He told me I could choose whether to even attend this parley. That's not coercion. That's respect for my autonomy.
She paused.
Something I never had in Crimson Fong. Cassius studied her for a long moment. Then he looked at her father. Is this true? Did you give her autonomy over her own choices? Theron's expression was conflicted. She was exiled. That ended our obligation to provide for her needs. That's not what I asked. I asked if you gave her a choice in her own fate. Silence. I see. Cassius turned back to Merrick. Your claim is invalidated. The Omega sought sanctuary legally. Rydian granted it legally. And she's choosing to remain of her own free will. You have no grounds for demanding her return. Then I'll take her by force. And violate every parley law and territorial treaty in existence. The ancient Alpha's voice was dangerous now. Try it, and you'll face not just Shadowmere but the combined forces of the Northern Territories. I don't tolerate wolves who break sacred laws because they're too arrogant to accept when they've lost. Marek's face went red with fury, but he couldn't argue. Breaking parley law in front of witnesses would condemn him in the eyes of every pack. He'd be seen as savage, untrustworthy, exactly the kind of alpha who needed to be contained. This isn't over, he said, his voice tight with rage. Sanctuary law or not, she's still Crimson Fong's by right of birth. And I will reclaim what's mine. Try, Rydian said softly, dangerously. And I'll show you exactly what Shadowmere does to wolves who threaten pack members. You think yesterday's defense was impressive? That caught us by surprise. Come at us prepared, and you'll learn why Shadowmere has never fallen to invaders. The threat hung in the air, absolute and unmistakable. Merrick glared at them for a long moment. Then he turned and stalked away, his wolves following. But before the Crimson Fong contingent disappeared into the forest, Theron paused, looking back at the Lyra. Their eyes met. She saw regret there, maybe, or just calculation about lost opportunities. You were always too stubborn for your own good, he said quietly. I hope Shadowmere survives what your stubbornness cost them. Then he was gone, and the Lyra was left with the weight of her father's words and the certain knowledge that this war was far from over. Cassius approached Rydian, his ancient face thoughtful. The Northern Territories will honor the defense pact. I'll send 50 warriors to reinforce your borders. Thank you, Alpha Cassius. Don't thank me yet. I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing it because Merrick needs to learn that pack law matters more than his ambitions. He looked at the Lyra. You chose well, girl. Shadowmere is a good pack for wolves who don't fit elsewhere. Try not to get yourself killed proving your worth. It would be a waste. After the Northern Territories delegation left, Rydian turned to the Lyra, and his expression was unreadable. You did well, he said quietly. Better than I expected. I just told the truth. The truth is often the hardest thing to say, especially when your father is watching. He paused. Are you all right? I just disowned my birth pack in front of witnesses and committed to a war that might kill us all. I'm fantastic. His slight smile was warm despite the sarcasm. Come on, let's go home. Home. The words settled over her like a blanket, warm and certain. Yes. Shadowmere was home now, and she'd fight to protect it, no matter what came next. Chapter 8. The Northern Territories reinforcements arrived 3 days later, 50 battle-hardened wolves led by a stern female commander named Oriva. She took one look at Shadowmere's damaged walls and scarred defenders, then immediately began drilling them with brutal efficiency. The Lyra watched from the war room balcony as Oriva put Shadowmere warriors through combat exercises that left even experienced fighters gasping. The commander didn't believe in gentle training or gradual improvement. She believed in pushing wolves until they broke, then rebuilding them stronger. She's terrifying, Ciro observed, joining the Lyra at the railing. His ribs were still healing from the attack, bandaged tightly under his healer's robes. She's effective. Look at how they're moving now versus an hour ago. The Lyra pointed to a squad executing a defensive formation. Tighter coordination, faster response times. She's good. Good and terrifying aren't mutually exclusive. He handed her a cup of tea, the steam carrying hints of willow bark and feverfew.
Drink.
You've been analyzing intelligence reports for 6 hours straight. Your eyes need a rest. I can rest when... When what? When the war is over. When Crimson Fong gives up. When you collapse from exhaustion. Ciro's voice was gentle but firm. You're valuable, the Lyra. But you're not invincible. You need to pace yourself. She took the tea, recognizing the truth in his words. The past 3 days had been a blur of activity. Analyzing patrol reports, identifying patterns in Crimson Fong movements, working with Rydian and his senior wolves to develop defensive strategies. Her inability to heal meant she couldn't fight on the front lines, so she'd thrown herself into strategic analysis with single-minded intensity. If she couldn't contribute with strength, she'd contribute with intelligence. Any word from the scouts? Ciro asked. Nothing good. Crimson Fong is mobilizing their full force. 80 wolves confirmed, maybe more. They're gathering at their northern camp, preparing for a major offensive. She set down the tea, her stomach churning. Merrick isn't bluffing. He's actually going to invade. When? Rydian thinks within the week. Maybe sooner if Merrick decides surprise matters more than full preparation. She looked at Ciro. We're going to be outnumbered even with Cassius's reinforcements. But not outmatched. Oriva's troops are elite fighters, and our own wolves know this territory intimately. He paused. We have advantages beyond simple numbers. Do we have enough advantages to win? That depends on whether we're fighting to win or fighting to survive. Different metrics, different strategies. Before the Lyra could respond, Varia appeared in the doorway, her expression urgent. War Council in 10 minutes. Rydian wants everyone present. She looked at the Lyra. That includes you. The war room was crowded when the Lyra arrived. Rydian stood at the head of the table, flanked by Varia and Oriva. Eldrick was there, along with several other senior wolves, and seated near the back, to her surprise, was Darius, now apparently promoted to some kind of advisory position. Thank you all for coming, Rydian began without preamble. We've received intelligence that Crimson Fong will attack in 4 days. Full force, targeting our southern and eastern borders simultaneously. Murmurs rippled through the room. For days wasn't much time to prepare. Oriva has been training our fighters in combined tactics, Rydian continued. We're integrating Northern Territories and Shadowmere forces into unified combat groups. The goal is to leverage our defensive positions and superior coordination to counter their numerical advantage. Defensive fighting only delays the inevitable, one of the senior wolves pointed out. Eventually they'll break through, and then we're fighting in the keep itself. Which is why we're not just defending, Rydian said. His frost-colored eyes were hard. We're going to make holding this territory so costly that Marek's own wolves question whether it's worth the casualties. He gestured to the maps spread across the table, and the Lyra realized with a start that they showed targets deep in Crimson Fong territory. While they're attacking our borders, Rydian continued, we're hitting their supply lines, their camps, their support structures. Make them fight on 2 fronts. Force them to divert resources to defend territory they thought was secure. Guerrilla warfare, Oriva observed, her voice approving. Hit and fade. Make them bleed for every mile they advance. Exactly. But it requires wolves willing to operate behind enemy lines during an active invasion. Volunteers only. Rydian's gaze swept the room. This is dangerous work. High casualty risk, limited support, and if you're captured, Merrick won't honor prisoner protocols. Silence fell. Then Varia stepped forward. I volunteer. My team has experience with infiltration operations. As do mine, Oriva added. I'll lead the Northern Territories contingent. Others volunteered, and within minutes, Rydian had 3 teams assembled for deep raids into Crimson Fong territory. They'd strike supply depots, harass reinforcement columns, create chaos behind enemy lines while the main invasion pushed forward. What about intelligence gathering? The Lyra asked. Someone needs to track Crimson Fawn movements, coordinate between the raid teams and defensive forces, and provide real-time updates on enemy positions. That's your role, Rydian said. You'll work from the war room, receiving scout reports, analyzing patterns, directing resources where they're needed most. From the war room, while everyone else fights. While everyone else executes the strategy you helped develop. Yes. His expression was firm. Your value isn't in frontline combat, Thalira. It's in seeing the larger picture, in connecting information others miss, in making the decisions that keep wolves alive. It made sense. She knew it made sense. But part of her still bristled at being relegated to the rear, while others risked their lives. Darius caught her eye from across the table and mouthed, "Cornered rats think, not fight." She almost smiled despite herself. The planning session continued for hours, dissecting strategies, identifying vulnerabilities, preparing contingencies. By the time it ended, Thalira's head was spinning with troop movements, supply calculations, and the 100 small details that meant the difference between victory and disaster. "Walk with me," Rydian said as the others dispersed. They moved through the keep in comfortable silence, eventually emerging onto the highest balcony, the one overlooking the entire territory. The sun was setting, painting everything in shades of amber and crimson. "For days," Thalira said quietly. "That's not much time." "It's enough. We've prepared as much as we can. Now we execute and adapt." He leaned against a railing, and in the fading light, she could see exhaustion written in the lines of his face. "Are you ready for this? For coordinating intelligence during a war? Not remotely. Good. Overconfidence gets wolves killed. Healthy fear keeps you sharp." He paused. "I meant what I said in the council. Your role is essential, Thalira. Without accurate intelligence, the raid teams are operating blind. Without coordinated information, our defenses can't adapt to changing situations. You're the center that holds everything together." No pressure. Immense pressure. But I think you can handle it. His slight smile faded. "There's something else we need to discuss."
What?
"If the keep falls, if Crimson Fawn breaks through our defenses, we're forced to evacuate." He met her eyes. "You're the primary target. Merrick wants you specifically, wants to prove he can take what he claims is his. If it comes to choosing between holding the keep and getting you to safety, I'm choosing your safety." "That's not negotiable." "I know." He held up a hand. "But I need you to understand the stakes. If I order evacuation, if I tell you to run, you run. You don't argue. You don't try to be heroic. You don't sacrifice yourself to buy others' time. You survive. Understood? And if I refuse, then I'll have Varian knock you unconscious and carry you out personally. Your choice." His frost-colored eyes were intense. "I meant what I said before. I can't lose you. Won't lose you. Not to Merrick, not to the war, not to your own stubborn refusal to value your life as much as I do." The words hung between them, too honest, too raw. "Why?" Thalira asked quietly. "Why does my life matter so much to you?" Rydian was silent for a long moment, staring out over his territory. When he finally spoke, his voice was barely above a whisper. "Because you're the first wolf in 15 years who looked at what I built and saw possibility instead of weakness. Because you chose Shadowmere not because you needed protection, but because you wanted to belong. Because you're exactly the kind of wolf I created this pack for, and losing you would mean everything I've built is meaningless." He turned to face her. "And because somewhere between carrying you bleeding through my territory and watching you fight alongside Darius, I stopped seeing you as a political symbol and started seeing you as someone I don't want to lose." Thalira's breath caught. "Rydian, I'm not asking for anything," he said quickly. "I know the timing is terrible. We're about to go to war, you're still figuring out who you are here, and I'm your alpha, which complicates everything. But I needed you to know. I need you to understand that when I order you to safety, it's not just about politics or pack law or my father's legacy. What's it about?"
You.
"Just you." His expression was vulnerable in a way she'd never seen. "And the fact that I've spent 15 years building something worth protecting, but somehow you've become the thing I'm most terrified of losing." She should step back. Should maintain professional distance. Should remember that he was the Alpha King, and she was a broken Omega barely a month into pack membership. Instead, she moved closer. I don't know what this is, she said honestly. Don't know if it's gratitude or genuine feeling or just proximity during crisis. But I know that when I thought Crimson Fong might breach the keep, my first thought wasn't about survival. It was about whether you'd blame yourself if I died. I would. Absolutely would. I know. Which is why I'm going to try very hard not to die in the next 4 days. She reached out tentatively, and he met her halfway, his hand closing around hers. But Rydian, if we survive this war, if we make it through whatever's coming, we need to talk about what happens next. Agreed. His thumb traced circles on the back of her hand. But first we survive. Everything else is secondary. They stood together as darkness fell, still holding hands, both of them acutely aware that in 4 days, everything could change. That this moment of peace might be the last they'd have for a long time. Tell me something, the Lyra said finally. Something that has nothing to do with war or strategy or pack politics. Something real. Rydian considered. When I was 12, I found an injured bird in the forest. Broken wing, couldn't fly. My father said to leave it. That weakness deserved death. Instead, I hid it in my quarters and nursed it back to health over 3 months. What happened to it? It healed. I released it. It flew away. He smiled slightly. My father never found out. But that bird taught me something important. That broken things can heal if someone cares enough to help them. That weakness isn't permanent unless you decide it is. Is that why you saved me? Because you see yourself in broken things. Maybe. Or maybe I just recognize that broken and worthless aren't the same thing. He squeezed her hand gently. You've never been worthless, Thalira. Just surrounded by wolves too blind to see your value. And you're not blind? Oh, I'm blind about plenty of things. But not about you. His frost-colored eyes held hers. Never about you. The moment stretched between them, heavy with things unsaid and timing impossibly wrong. 4 days until war. 4 days until everything they'd built was tested against overwhelming force. But tonight, for this moment, they had peace. And somehow that was enough. The next 3 days passed in a blur of preparation. The Lyra established her command post in the war room, setting up systems for receiving and processing scout reports, creating maps that tracked enemy movements in real time, developing communication protocols between the defensive forces and raid teams. Ciro helped her organize medical supplies, ensuring the infirmary was prepared for mass casualties. Darius worked on defensive fortifications, strengthening the walls Crimson Fong had breached. Varia drilled her raid team until they moved like a single lethal organism. And Rydian was everywhere at once, commanding, coordinating, inspiring. The Lyra would see him in the training yard working with fighters, then hours later in the war room reviewing strategies, then on the walls checking defensive positions. He barely slept. None of them did. On the 3rd night, the Lyra found him alone in the war room long after everyone else had retired. He stood at the map table, studying troop positions with exhausted intensity. You should rest, she said from the doorway. So should you. Yet here we both are. He didn't look up from the maps. Can't sleep? Too much thinking. She moved to stand beside him. Keep running through scenarios. Trying to identify weaknesses in our strategy. Find any? Dozens. But that's the nature of war. Perfect plans don't exist. Only good enough plans are executed well. Wise words. He finally looked at her, and his expression was weary. Tomorrow, everything changes. Crimson Fong will attack at dawn. We'll defend, they'll push, and somewhere in the chaos, wolves will die. Good wolves. Loyal wolves. Wolves who trusted me to lead them well. You are leading them well. Am I? Or am I leading them to slaughter over a principle that might not be worth the cost? You're giving them something to fight for that actually matters. That's worth more than easy victory. The Lyra reached out, hesitant, and touched his arm. They're not following you because you're perfect. They're following you because you're the kind of alpha who values every wolf, who refuses to abandon principles when they become inconvenient, who builds something worth protecting. Even if protecting it costs them everything? Especially then. Because what's the alternative? Surrender to wolves like Merrick? Prove that might makes right and compassion is weakness.
She shook her head.
You've spent 15 years building something different. Tomorrow, you find out if it's strong enough to survive being tested. Rydian studied her for a long moment. Then, unexpectedly, he pulled her into his arms.
It wasn't romantic.
It was exhaustion and fear and the weight of impossible responsibility, seeking momentary comfort. The Lyra wrapped her arms around him and felt him shake with tension he'd been holding for days. I'm terrified, he admitted against her hair. Terrified, I'll make the wrong call. Terrified I'll lose wolves I can't afford to lose. Terrified that everything I've built will crumble because I chose principle over pragmatism. Fear means you care. And caring is what separates you from alphas like your father. She held him tighter. Tomorrow, you'll make calls. Some will be right, some will be wrong. Wolves will die regardless. But you'll make those decisions with their well-being in mind, not your ego or ambition. That matters, Rydian. That matters more than perfect strategy. They stood together in the quiet war room, two broken wolves finding strength in each other's presence. Outside, they keep settled into restless sleep. Defenders checked weapons one final time. Raiders prepared for missions behind enemy lines. Everyone braced for dawn, and whatever it would bring. Thank you, Rydian said finally, pulling back slightly. For being here. For choosing Shadowmere. For giving me something worth fighting for beyond abstract principles. I should be thanking you. You gave me a home when I had nothing. We gave each other something. His slight smile was warm despite the exhaustion. Partnership, maybe. Or just two broken things learning to be whole together. I like that. Two broken things being whole together. So do I. He released her reluctantly. Get some sleep, Lyra. Tomorrow, you'll need every advantage you can get. So will you. I'll rest once the war starts. Right now, I have 3 more hours of preparation and approximately 600 things that could go wrong to account for. Then I'll stay and help. Two broken things, remember? We're stronger together. His expression softened. Stronger together. I like the sound of that. They returned to the maps, working side by side through the quiet hours before dawn. Planning, preparing, trying to account for chaos and randomness, and the 1,000 ways war never followed neat strategies. And when the first rays of sunlight touched the eastern mountains, when the alarm bells rang out signaling Crimson Fong's approach, when everything they'd prepared for finally became brutally real, they faced it together. Because that's what pack meant. What partnership meant. What two broken wolves learning to be whole together actually looked like when tested by fire. The war had begun. And somehow, standing beside Rydian as 80 enemy wolves approached their borders, the Lyra felt ready. Not confident. Not certain of victory. But ready to fight for something that mattered. Ready to prove that broken wolves could be just as valuable as perfect ones. Ready to show Crimson Fong that Shadowmere didn't break. It bent. It adapted. It survived. And it absolutely refused to surrender. The first wave hit the southern border at dawn, exactly as predicted. The Lyra watched from the war room as messengers brought reports, updating positions on her maps with swift efficiency. 40 wolves at the southern border, she called out to Rydian, who was coordinating defensive responses. Another 30 approaching from the east. They're splitting their forces. Varia, take 20 wolves to reinforce the eastern defenses. Eldrick, hold the south with 30. Oriva's northern territories troops provide mobile support wherever the pressure is greatest. Rydian's voice was calm, commanding, absolutely in control. Orders flew. Wolves moved with practiced precision. And the battle for Shadowmere's survival truly began. The Lyra coordinated intelligence, tracked movements, and provided real-time updates as the fighting intensified. Her inability to heal didn't matter here. Her worth wasn't measured in combat prowess, but in the accuracy of her information and the quality of her analysis. And as dawn gave way to full morning, as the sounds of battle echoed through the mountains, as everything they'd prepared for became brutally, terribly real, she discovered she was exactly where she needed to be, doing exactly what she was meant to do, being exactly who Shadowmere needed. Broken, perhaps, but absolutely, undeniably valuable. Chapter 9. The battle raged for 3 days. The Lyra lived in the war room, surrounded by maps and messengers, coordinating information flow between defensive positions and raid teams. She slept in 20-minute intervals when exhaustion forced her down, then woke to updated reports and shifting battle lines. Crimson Fong pushed hard at the southern border, trying to break through Eldric's defenses. But every time they gained ground, Oriva's mobile units would hit their flanks, forcing them to retreat and regroup. The eastern approach saw less direct assault but constant probing attacks, testing for weaknesses. And behind enemy lines, various raid teams wreaked havoc. The supply depot was destroyed at the northern camp, a messenger reported on the second day. Crimson Fong lost a week's worth of provisions. Reinforcement column ambushed 6 miles from the border, another messenger added. 12 casualties, forced to retreat. The Lyra marked each success on her maps, watching the larger pattern emerge. Crimson Fong had numbers, but Shadowmere had coordination. They were fighting smarter, using terrain and tactics to multiply their effectiveness. But it was taking a toll. The infirmary overflowed with wounded. Ciro worked without rest, his assistants struggling to keep pace with the steady stream of injured wolves. 3 more Shadowmere fighters had died on the first day. 2 Northern Territories wolves on the second. And the Lyra felt every loss like a personal failure, even though she knew rationally that casualties were inevitable. "You need to eat," Darius said, appearing beside her with a tray of food. He'd been assigned as her liaison, bringing reports from the field and ensuring she didn't collapse from exhaustion. "I'll eat when there's time." "There's never time in war. Eat anyway." He set the tray down firmly. "You're no good to anyone if you pass out from hunger." She forced herself to eat mechanically while studying the latest scout reports. Crimson Fong was regrouping, pulling back slightly from the borders. Either they were preparing for a major push, or they were reconsidering their strategy. "What do you think?" Darius asked, studying the maps over her shoulder. "I think Merrick is frustrated. He expected to break through on the first day, claim quick victory. Instead, we're still here, still fighting, and his supply lines are compromised." She traced movements with her finger. "He's going to try something desperate. Change tactics, hit us where we're not expecting." "Where would you hit if you were him?" The Lyra studied the maps, trying to think like an aggressive alpha who valued victory over casualties. The southern and eastern borders were heavily defended now. The northern approach was too mountainous for large-scale assault. "Which left?" "The keep itself," she said suddenly. "A direct assault on the command center. If he can capture or kill Ridian, the defense collapses regardless of how well we're holding the borders." Darius's expression darkened. "Can he get a force large enough to threaten to keep past our defenses?" "Not a large force, but a small team of elite fighters moving at night, using the chaos of the border battles as cover." She looked up at him. "Yes, I think he could. We should tell Ridian. He's at the southern border with Eldric. Won't be back for hours." The Lyra made a decision. "Double the keep guard. I want eyes on every approach, especially the routes we've been using for supply runs. If Crimson Fong is planning infiltration, they'll use our own paths against us." Darius nodded and left to implement the orders. The Lyra returned to her maps, trying to anticipate where an assassination team would strike, how they'd move, what vulnerabilities they'd exploit. She was so focused that she almost missed it. A scout report, buried among dozens of others, noting unusual movement near the western cliffs. Not a full assault force, just 6 wolves moving with suspicious coordination through terrain most fighters avoided because of its difficulty. 6 elite wolves, moving toward the keep through a route nobody defended because nobody thought to attack from that direction. The Lyra's blood ran cold. She grabbed the nearest messenger. "Find Varia. Tell her we have potential infiltrators approaching the western cliffs." I need her best fighters here now. The messenger ran. The Lyra studied the cliff routes, trying to remember the layout from her exploration of the keep weeks ago. There was a service entrance on the western side, used for supply deliveries, lightly guarded because it was considered inaccessible during active combat. Perfect for infiltration. She grabbed her makeshift weapon, the ceremonial sword she'd used during the first attack, and headed for the western entrance herself. She should wait for various fighters, should stay in the war room where she was valuable. But if she was right, if Crimson Fong was sending assassins for Ridian, every second mattered. The western entrance was exactly as she remembered, a heavy door built into the cliff face, guarded by two wolves who looked bored and exhausted from days of heightened alert. Has anyone approached this entrance? The Lyra asked. No one. It's been quiet all. The door exploded inward. The Lyra dove sideways as splinters flew, her damaged shoulder screaming in protest. The two guards weren't so lucky. They went down under the initial assault, unconscious or dead. She couldn't tell. 6 wolves poured through the breach, all wearing Crimson Fong colors, all moving with the coordinated precision of elite fighters. And leading them was her father. Theron's eyes found her, and something flickered across his face.
Surprise, maybe.
Or calculation about unexpected opportunities. The Lyra, he said calmly, as if they'd met for tea instead of during an invasion. You should step aside. This doesn't concern you. You're here to kill Ridian. Everything about that concerns me. We're here to end the war. Killing the Alpha who started it accomplishes that goal. His expression was reasonable, rational. Stand aside and you won't be harmed. You can return to Crimson Fong with us. Resume your place in the pack. As the broken Omega everyone despises? No thank you. She raised her sword, knowing she was catastrophically outmatched but refusing to back down. You're not getting past me. Don't be foolish. You can't fight all of us. I don't have to fight all of you. I just have to slow you down long enough for reinforcements to arrive. Theron's jaw tightened. I don't want to hurt you. Then you shouldn't have invaded my pack. She saw the decision in his eyes, the moment he chose mission over family. He signaled to his team, and they moved forward. The Lyra fought with desperate creativity, using every dirty tactic she'd learned. She wasn't trying to win. That was impossible. She was trying to create chaos, delay them, make every step toward the keep's interior cost time and effort. She overturned furniture, created obstacles, forced them to navigate around barriers that slowed their coordinated movement. When one fighter got too close, she went for his eyes with her blade. When another tried to flank her, she threw oil lamps that shattered and created slick surfaces. But there were 6 of them and 1 of her, and her shoulder wound had reopened, bleeding freely down her arm. She was losing. A blade caught her across the ribs, shallow but painful. Another strike hit her leg, and she stumbled. The elite fighters pressed their advantage, and the Lyra realized with crystal clarity that she was about to die. Not from a single lethal blow, but from accumulated injuries that her body couldn't heal. She'd bleed out slowly while they stepped over her corpse and continued toward Ridian. Then the corridor filled with Shadowmere warriors. Darius led them, his face twisted with fury. Get away from her. The fight became chaotic, close-quarters combat in narrow corridors. Shadowmere wolves crashed into Crimson Fong fighters with brutal force. The Lyra crawled backward, clutching her bleeding ribs, trying to stay out of the way. She watched Darius engage her father, their blades clashing with sharp cracks that echoed off stone walls. Theron was older, more experienced, but Darius fought with protective fury that made him unpredictable. Fall back. Theron ordered his team. Missions compromised. Fall back. The Crimson Fong fighters retreated toward the broken door, fighting a rearguard action. Darius pursued until Theron turned and threw a knife with precise accuracy. It caught Darius in the shoulder. He went down hard, and Theron used the moment to escape, his team disappearing into the cliffs beyond the entrance. Let them go. The Lyra shouted as Shadowmere wolves moved to pursue. We can't chase them into unknown territory. Secure the entrance, get the wounded to Zero. They listened to her. actually listened to her orders despite her being an omega covered in her own blood. Darius was helped to his feet, grimacing but functional. The two guards who'd been hit by the initial explosion were alive but unconscious. And the Lyra was bleeding from multiple wounds that wouldn't heal, her vision graying at the edges, her body finally giving up after days of stress and violence. "Someone get Ciro," she heard Darius say, his voice seeming to come from very far away.
Now.
Then darkness claimed her, and she knew nothing more. She woke to pain and the smell of medicinal herbs. The infirmary. Again. The Lyra was beginning to hate this room with its too clean surfaces and the constant reminder of her body's inability to heal itself. "Welcome back," Ciro said softly. He sat beside her bed, looking more exhausted than she'd ever seen him. "You've been out for 6 hours. The battle. Still ongoing, but stable. Your warning about the infiltration team saved Rydian's life. Possibly saved the entire defense." He began checking her bandages, with gentle efficiency. "You took 4 separate wounds, lost a dangerous amount of blood, and somehow stayed conscious long enough to coordinate the counter-response. That was either incredibly brave or catastrophically stupid. Can't it be both? With you? Definitely both." His expression grew serious. "The Lyra, your body can't take much more of this. Normal wolves heal between injuries, recover their strength. You just accumulate damage. Another fight like that one, and you might not survive." "Noted. I'll try to avoid assassination teams in the future." "I'm serious. You're running on empty. Your shoulder wound keeps reopening because it never fully healed. The blade wound across your ribs missed vital organs by centimeters. The leg injury damaged muscle that won't regenerate." He met her eyes. "You need rest. Real rest, not 20-minute intervals between crises." "I'll rest when the war is over." "You'll die before the war is over if you keep this pace." The door opened before the Lyra could respond. Rydian entered, his expression thunderous. "Out," he said to Ciro. "Not a request." The healer left quickly, closing the door behind him. Rydian moved to stand beside her bed, and the fury radiating from him was almost physical. "You engaged 6 elite fighters alone," he said, his voice dangerously quiet. "I delayed 6 elite fighters until reinforcements arrived. Different thing. You nearly died, but I didn't. And because I didn't, you're alive. Mission accomplished." She met his frost-colored eyes. "You're welcome, by the way." "Don't." His hands clenched into fists. "Don't make jokes about this. Don't trivialize the fact that you threw yourself into combat against impossible odds when you should have been coordinating from the war room. If I'd stayed in the war room, your assassination team would have reached you before anyone knew they were in the keep. Then send guards. Send warriors. Don't personally engage enemies when you know you can't heal from the injuries." His voice rose, control finally cracking. "What were you thinking?" "I was thinking that every second mattered. That sending for guards would take time we didn't have. That someone needed to slow them down, and I was the only one in position to do it. You're not expendable, the Lyra. Neither are you." She pushed herself upright despite Ciro's careful bandaging protesting the movement. "You're the Alpha. The center of Shadowmere's defense. If they'd killed you, this entire pack collapses. So yes, I engaged them. Yes, I risked myself. Because protecting you was worth the risk. It's not your job to protect me. I'm supposed to protect you. We're supposed to protect each other. That's what partnership means, remember? 2 broken things being whole together." She reached out, catching his hand. "You can't have it both ways, Rydian. You can't tell me I'm valuable and then demand I stay safe while everyone else fights. Either I'm Pack, with all the risks that entails, or I'm a symbol to be protected. Choose." He stared at her, something raw and conflicted in his expression. Then he sank into the chair beside her bed, still holding her hand. "I choose to be terrified," he said quietly. "I choose to be absolutely terrified that you're going to get yourself killed proving your worth when I already know your worth. I choose furious that you keep taking risks I can't protect you from. I choose." He stopped, struggling with something. "Choose what?" "In love with you." The words came out broken, honest. I choose hopelessly, impossibly in love with a wolf who can't heal and won't stop throwing herself into danger, and makes me want to lock her in the safe room for her own protection while simultaneously being proud of her courage. The Lyra's breath caught. You what? I'm in love with you. Happened since you stood in the council chamber and told Brennan that broken wolves deserve respect. Maybe before that, if I'm honest. His frost-colored eyes held hers. And watching you nearly die today made me realize that losing you would destroy me in ways that have nothing to do with politics or pack structure or symbolic victories. Rydian, I know the timing is terrible. We're in the middle of a war. You're injured, and I'm your alpha, which complicates everything. But I needed you to know. I need you to understand that when I order you to stay safe, it's not because I think you're weak or fragile or less valuable than fighters. His voice roughened. It's because I'm selfish enough to want you alive more than I want perfect adherence to partnership principles. She should be sensible, should point out all the reasons this was impossible. The power imbalance, the political complications, the fact that she'd only been back for a month. Instead, she pulled him closer. I'm in love with you too, she admitted. Probably since you carried me bleeding through your territory and called broken things yours. Definitely since you defended me to the council without asking for anything in return. She smiled despite the pain. And I'm selfish enough to want you alive even if it means throwing myself at assassination teams. That's not selfish. That's insane. Same thing when you're in love with someone, I think. He laughed, the sound broken and relieved. Then he leaned forward and kissed her. It was gentle, careful of her injuries, but it carried all the emotion they'd been dancing around for weeks. Fear and hope and the desperate relief of two people who'd almost lost each other. When they finally pulled apart, they were both breathing hard. We're not good at this, the Lyra observed. The whole staying safe and being sensible thing. Terrible at it. Catastrophically bad. He rested his forehead against hers. But we're good at other things. Fighting for what matters. Refusing to give up. Being stubborn enough to survive impossible odds. Those are useful skills in war. And in love, apparently. He pulled back slightly. After this is over, after we survive whatever's coming, we need to have a serious conversation about what this means. About boundaries and power dynamics, and how to navigate the relationship between an alpha and pack member. Agreed. But first, we survive. I know. His smile was slight but genuine. Always survive first with us. A knock interrupted them. Varia entered, her expression urgent. Alpha. We have a problem. Rydian stood immediately, shifting from lover to commander in a heartbeat. What problem? Crimson Fong is pulling back from the borders. All forces retreated to their main camp. She looked troubled. Either they're admitting defeat, or they're preparing for something worse. The Lyra pushed herself out of bed despite Rydian's protest. Help me to the war room. I need to see the maps. You need to rest. I need to figure out Marek's plan before he implements it. Rest can wait. They helped her to the war room, where updated maps showed exactly what Varia had described. Crimson Fong forces pull back, consolidating at their northern camp, creating distance from Shadowmere's borders. It doesn't make sense, Eldrick said, studying the positions. We were winning, but not decisively. They could still push for victory if they committed fully. Unless victory through invasion is no longer their goal, the Lyra said slowly, her analytical mind working through possibilities. What if the assassination attempt was their real strategy? Take out Rydian, claim Shadowmere collapsed from within, justify absorbing the territory as peacekeeping. But the assassination failed, Oriva pointed out, which means Marek needs a new strategy. One that doesn't require direct combat. The Lyra traced movements on the map. What if he calls for arbitration? Claims this has gone too far, appeals to the other territories to negotiate peace terms. He'd never get favorable terms through arbitration, Rydian said. Wouldn't he? He controls the narrative. Claims Shadowmere is harboring stolen property, that Rydian's refusing reasonable compromise, that Crimson Fong just wants justice. She looked up. To outside observers who don't know the full context, Merrick could seem reasonable while you seem intransigent. That's brilliant and terrifying, Various said. If he gets neutral alphas to arbitrate, they might rule in his favor just to end the conflict. We need to control the narrative first, the Lyra said. Get our version of events to the other territories before Merrick can spin his story. Rydian nodded slowly. I'll send messengers to all 5 territories. Full disclosure about the invasion, the assassination attempt, Marek's refusal to honor sanctuary law. He looked at the Lyra. And I'll include testimony from you. Your perspective as the wolf at the center of this conflict. Will that help? It might. Or it might make things worse by confirming you're here and valuable enough to fight for. His expression was grim. But we're past subtle politics. Now we deal with the truth and let others decide how to respond. The war room filled with activity as messengers were prepared, testimonies written, evidence compiled. The Lyra worked through exhaustion and pain, knowing this might be their last chance to shape how the conflict was perceived. Hours later, as the messengers departed for all 5 territories, she finally allowed herself to collapse. Rydian caught her, lifting her easily despite her protest. War room to infirmary, he said firmly. Ciro's going to sedate you, if necessary, to make you rest. I don't need sedation. I need
Rest.
You need rest. He carried her through corridors, and wolves stepped aside with knowing expressions. And I need you alive and functional for whatever comes next. So we're both getting what we need. Bossy Alpha. Stubborn Omega. But his voice was gentle. Sleep, the Lyra. Let your body heal, as much as it can. Tomorrow brings new challenges, but tonight you rest. Ciro was waiting in the infirmary with sleeping draughts and stern expressions. Within minutes, the Lyra felt the medicine pulling her toward unconsciousness. The last thing she saw before darkness claimed her was Rydian sitting beside her bed, holding her hand, keeping watch. Protecting her the only way she'd let him. By being there when she woke. She dreamed of wolves and war, of her father's face as he chose mission over family, of Rydian's frost-colored eyes soft with love and hard with protective fury. She dreamed of a pack that valued broken things, of a home built from possibility instead of perfection, of 2 damaged wolves learning that wholeness came from acceptance, not healing. And when she finally woke 12 hours later to find Rydian still there, still watching, still keeping vigil, she knew with absolute certainty that whatever came next, whatever challenges the war brought, whatever political nightmares arbitration created, they'd face it together. Because that's what love meant, what partnership meant, what 2 broken things being whole together actually looked like when tested by everything the world could throw at them. And somehow, impossibly, they'd survived this far. Which meant they could survive anything. Even peace, when it finally came. If it ever did. Chapter 10. The arbitration summons arrived 5 days later. Alpha Cassius himself delivered it, appearing at Shadowmere's gates with a formal delegation and an expression that promised no sympathy for either side. The Council of 5 Territories has convened, he announced in the war room, his ancient voice carrying the weight of absolute authority. Alpha Merrick has petitioned for neutral arbitration to resolve the conflict. All parties are required to attend hearings in 3 days at the council grounds. Required, Rydian repeated, his tone flat. And if I refuse? Then the council rules in Crimson Fang's favor by default, declares Shadowmere in violation of territorial law, and authorizes military action to enforce compliance. Cassius's gray eyes were hard. This isn't a request, Rydian. It's the law. When conflicts threaten regional stability, the council intervenes. You know this. I know the council hasn't intervened in territorial disputes in 50 years. Why now? Because Merrick is clever. He's claiming this isn't a territorial dispute, but a matter of stolen property and violated pact bonds. The ancient Alpha's expression showed distaste. He's framing himself as the reasonable party seeking justice, while you're painted as the aggressive Alpha protecting an Omega who rightfully belongs to Crimson Fang. That's complete fabrication, Various said sharply.
Perhaps.
But it's fabrication that sounds plausible to Alphas who don't know the full context. Cassius looked at the Lyra, who stood beside Rydian despite Ciro's protests about her injuries. You'll testify. Tell your story to the full council. They'll determine whether sanctuary law applies or whether Crimson Fong has a legitimate claim. And if they rule against us? The Lyra asked. Then you return to Crimson Fong. Shadowmere pays reparations for harboring you, and Rydian accepts censure for starting a conflict over an Omega. Cassius paused. Or you refuse the ruling, in which case all 5 territories unite to enforce it. Those are your options. The weight of it settled over the room like a physical thing. Everything they'd fought for, every wolf who died defending Shadowmere's principles, all of it coming down to a political hearing where truth mattered less than perception. When do we leave? Rydian asked finally. Tomorrow at dawn. The council grounds are 2 days' journey. You're permitted 5 witnesses in addition to yourself. Cassius's gaze swept the room. Choose them wisely. This is the most important hearing Shadowmere will face. Possibly the most important hearing any pack has faced in a generation. After the ancient Alpha left, the war room erupted in discussion. This is a trap, Eldrick said immediately. Merrick controls the narrative. He's had weeks to prepare his case while we've been fighting for survival. It's not just a trap, it's a political execution, Oriva added. The council will rule based on what's expedient, not what's right. And letting Rydian keep an Omega he stole from another pack isn't expedient. We don't have a choice, Rydian said quietly. Refusing to attend means automatic defeat. At least this way, we have a chance to present our side. A chance to be publicly humiliated before losing anyway, Varia muttered. The Lyra studied the faces around the table, wolves who'd fought for her, bled for her, believed Rydian's vision of a pack that valued broken things. They looked defeated already, convinced the political hearing was just formality before inevitable surrender. We're approaching this wrong, she said. Everyone turned to look at her. What do you mean? Rydian asked. We're acting like this is a trial where we have to defend our actions. But it's not. It's political theater designed to establish precedent about pack law and alpha authority. She moved to the map table, her mind already working through angles. Merrick isn't trying to get me back. He's trying to prove that alphas can reclaim omegas regardless of sanctuary law. That pack membership is determined by birth, not choice. And you think we can counter that? Eldrick's voice was skeptical. By making it about more than just me. By showing the council that ruling in Marek's favor doesn't just affect Shadowmere, it affects every Omega in every pack who might seek sanctuary in the future. She looked around the table. We need to make this about principle, not personality. About the law itself, not individual wolves. Rydian's expression shifted, understanding dawning. You want to put sanctuary law itself on trial. Make the council choose between upholding ancient protections or enabling alpha overreach. Exactly. If they rule against us, they're not just returning one Omega to one pack. They're establishing precedent that alphas can reclaim any wolf who leaves, regardless of cause. That sanctuary means nothing when it's inconvenient. That's brilliant, Varia said slowly. If we frame it correctly, ruling against us becomes politically untenable. Too many implications, too many wolves watching to see if sanctuary law actually means anything. It's risky, Oriva warned. You're gambling that the council cares more about legal precedent than political expediency. We're already gambling everything, the Lyra pointed out. At least this way, we're gambling on principles that other packs have a vested interest in protecting. The planning shifted. Instead of preparing defensive arguments about why Rydian was right to keep her, they prepared offensive arguments about why the council couldn't rule against sanctuary law without devastating consequences. They worked through the night, building their case, identifying witnesses, crafting testimony that would resonate beyond just Shadowmere's situation. The Lyra would testify first, establishing the facts of her exile and sanctuary claim. Then Ciro would speak about the precedent of wolves seeking refuge from abusive packs. Varia would address the military implications of alphas being able to reclaim any wolf regardless of sanctuary. Darius would testify about how Shadowmere's structure created value from wolves others discarded. And Rydian would deliver the final argument, tying everything together into a challenge the council couldn't ignore. This could work, Eldrick admitted as dawn approached. It's a long shot, but it could actually work. Or it could spectacularly backfire and make our defeat even worse, Varia countered. But at least we'll go down fighting for something that matters. The Lyra caught Rydian's eye across the table. They hadn't had a moment alone since his confession in the infirmary, and hadn't had time to process what loving each other meant when everything was uncertain. But looking at him now, seeing the same determination she felt reflected in his frost-colored eyes, she knew they were united in this. Whatever the council decided, however the hearing went, they were facing it together. Get some rest, Rydian ordered the assembled wolves. We leave at dawn. I want everyone to be sharp and ready to testify. The room emptied, leaving just the two of them amid maps and legal texts and the weight of impossible challenges. You're brilliant, Rydian said quietly, moving to stand beside her. Turning this from a trial about us into a referendum on sanctuary law itself. That's exactly the kind of strategic thinking that makes you invaluable. I just hope it's enough. Even if it's not, even if the council rules against us, at least we'll have tried. He took her hand gently, careful of her healing injuries. At least we'll have shown other pacts that sanctuary law matters enough to fight for. And if we lose? If they order me to return to Crimson Fong? His expression went hard. Then we run. Take whoever wants to come with us, and disappear into neutral territory. Build something new where the council's authority doesn't reach. You'd abandon Shadowmere? Everything you've built. I'd abandon anything before I'd abandon you. He said it with absolute certainty. Shadowmere is important, but you're essential. And I meant what I said in the infirmary. I'm not losing you to politics or legal technicalities or alphas who think power matters more than autonomy. That's treason. The council would hunt us. Let them try. His slight smile was fierce. I've spent 15 years building a pack that survives impossible odds. If we have to do it again in exile, we will. The Lyra wanted to argue, to point out all the reasons running was impossible. But part of her was moved by the absolute conviction in his voice. He would actually do it. Would actually walk away from everything he'd built rather than surrender her to Crimson Fong. Let's hope it doesn't come to that, she said instead. Agreed. But if it does, just know you have options. We have options. He pulled her closer, and she rested her head against his shoulder, taking comfort in his solid presence. I won't let them take you, the Lyra. No matter what the council rules, no matter what laws they cite, you're mine to protect. That's not negotiable. Possessive alpha. Absolutely. Completely possessive of the wolf I love. He pressed a kiss to her hair. Is that a problem? Only if you expect me not to be equally possessive of you. She looked up at him. You're mine too, Rydian. Mine to protect, mine to fight for, mine to love even when you're being impossibly stubborn about keeping me safe. His expression softened. We're a mess, aren't we? Two broken wolves being possessive and protective and completely irrational about each other. The best kind of mess. She smiled despite everything. The kind worth fighting for. They stood together in the quiet war room as dawn approached, holding each other, taking strength from the connection they'd built through crisis and conflict. Tomorrow, they'd travel to the council grounds. The day after, they'd face political theater designed to destroy everything they'd fought for. And in 3 days, they'd learn whether sanctuary law actually meant anything, or if it was just pretty words that crumbled under pressure. But tonight, they had this moment. This certainty that whatever came, they faced it together. And somehow that was enough. The journey to the council grounds took 2 days through mountainous terrain that tested even experienced travelers. The Lyra rode with Rydian's group, Varia, Eldrick, Ciro, Darius, and Oriva as their witnesses. Behind them, 20 Shadowmere warriors provided escort, though Cassius had made clear they couldn't enter the council chambers themselves. The council grounds were ancient, predating the current pact territories by centuries. A massive stone amphitheater built into a mountain hollow, with seating for hundreds and acoustics that carried every word to the furthest reaches. When they arrived, The Lyra's breath caught. The amphitheater was already filled with wolves from all 5 territories. Not just the alphas and their councils, but observers, witnesses, wolves who'd traveled to see the historic hearing. Hundreds of them, maybe 1,000, all gathering to watch Shadowmere's fate decided. They're treating this like entertainment, Various said bitterly. They're treating it like what it is, a precedent-setting case that affects every pack, Rydian corrected. Good. The more witnesses, the harder it is for the council to make politically expedient decisions that ignore the law. They were shown to designated seating near the center of the amphitheater. Across from them, Crimson Fawn's delegation settled into place. Merrick sat at the center, flanked by her father and a dozen senior wolves who radiated confidence. And above them all, on an elevated platform, the Council of 5 Territories took their positions. Alpha Cassius represented the Northern Territories, his ancient face unreadable. Beside him sat Alpha Dominic from the Eastern Pack, the wolf who'd offered the Lyra a place in his territory, who'd tested her at that first dinner. The Western Pack was represented by a female Alpha the Lyra, sharp-eyed and calculating. The Southern Territories sent a scarred male who looked like he'd seen 1,000 battles. And the Central Territories' neutral ground had provided the presiding judge, an ancient female named Airless who was rumored to be 300 years old. Airless stood, and the amphitheater fell silent. We convene this hearing under ancient law to resolve conflict between Crimson Fong Pack and Shadowmere Pack regarding the Omega designated as the Lyra Nightshade. Her voice, despite her age, carried perfectly through the space. Alpha Merrick of Crimson Fong has petitioned for the return of said Omega, claiming illegal harboring and violation of pack bonds. Alpha Rydian of Shadowmere contests this claim under sanctuary law. We will hear testimony from both parties and render judgment based on precedent and law. She looked at Merrick. Crimson Fong may present their case first. Merrick stood, and the Lyra was struck by how reasonable he appeared. Not the aggressive alpha who'd invaded Shadowmere, but a concerned pack leader seeking justice. Honored Council, he began, his voice carrying regret and determination in equal measure. I come before you not seeking conflict, but resolution. The Lyra Nightshade was born into Crimson Fong Pack, raised by our community, provided for despite her unfortunate condition. He paused, letting the words sink in. When she became a drain on pack resources, when her inability to heal made her a liability, we made the difficult decision to exile her for the good of the pack. That decision was made under pack law, with full council approval, following established protocols. She was given notice, time to prepare, and released peacefully into neutral territory. His expression hardened. What she was not given was permission to join enemy packs. Exile means leaving pack protection. It does not mean free choice to strengthen our rivals with knowledge of our territory and structure. He gestured to the Lyra. Alpha Rydian has harbored her for over a month, using her knowledge of Crimson Fong to plan raids on our supplies, disrupt our operations, and justify aggressive actions against our borders. This is not a sanctuary. This is weaponizing a vulnerable Omega against her birth pack. Murmurs rippled through the amphitheater. Merrick was spinning the narrative brilliantly, making Rydian seem manipulative and the Lyra seem like an unwitting tool. We ask simply that the Lyra be returned to Crimson Fong, where she can be properly cared for under supervision appropriate to her limitations. Shadowmere paid reparations for damages caused by the conflict, and that sanctuary law be clarified to prevent future abuse by alphas using it to justify harboring wolves who possess strategic value. He sat down, and the Lyra could see from the council's expressions that his argument had landed effectively. Airless turned to Rydian. Shadowmere may present their response. Rydian stood, and the amphitheater seemed to hold its breath. Honored Council, Alpha Merrick presents himself as reasonable, but his reasonable words hide unreasonable actions. His voice was cold, precise. The Lyra didn't join Shadowmere to escape exile. She crossed our borders dying from an arrow wound, bleeding out in a blizzard, seeking sanctuary under ancient law from hunters who'd been pursuing her for 3 days. He turned to address the full amphitheater, not just the council. Sanctuary law exists for exactly this situation. When a wolf faces persecution beyond the terms of their exile, they have the right to seek protection. When an alpha grants that protection, it becomes sacred, inviolable, the foundation of trust between packs. Alpha Merrick claims she was peacefully exiled. But peaceful exile doesn't involve hunting parties. Doesn't involve wolves being shot while trying to reach neutral territory. Doesn't involve 3-day pursuits that nearly result in death. His frost-colored eyes were fierce. And it certainly doesn't justify invading another pack's territory to reclaim an Omega who legally sought sanctuary. He gestured to their witnesses. We will provide testimony establishing the facts of her sanctuary claim, the legitimacy of her fear, and the precedent that must be upheld. But first, I ask the council to hear from the Lyra herself. Let her tell you, in her own words, why she sought sanctuary and why she chooses to remain with Shadowmere. Airless nodded. The Omega may testify. The Lyra stood, her heart hammering. Every eye in the amphitheater was on her. Hundreds of wolves, 5 alphas, the future of sanctuary law itself. She moved to the center platform, acutely aware of her bandaged injuries, her inability to heal, her status as the broken Omega at the center of everything. Tell us your name, Airless said gently. The Lyra. Just the Lyra. I gave up my pack name when I chose Shadowmere. And you were born into Crimson Fong?
Yes.
23 years ago. Daughter of Alpha Theron, who sits with Marek's delegation today. She looked at her father and saw him avoid her eyes. I was raised believing I was like any other wolf. But when my inability to heal revealed itself, everything changed. How did it change? I was isolated. Kept away from training, from pack gatherings, from anything that might risk injury. Told repeatedly that I was a burden, a drain on resources, that my existence made the pack weaker. Her voice steadied. And when I was 22, the council decided that burden was no longer worth bearing. I was exiled. Were you given time to prepare? Airless asked. 3 days. I was told to leave Crimson Fong territory within 3 days or face execution as a hostile wolf. And did you leave peacefully? I tried to. But on the second day, I discovered that some wolves didn't want to wait for exile. They wanted to solve the problem permanently. She met Marek's eyes. A hunting party was formed. I was told it was for my protection, to ensure I reached neutral territory safely. But when I overheard them discussing how far from the pack I needed to be before my death looked like an accident, I ran. Gasps rippled through the amphitheater. Marek's expression went thunderous, but he couldn't interrupt testimony. I ran for 3 days with an arrow through my shoulder, the Lyra continued. I crossed into Shadowmere territory because it was the only place the hunters might not follow. And I invoked sanctuary law because I was dying and desperate and terrified. She paused. Alpha Ridian didn't manipulate me.
He didn't coerce me.
He gave me a choice, stay and prove my worth to the pack, or leave with resources to build a life elsewhere. I chose to stay because for the first time in my life, I was valued for who I am, not punished for what I lack. And now, if the council rules you must return to Crimson Fong, will you go peacefully? The Lyra looked at Ridian, Adveria and Ciro and Darius and all the wolves who'd fought for her right to choose her own fate. No, she said clearly. I won't. Because returning me to wolves who tried to have me killed isn't justice. It's executed with extra steps. And I'd rather die fighting for my right to sanctuary than live as property in a pack that sees me as disposable. The amphitheater erupted into discussion. Airless called for silence, but it took several minutes for the crowd to settle. Alpha Merrick, the ancient judge said, "Do you deny the existence of a hunting party?" "I deny that it was sanctioned to kill her," Merrick said smoothly. "Some overzealous wolves may have taken initiative, but that doesn't represent official pack policy. And frankly, an Omega's accusations against warriors she admits to fleeing from shouldn't carry more weight than official pack records." "Then let's examine those records," Ridian said. "And the testimony of wolves who can corroborate the Lyra's claims." One by one, their witnesses testified. Ciro spoke about the wounds he'd treated, consistent with fleeing hunters, not peaceful exile. Varia described finding Crimson Fong scouts on Shadowmere territory, proof of continued pursuit. Darius testified about the assassination attempt on Rydian, led by Thalira's own father, demonstrating that Crimson Fong's interest went beyond simple reclamation. And through it all, Marek's case began to crumble. His peaceful exile looked increasingly like attempted murder. His reasonable claim looked like alpha overreach. His concern for the Omega looked like territorial ambition using a convenient excuse. By the time the sun began setting and Airless called for recess until morning, the political landscape had shifted. The Lyra could see it in the observers' expressions, in the whispered conversations, in the way some alphas who'd seemed sympathetic to Marek now looked troubled. "We have a chance," Varia said quietly as they returned to their accommodations. "A real chance of winning this." "Don't celebrate yet," Aldrich warned. "Marek will have tonight to rebuild his case. And he's clever enough to find angles we haven't considered." But despite the warning, the Lyra felt something like hope blooming in her chest. They'd survived the first day. They'd presented their case effectively. And tomorrow, Rydian would deliver the final argument that would determine everything. She just hoped it would be enough. That night, unable to sleep, she found Rydian on the balcony of their shared quarters, staring out at the mountains. "You should be resting," he said without turning. "Tomorrow's going to be intense." "So should you." She moved to stand beside him. "What are you thinking about?" "Everything. Nothing. The 1,000 ways tomorrow could go wrong." He looked at her, and his expression was vulnerable. "What if it's not enough, Thalira? What if we present the perfect case, and the council still rules against us because politics matter more than law? Then we run, like you said. Build something new where their authority doesn't reach. I can't ask you to give up your home for me. You're not asking. I'm choosing." She took his hand. "Shadowmere isn't home because of the territory, or the keep, or the pack structure. It's home because you're there. Because wolves who value broken things are there. Because it's the first place I belonged."
She paused.
"If we have to rebuild that somewhere else, we rebuild it. Together." He pulled her into his arms, holding her close. "I love you," he said against her hair. "Whatever happens tomorrow, whatever the council decides, I love you. And I'm grateful you chose us. Choose me." "Always," she whispered. "Always you." They stood together under the stars, two broken wolves facing impossible odds, holding on to each other and the fragile hope that tomorrow might bring justice instead of defeat. And somehow, despite everything, the Lyra felt ready. For testimony, for judgment, for whatever came next. Because she wasn't alone. And that made all the difference. Chapter 11. The second day of hearings began with Marek's counter-testimony. He brought forward 3 Crimson Fong wolves who swore under oath that the Lyra had left peacefully, that no hunting party existed, that the arrow wound must have been sustained after she crossed into neutral territory. Their testimony was rehearsed, coordinated, and utterly convincing to anyone who didn't know the truth. Then he called Theron to testify. Thalira's father took the center platform, and she felt her stomach twist. This was the wolf who'd raised her, who'd watched her exile without protest, who'd led the assassination attempt on Rydian. What would he say now, under oath, in front of the entire council? "Tell us about your daughter," Airless said. Theron's expression was carefully neutral. The Lyra was always difficult. Stubborn, willful, prone to questioning authority. When her condition revealed itself, she became even more challenging to manage. Challenging how? She refused to accept her limitations, insisted on learning healing despite having no formal training, wandered the borderlands alone, took risks that endangered herself and any wolf who might have to rescue her.
He paused.
The council believed exile was the kindest option. Allow her to live on her own terms without draining pack resources or putting others at risk. And the hunting party? There was no hunting party. There were wolves concerned about her safety who volunteered to escort her to neutral territory. She panicked, misinterpreted their intentions, and fled. His voice carried paternal disappointment. It's unfortunate, but consistent with her tendency toward dramatic overreaction. The Lyra's hands clenched into fists. He was making her sound unstable, making the attempted murder sound like concerned oversight misunderstood by an irrational Omega. You led an assault on Shadowmere Keep, Ridian said, his voice cutting across the amphitheater. An assault specifically targeting the western entrance where the Lyra was most vulnerable. How does that reconcile with claims of peaceful intentions? Theron met his eyes steadily. I was following Alpha Marek's orders to retrieve stolen property. The fact that my daughter happened to be present was coincidental. Stolen property, the Lyra said, unable to stay silent. That's what I am to you. Property to be retrieved. You were born Crimson Fang. That makes you pack until we formally release you from bonds. Theron's voice was firm. Sanctuary law doesn't negate birth bonds. It provides temporary protection, not permanent transfer of loyalty. I formally released myself when I chose Shadowmere. You don't have that authority. Only an alpha can release pack bonds. He looked at her with something that might have been pity. I'm sorry, the Lyra, but you were never free to make that choice. You belong to Crimson Fang by birth, and you still belong to us. The argument was elegant and devastating. If birth bonds couldn't be broken without alpha permission, then sanctuary law became meaningless. Any wolf seeking refuge could be reclaimed by their birth pack, regardless of circumstances. The Lyra could see the council considering this angle, could see dangerous precedent being established. Ridian stood. I challenge that interpretation. Birth bonds are exactly what sanctuary law was created to override. When a wolf faces persecution from their birth pack, they have the right to sever those bonds and seek protection elsewhere. That's not modern revision. That's ancient law dating back centuries. Ancient law was written when packs were smaller, bonds were stronger, and Omegas knew their place. Marek interjected. Modern application requires modern interpretation. Modern interpretation means gutting the law entirely, Ciro said, standing despite not being called to testify. If birth bonds can't be severed, then abused Omegas have no recourse. Tortured wolves have no escape. Persecuted pack members are trapped forever with those who harm them. Order, Airless called. This hearing will follow proper protocol. But the damage was done. The amphitheater buzzed with discussion, wolves arguing about birth bonds versus sanctuary law, ancient precedent versus modern interpretation. Airless called for the lunch recess, and both delegations retreated to prepare for the afternoon session. This is bad, Aldrich said quietly once they were alone. Marek's argument about birth bonds is gaining traction. If the council accepts that interpretation, we lose regardless of how compelling our testimony is. Then we need to prove that interpretation is wrong, the Lyra said. We need historical precedent showing that sanctuary law was specifically designed to override birth bonds. That would require research we don't have access to, Oriva pointed out. Ancient texts, historical records, documentation that's probably locked in council archives. Or, Various said slowly, we could ask someone who was alive when sanctuary law was written. Everyone turned to look at her. Airless, the captain continued. She's 300 years old. She would have been alive during the formation of modern pack law. She knows the original intent. We can't just ask the presiding judge to testify, Aldrich protested. Why not? She's the ultimate authority on ancient law. If anyone can clarify the original intent of sanctuary protections, it's her. Ridian considered this. It's irregular. But these are irregular circumstances. He looked at the Lyra. Are you willing to risk everything on a 300-year-old judge remembering the original purpose of laws written before any of us were born? I'm willing to risk everything in truth, the Lyra said. If sanctuary law was meant to override birth bonds, Airless will know. And if it wasn't, then we deserve to lose. The afternoon session opened with Ridian making an unprecedented request. Honored Council, I petition for historical clarification from presiding Judge Airless regarding the original intent of sanctuary law as written. The amphitheater went silent. Alpha's making such requests was unheard of. It essentially asked the judge to become a witness in her own hearing. Airless studied Ridian with ancient eyes that had seen centuries of pack politics. You asked me to set aside neutrality and provide interpretation that favors one side. I ask you to provide the truth. The council is debating whether sanctuary law overrides birth bonds. You were alive when that law was written. You know its purpose. Share that knowledge so we can rule based on intent, not convenient interpretation. If I do this, my testimony becomes part of the record. It establishes precedent that affects every pack in every territory.
Good.
Let it establish precedent. Let wolves across all territories know whether sanctuary actually means protection, or if it's just a pretty word that crumbles when alphas find it inconvenient. Merrick stood. This is highly irregular. Everything about this hearing is irregular, Airless interrupted. Her voice carried weight that silenced even Merrick. An alpha invading a neighbor over a single omega. The council convened for the first time in 50 years. Sanctuary law being challenged in ways that threaten its entire foundation. She looked around the amphitheater. Yes, Alpharidian. I will testify. But understand, my testimony will be true, regardless of which side it supports. She descended from the council platform and took the center position, and the symbolism wasn't lost on anyone. The presiding judge was about to determine the outcome of her own hearing. Sanctuary law was written 270 years ago, Airless began, her voice carrying perfect clarity. I was 30 years old when the council of that era debated its terms. I remember the discussions, the arguments, the wolves who died because we lacked such protections. She turned to address the full amphitheater. At that time, alphas had absolute authority over pack members. Birth bonds were considered unbreakable. Wolves who fled abusive packs were hunted as traitors, killed as examples, their deaths sanctioned under pack law. Her expression was grim. Omegas especially suffered. They were property, traded between packs like resources, their consent irrelevant to their fate. Sanctuary law was written specifically to override that system, to establish that when an alpha became a tyrant, when a pack became a prison, wolves had the right to seek protection elsewhere. And that protection, once granted, superseded all previous bonds, including birth bonds. She looked directly at Merrick. The law was never meant to be convenient. It was meant to be absolute. A wolf seeking sanctuary could be an omega fleeing abuse, a beta escaping torture, even an alpha's own child running from a father's cruelty. Birth bonds, marriage bonds, pack bonds, all of them could be severed if the wolf seeking sanctuary demonstrated legitimate persecution. And who determines what constitutes legitimate persecution? Merrick challenged. The alpha granting sanctuary. That's the entire point. The decision is taken out of the persecuting pack's hands and placed with a neutral third party. Airless's gaze was hard. You argue that the Lyra belongs to you by birth. I argue that sanctuary law was written precisely to free wolves from that kind of thinking. She doesn't belong to anyone but herself. And she chose Shadowmere. The amphitheater erupted. Wolves shouted agreement, disagreement, and shock at the judge's unambiguous position. Marek's delegation looked furious. Shadowmere looked hopeful. And the Lyra felt something crack open in her chest, not hope exactly, but the possibility of it. Airless returned to the council platform, calling for order. Based on my testimony regarding original intent, and based on evidence presented by both parties, the council will now deliberate. We will render judgment tomorrow at dawn. She struck the ceremonial gong, and the second day of hearings concluded. That was incredible, Darius said as they returned to their quarters. She basically ruled in our favor, without formally ruling. She provided historical context, Aldrich corrected. The council still has to apply that context to our specific situation. They could theoretically ignore her testimony and rule however they want. They won't ignore Airless, Oriva said confidently. She's the most respected wolf in all 5 territories. Contradicting her interpretation of law she personally witnessed being written would destroy the council's credibility. Don't celebrate yet, Varia warned. We still have to survive until dawn. And Merrick looked ready to murder someone when Airless testified. She wasn't wrong. That evening, as the Lyra walked the grounds outside their accommodations, she felt eyes on her. Crimson Fong wolves watching from shadows, calculating, waiting. Rydian appeared beside her, materializing from the darkness, like he'd been tracking her movements. "You shouldn't be out here alone," he said. "I'm on council grounds. Merrick can't touch me without violating sacred law." Merrick has already violated sanctuary law, territorial law, and basic decency. I wouldn't put anything past him. He guided her back toward their quarters. "One more night, Delira. Just survive one more night, and tomorrow we'll have our answer." What if the answer is no? What if the council rules against us despite Airless's testimony? Then we implement the backup plan. His expression was grim. "I have wolves positioned at every exit from the council grounds. If the ruling goes against us, they'll create a distraction while we escape. We'll be across the border into neutral territory before the council can organize the pursuit." "You've been planning our escape this whole time? Since the moment we received the arbitration summons." "I told you, I'm not losing you to politics or legal technicalities." His frost-colored eyes were fierce. "I meant it. Whatever the council rules, you're mine to protect. And I will protect you, even if it means becoming a rogue alpha hunted by every territory. I can't let you sacrifice everything for me. You're not letting me do anything. I'm choosing." He pulled her close. "Besides, Shadowmere isn't a place. It's an idea that broken wolves deserve value, that pack membership is chosen not assigned, that compassion matters more than power. We can build that idea anywhere, with anyone willing to follow." "How many wolves would follow us into exile?" "All of them," he said simply. I asked. Every wolf in Shadowmere was given the choice: stay if the ruling goes against us and accept new leadership, or follow us into exile and build something new. They all chose exile. Thalira's throat tightened. They'd give up their home for this? For us. For what we represent. For the chance to be part of something that values them beyond their combat ability or healing speed or bloodline purity. His smile was slight. "You're not the only broken thing that was found belonging to Shadowmere. You're just the one whose case is being decided by the council." They stood together in the darkness, and the Lyra felt the weight of responsibility settling over her shoulders. Not just her fate being decided tomorrow, but the fate of every wolf who'd chosen Shadowmere's vision over traditional pack structure. "I'm scared," she admitted. "So am I. But we've survived everything else. We'll survive this too. And if we don't, then we die trying, which is better than living without trying." He kissed her gently. "Get some sleep. Tomorrow changes everything, one way or another." But sleep was impossible. The Lyra lay awake through the long hours of darkness, listening to movement outside their quarters, feeling the weight of tomorrow pressing down like physical force. Somewhere in the night, she heard shouting. A brief scuffle, then silence. When she went to investigate, she found Varia and 6 Shadowmere warriors standing guard. "Crimson Fang wolves tried to enter your quarters," the captain said flatly. "We discouraged them." Firmly. "Is anyone hurt?" "Not on our side."
Can't speak for theirs.
Varia's expression was hard. Marek's getting desperate. He knows Airless's testimony damaged his case. He's looking for ways to tip the balance before the ruling. Ways like kidnapping me before dawn? Or worse, which is why you're staying inside until the council convenes. No walks, no wandering, no exposure. She gestured to the guards. They'll keep watch. Try to rest. The Lyra returned to her room to find Rydian already awake, his expression grim. "I heard," he said. "Marek's not accepting defeat gracefully. Will the council care that he tried to violate their sanctuary? Only if we survive to tell them. And only if they're inclined to believe us over him." He moved to the window, staring out at the pre-dawn darkness. "A few more hours. Then we'll know." They stood vigil together, watching darkness slowly give way to gray dawn, listening to the amphitheater filled with wolves eager to witness history. And when the sun finally crested the eastern mountains, when the ceremonial bells rang calling all parties to judgment, when everything they'd fought for came down to 5 alphas making a decision, the Lyra walked to the amphitheater with her head high, her hand in Rydian's, ready to face whatever came. Because she'd told the truth. They'd presented their case honorably. And if the council ruled against them anyway, if politics mattered more than law, then they'd run. They'd build something new. They'd prove that Shadowmere's vision could survive even official condemnation. The amphitheater was packed, thousands of wolves pressed together, the air electric with anticipation. The Lyra took her position beside Rydian, very aware of the escape routes he'd planned, the loyal wolves positioned to create diversions, the horses waiting beyond the council grounds. Erla stood, and the crowd fell silent. The Council of Five Territories has deliberated through the night. We have considered testimony from both parties, examined historical precedent, and debated the implications of our ruling. Her ancient voice carried perfectly through the space. We are unanimous in our decision. The Lyra's heart hammered so hard she could barely breathe. In the matter of the Lyra formerly of Crimson Fong, now claiming Shadowmere pack membership, Airless paused, and the silence was deafening. We rule in favor of Shadowmere. The amphitheater exploded. Wolves shouted, argued, celebrated, and protested. Merrick was on his feet, furious. Rydian pulled the Lyra close, his relief palpable. Order. Airless's voice cut through the chaos. The council will explain its reasoning. She waited for silence, then continued. Sanctuary law exists to protect wolves from persecution. The Lyra demonstrated clear persecution, exile enforced by hunting parties, attempted assassination, ongoing pursuit across territories. Alpha Rydian acted appropriately in granting sanctuary. Birth bonds do not supersede sanctuary protection when persecution is established. Furthermore, and now her voice went hard, we find that Alpha Marek's subsequent actions, invading Shadowmere territory, attempting assassination of a ruling Alpha, sending wolves to violate council sanctuary during these hearings, demonstrate that the Lyra's fear was justified. No wolf should be returned to a pack that has repeatedly demonstrated lethal intent. She looked directly at Merrick. Crimson Fong's claim is denied. The Lyra is recognized as a Shadowmere pack member with full protection under territorial law. Any further attempts to reclaim her will be treated as acts of war against a sovereign pack and will be met with combined territorial response. This is outrageous, Merrick shouted. The council has no authority to. We have absolute authority, Cassius interrupted, standing. That's the entire point of the council. We intervene when individual alphas threaten regional stability. Your invasion threatens stability. Your claim threatens sanctuary law. Both have been rejected. Accept the ruling and move forward, or face censure from all 5 territories. Marek's face was red with fury, but he was trapped. Defying the council meant becoming an outlaw, losing all alliances, facing united opposition from territories who couldn't allow individual alphas to ignore collective authority. Fine, he said through gritted teeth. The ruling stands. But this isn't over, Rydian. You've made an enemy today. I made an enemy months ago when I refused to abandon a wolf under my protection, Rydian replied calmly. This just makes it official. Airless struck the ceremonial gong. These hearings are concluded. Let the record show that sanctuary law has been upheld, that birth bonds can be severed when persecution is established, and that all packs must respect wolves' right to choose their allegiance when faced with legitimate fear. The gathering slowly dispersed, wolves from different territories arguing about implications, debating precedent, processing the historic ruling. And the Lyra stood in the center of it all, barely able to process that they'd won. They'd actually won. We should leave quickly, Varia said quietly. Merrick accepted the ruling, but I don't trust him not to try something before we're clear of council grounds. They moved swiftly, gathering their delegation, mounting horses, heading for Shadowmere territory with Varia's warriors forming a protective perimeter. They traveled perhaps an hour when the Lyra finally let herself believe it was real. We won, she said, the words feeling strange on her tongue. We won, Rydian confirmed, and his smile was genuine, relieved, exhausted. You're officially Shadowmere, recognized by all 5 territories. No one can challenge your place in the pack now. What happens next?
Now?
We go home. We rebuild what the war damaged. We strengthen our defenses because Merrick absolutely will try something eventually. He looked at her, and his expression was warm. And we figure out what it means to be two wolves in love who don't have to fight for survival every single day. That sounds boring. That sounds perfect. They rode through the afternoon, leaving the council grounds behind, heading towards Shadowmere territory and everything it represented. Home, belonging, the chance to be valued for exactly who they were. And as the keep's towers came into view at sunset, as Shadowmere wolves emerged to welcome them home with cheers and celebration, as the Lyra realized she'd actually survived everything and won, she felt something fundamental settle in her chest.
Peace.
Not the absence of conflict, because Merrick would absolutely seek revenge eventually, but the peace of knowing she belonged. That she'd chosen her pack, and her pack had chosen her back. That love existed in messy, complicated, beautiful forms when broken things found each other. That night, as celebrations continued throughout the keep, Rydian found her on their balcony watching stars emerge. "What are you thinking about?" he asked. "Everything. Nothing. The fact that 3 months ago I was dying against a tree in your territory, and now I'm home." She looked at him. "Thank you. For seeing value in broken things. For fighting for me when you didn't have to. For building something worth belonging to. Thank you for choosing us. For being exactly the kind of wolf Shadowmere needed." He pulled her close. "I love you, the Lyra. Not despite being broken, not because of some symbolic meaning. Just you. Exactly as you are. I love you too. Exactly as you are. Frost-colored eyes, protective tendencies, and all." They stood together under the stars, two broken wolves who'd found wholeness in each other, in a pack, in the revolutionary idea that worth wasn't measured in healing ability or combat prowess. Tomorrow will bring new challenges. Merrick would plot revenge. Politics would continue being complicated. The work of maintaining Shadowmere's vision would never truly end. But tonight, they had peace. They had home. They had each other. And somehow, impossibly, that was enough. More than enough. It was everything. Chapter 12. 3 months after the council ruling, Shadowmere had transformed. The damaged walls were rebuilt, stronger than before. The infirmary expanded to accommodate Sero's growing staff of healers who'd heard about the pack that valued medical knowledge over combat prowess. New wolves arrived weekly. Omegas fleeing abusive packs, betas seeking purpose beyond traditional hierarchy, even a few alphas who'd grown tired of ruling through fear. Shadowmere's population swelled to nearly 200 wolves, all of them choosing to be there, all of them finding value in a pack structure that prioritized competence over bloodline. And the Lyra stood at the center of it, no longer the broken Omega seeking sanctuary, but the strategic advisor whose intelligence had saved the pack multiple times. She worked in the war room most days, analyzing reports from scouts monitoring Crimson Fang's movements, because Merrick hadn't forgotten or forgiven, just retreated to plan more carefully. She coordinated with other territories, building alliances based on mutual respect rather than fear. She trained younger wolves in strategic thinking, teaching them to fight with their minds when their bodies weren't strong enough. It was exhausting, fulfilling work that made her fall into bed each night, too tired to dream. Except she didn't fall into bed alone anymore. Rydian's quarters had become their quarters 2 weeks after returning from the council hearing. It hadn't been a grand romantic gesture, just the practical acknowledgement that they spent every night together anyway, and maintaining separate rooms was pointless. The pack had accepted it with minimal fuss. Most wolves had assumed they were together long before it became official. Varia had made one sarcastic comment about finally making it formal and moved on. Even the traditionalists who still questioned the Lyra's position couldn't argue with results. Under her strategic guidance, Shadowmere had become more efficient, more coordinated, more successful. "You're brooding again," Rydian said, appearing in the war room doorway with 2 cups of tea. "I'm analyzing. You're staring at the same map you've stared at for 3 hours. That's brooding." He set 1 cup beside her, then settled into the chair across from her workspace. "What's bothering you?" The Lyra considered deflecting, then decided against it. One of the things she valued most about their relationship was the honesty, the ability to voice fears without judgment. Marek's been too quiet, she said. 3 months since the ruling, and he's done nothing. No border provocations, no raids, no attempts to reclaim me. Just silence. Maybe he's accepted defeat. Marek doesn't accept defeat. He plans revenge. She traced movements on the map, patterns she'd been tracking. He's been recruiting again. Heavily. His pack has grown by almost 80 wolves in 3 months. That's not normal growth, Rydian. That's building an army. His expression grew serious. You think he's planning another invasion? I think he's planning something worse. An invasion would be expected, defended against. But there are other ways to destroy a pack. She pulled out reports from various scouts. He's been meeting with Eastern Territory wolves, having private councils with traditionalist alphas, building political alliances. To do what? To isolate us. To make Shadowmere seem like the problem rather than him. To turn our revolutionary structure from inspiration into threat. She met his eyes. He can't beat us militarily, not after the council ruling. But he can beat us politically by convincing other territories that our way of doing things threatens their power structures. Rydian was quiet for a long moment, studying the reports. You're right. This is worse than invasion. If he gets enough alphas questioning our legitimacy, questioning whether omegas should have authority or wolves should choose their packs, then the council's ruling becomes irrelevant. Other territories refuse to honor our sovereignty. We become outlaws regardless of legal precedent. What do we do about it? We beat him at his own game. Build our own alliances. Show other packs that our structure works, that valuing competence over bloodline makes us stronger, not weaker. She pulled out another set of documents. I've been corresponding with several smaller packs who are interested in our model. They're tired of traditional hierarchy, tired of watching good wolves be discarded because they don't fit perfect molds. You want to export Shadowmere's structure to other packs? I want to prove that we're not an anomaly, that our success can be replicated, that the future of pack society doesn't have to look like the past. She smiled slightly. Basically, I want to start a revolution. Think you can handle being revolutionary instead of just reforming? His answering smile was fierce. I think I can manage. What do you need from me? Permission to invite representatives from interested packs to visit Shadowmere. Let them see how we operate, meet our wolves, understand that broken things can be valuable. Then support them as they implement changes in their own territories. That's ambitious. And risky. If we're seen as actively undermining traditional pack structure, then we're exactly what Marek's accusing us of being. I know. She stood, moving to face him directly. But the alternative is waiting for him to destroy us politically while we defend a status quo that's already changing. Other packs are watching us, Rydian. They saw the council ruling. They know sanctuary law was upheld. They're wondering if maybe there's a better way to structure and pack society. And you want to show them that a better way exists. I want to prove that the broken omega everyone thought was worthless can help reshape how 5 territories think about value and worth and belonging. She paused. Is that too ambitious? Probably. He stood, closing the distance between them. But when has impossible odds ever stopped us? His frost-colored eyes were warm. Do it. Invite the representatives. Show them what we've built. Start your revolution. Our revolution. You're the one who built the foundation. You're the one making it into something bigger than either of us imagined. He kissed her gently. I'm just the alpha who is smart enough to see your worth. You're the wolf who's proving that worth can reshape the world. Over the next month, representatives from 6 different packs visited Shadowmere. They came skeptical, expecting to find chaos or weakness or evidence that valuing broken wolves led to pack decline. Instead, they found efficiency, organization, wolves working with purpose and pride. They watched Ciro's medical facility operate with precision that rivaled packs 3 times their size. They observed combat training where strategy mattered as much as strength. They sat in on council meetings where omegas and betas contributed equally with alphas. And they saw Valera, a wolf who couldn't heal, who by traditional standards should be worthless, coordinate complex operations, analyze threats, and provide strategic guidance that keeps an entire pack safe. How do you determine worth? One visiting alpha asked during a formal dinner. By contribution, Ridian answered. A healer who saves lives is as valuable as a warrior who fights. A strategist who prevents battles is as valuable as one who wins them. An omega who builds community is as valuable as an alpha who leads it. That's idealistic. How do you prevent wolves from exploiting the system? From claiming value they don't provide. We evaluate based on results, not potential. And we give every wolf the opportunity to find where they fit rather than assigning roles based on birth. The Lyra spoke up, her voice steady. Some wolves excel at things traditional packs would never let them attempt. We just let them try. And if they fail, then they try something else. Failure isn't permanent unless you make it permanent. The visiting wolves looked thoughtful, calculating, processing how this might work in their own territories. Not all of them were convinced. 2 delegations left still skeptical, certain that traditional structure was superior. But 4 saw the possibility. 4 went home planning to implement changes, to create space for wolves who didn't fit traditional molds. That's 4 packs that might shift their thinking, Ridian observed as the last delegation departed. 4 territories where broken wolves might find value instead of exile. 4 is a start, the Lyra agreed. But we need more. Need to prove this isn't just Shadowmere being unusual, but the beginning of real change. Give it time. Change happens slowly, then all at once. He pulled her close. You're doing exactly what you're supposed to be doing. Building something that outlasts us, that matters beyond our individual lives. She leaned into him, taking comfort in his solid presence. 3 months ago, she'd been terrified of the council ruling, of losing everything they'd fought for. Now she was building something bigger than survival. She was building legacy. But that night, as she reviewed reports before bed, she found something that chilled her blood. A message from one of her informants in Crimson Fong territory. Short, urgent, encrypted. Merrick meeting with Eastern Alpha. Planning joint action against revolutionary packs. Timeline, 2 months. Target, Shadowmere and allies. She showed it to Ridian immediately. He read it twice, his expression growing darker. Joint action. He's convinced Dominic to side with him against us. Not just against us. Against any pack implementing our structure. He's framing this as protecting traditional hierarchy from revolutionary threat. The Lyra's mind was already racing through implications. If he gets other territories to see us as dangerous, as undermining pack society itself, then we're not just defending Shadowmere. We're defending every wolf who's found belonging in non-traditional structures. Ridian moved to the maps, already calculating defensive positions. 2 months isn't much time to prepare. We don't prepare defensively. We prepare offensively. The Lyra joined him at the table. Marek's strategy relies on other packs seeing us as a threat. We counter by showing we're actually the solution to problems traditional packs can't solve.
How?
The 4 packs that visited, they're all facing challenges. The Western pack has a healer shortage. The Northern territories struggle with scout coordination. The Southern pack needs better strategic planning. She marked positions on the map. We help them. Publicly, visibly, in ways that demonstrate our structure creates strength rather than weakness. We send our resources to other packs when we're about to face assault ourselves. We prove that cooperation works better than competition. That pack helps each other become stronger collectively than any pack standing alone. She met his eyes. Marek's counting on traditional alpha thinking, hoard resources, defend territory, prioritize individual pack strength. We counter with revolutionary thinking, share resources, build alliances, create collective strength. Ridian studied her for a long moment. Then he smiled. You're brilliant. And completely insane. I love both those things about you. Is that a yes? That's a yes. Contact the 4 packs. Offer assistance. Show them that Shadowmere's way works. His expression grew serious. But the Lyra, if this goes wrong, if Marek's assault succeeds while our resources are spread thin helping others, then we go down proving our principles mattered more than survival, which is better than surviving by abandoning everything we believe. She took his hand. We've never chosen the safe path. Why start now? Why indeed? He pulled her close, kissing her with an intensity that spoke of fear and hope and absolute commitment. Let's start a revolution, little broken wolf. Let's show 5 territories that the future doesn't have to look like the past. Over the next 6 weeks, Shadowmere became a hub of revolutionary activity. Ciro and 3 of his best healers traveled to the Western Pack, training their medical staff in techniques that didn't require large facilities or extensive resources. Varia took a team to the Northern Territories, teaching their scouts coordination strategies that multiplied effectiveness. The Lyra herself visited the Southern Pack, working with their strategists to develop defensive plans that leveraged terrain over raw numbers. And everywhere they went, they proved that Shadowmere's model worked. The Western Pack's mortality rate dropped by 30% in 3 weeks. The Northern Territories scout network became twice as efficient. The Southern Pack successfully repelled a border incursion using strategies the Lyra helped develop. Word spread. Other packs started paying attention, started asking questions. I started wondering if maybe traditional hierarchy wasn't the only way to build strength. And Marek's political campaign against revolutionary packs started losing traction. He's furious, Darius reported, having infiltrated a Crimson Fawn gathering to gather intelligence. Marek thought helping other packs would weaken us. Instead, it made us look strong, generous, and confident. Everything he's trying to paint us as dangerous, unstable, threatening. We're proving the opposite. Good, the Lyra said. Let him be furious. Fury makes wolves sloppy. Fury also makes them desperate. And desperate wolves do stupid things. Darius's expression was worried. I heard talk about accelerating their timeline, moving against us before we can build more alliances. How accelerated? Days, not months. The Lyra felt her stomach drop. They'd spread their resources thin, helping other packs. If Crimson Fawn attacked now, before those wolves returned to Shadowmere, recall everyone, Rydian ordered, already moving into command mode. Full defensive positions. I want every wolf back in Shadowmere territory within 48 hours. The next 2 days were chaos, messengers racing between territories, wolves traveling at forced march pace, defensive positions being fortified. Ciro and his healers returned first, exhausted from hard travel. Varia's team came in 6 hours later. The Lyra was the last, having been furthest out, and she arrived to find the keep preparing for siege. Status? She asked Rydian, finding him in the war room. Crimson Fawn and Eastern Territory forces massing at our southern border. Approximately 130 wolves combined. They'll attack within 24 hours. His expression was grim. We have 180 wolves, but 40 of them are newly recruited and minimally trained. So we're outnumbered by experienced fighters. Significantly. He pulled her close, and she could feel tension radiating from him. This is bad, the Lyra. Worse than the first invasion. Marek learned from his mistakes. He's not splitting forces or relying on surprise. Just overwhelming numerical advantage and experienced warriors. Then we don't fight him the way he expects. We use what we're good at, strategy, coordination, and terrain advantage. Her mind was already working through possibilities. The southern border has that ravine system. If we can funnel them into narrow passages, they'll expect that. Marek's not stupid. No, but he's arrogant. He thinks because we helped other packs, we're weak, stretched thin, vulnerable. She smiled, fierce and sharp. Let's prove him wrong. They spent the night planning, developing a defensive strategy that leveraged every advantage they had. Not just military tactics, but psychological ones, political ones. Ways to make the assault so costly that even victory would seem like defeat. And as dawn approached, as Crimson Fawn and Eastern Territory forces began their advance, as everything they'd built faced its greatest test, the Lyra stood beside Rydian on the walls, watching enemy wolves approach, and felt absolute certainty settle over her. They would survive this. Not because they were stronger or better equipped or divinely favored, but because they had something Merrick didn't understand and couldn't replicate. They had wolves who chose to be there, who believed in something worth fighting for, who'd proven that broken things could be valuable and worth protecting. And that made all the difference. "Whatever happens today," Rydian said quietly, his hand finding hers, "I want you to know that loving you, building this with you, fighting for a future where broken wolves have value, it's been the greatest privilege of my life. Don't talk like we're about to die. We're about to win. With odds like these, that's optimistic. That's faith. In us, in this pack, in the revolution we're building." She squeezed his hand. "Now, let's show Merrick what broken wolves can do when we refuse to stay broken." The battle cry went up from the southern border. The assault had begun, and Shadowmere's greatest test was finally, terribly underway. Chapter 13. The battle began at dawn with a coordinated assault on 3 fronts. The Lyra coordinated from the war room, receiving reports every few minutes, tracking enemy movements on her maps with colored markers that showed the terrifying reality. Crimson Fong and Eastern Territory forces were pushing hard, and they were pushing smart. "Southern Ravine is holding but under heavy pressure," a messenger gasped, having run from the front lines. "Eldrick estimates they can hold another hour, maybe 2. Eastern approach seeing probing attacks," another reported. "Varia thinks they're testing for weaknesses." "Western border is quiet so far," a third added. "But scouts report movement in the forest. Possible flanking force." The Lyra marked each position, her mind racing through possibilities. Merrick was attacking everywhere at once, spreading Shadowmere's defenses thin, looking for the breaking point. "Reinforce the southern ravine," she ordered. "Pull 20 wolves from the northern positions. They're not attacking there, it's a feint. Varia needs mobile units ready to respond to the western flank when it materializes." The messengers ran to relay orders. Rydian stood beside her, watching the maps evolve with each report. "They're not trying to break through," he observed. "They're trying to exhaust us. Keep us fighting on multiple fronts until our wolves are too tired to defend effectively. Then we rotate defenders before they reach exhaustion. Fresh wolves every hour on the front lines, pull back the tired ones to rest." The Lyra trace movements on the map, and we make them pay for every foot of ground. Not in wolf lives, but in time and resources. Guerrilla warfare.
Exactly.
They have numbers, but we have knowledge of this terrain. We make them fight for every position, then abandon it before they can claim victory. Led them deeper into territory rigged with obstacles and ambush points. Rydian nodded, already sending orders to implement the strategy. The war room became a hub of controlled chaos. Messengers arriving and departing, maps being updated, strategies being adjusted in real time. Hours blurred together. The southern ravine held, then was strategically abandoned when holding it would cost too many wolves. Eastern defenses gave ground slowly, making the enemy work for every advance. The western flank materialized exactly as predicted, but various mobile units were ready, turning what should have been a devastating surprise into a costly stalemate. "We're doing it," Darius said, arriving with fresh reports. "We're actually holding them. For now," the Lyra cautioned. "But we can't sustain this pace indefinitely. Eventually, sheer numbers will overwhelm us. Then we need to change the equation. Make numbers matter less."
"How?"
Before he could answer, a commotion erupted outside the war room. Shouting, the sound of running feet, then Ciro burst through the door, his face streaked with blood that wasn't his. "We have a problem," the healer said urgently. "A big one." "What happened?" Merrick sent a team around the eastern perimeter. Small, elite, fast-moving. They hit the medical tents. His expression was devastated. "Killed 3 healers, destroyed most of our medical supplies, wounded a dozen wolves we'd pulled back for treatment." Horror crawled up the Lyra's spine. "He's targeting non-combatants, violating war protocols. He's targeting our infrastructure, making it impossible for us to sustain a prolonged defense even if we hold the borders." Rydian's voice was cold with fury. That's not just tactical. That's personal. He wants us to watch wolves die from treatable injuries because we lack supplies to save them. Can you stabilize the wounded? The Lyra asked Zero.
For now.
But if we take more casualties, I can't treat them. He didn't finish the sentence. I didn't need to. Then we can't take more casualties. Which means ending this battle before attrition kills us. The Lyra turned to the maps, studying the enemy positions with fresh urgency. Where's Merrick commanding from? The southern camp, probably. Why? Because we've been fighting defensively, reacting to his moves. What if we take the initiative? She pointed to a position on the map. Small team, elite fighters, straight to his command post. Kill or capture Merrick, the assault collapses. That's suicide, Varia said, having entered during Ciro's report. His command post is surrounded by 50 wolves. We'd never get through. Not by force, but by deception. The Lyra's mind was racing. What if we made him think we were retreating? Pulled back from all fronts, it looked like we were preparing to evacuate the keep. He'd push forward, commit everything to finishing us. Which leaves his command post less defended. Rydian finished, understanding dawning. We fake collapse. He takes the bait, and while his main force advances, we hit his command structure from behind. It's risky. If he doesn't take the bait, we've just given up defensive positions for nothing. And if he does take it, and we fail to neutralize his command, we're trapped between his main force and whatever guards remain at his post. Rydian studied the map, calculating. But if it works, we end this battle in one stroke instead of dying slowly from accumulated wounds. The Lyra met his eyes. I know the odds aren't good, but they're better than waiting for attrition to kill us. He was quiet for a long moment. Then he nodded. Do it. Coordinate the false retreat. I'll lead the strike team to Marek's command post. No, the Lyra said immediately. This requires my best fighters and someone who can negotiate surrender if we capture him alive. That's me. It also requires someone Merrick won't expect. Someone he's dismissed as non-threatening. She held his gaze. It requires me. Absolutely not. Think about it, Rydian. If you show up at his command post, he knows it's a trap. His guards stay alert, ready for combat. But if I show up... She paused. If the broken Omega he's been hunting appears alone, wounded, apparently fleeing the keep's collapse, he'll let his guard down. He'll want to capture me personally, prove his victory, enjoy his triumph. And then what? You're surrounded by enemy wolves with no backup. Then my backup reveals itself and we take the post while they're distracted by me. She turned to Varia. Can you position fighters around Marek's command post without being detected? In theory. The forest is dense enough for cover if we move carefully. The captain's expression was troubled. But the Lyra, you'd be completely vulnerable during the approach. If anything goes wrong before we're in position, then I improvise. I've gotten good at that. She looked back at Rydian. You said you trust me to make decisions, to be a partner instead of protected. This is me making a decision. Let me do this. She could see the war in his expression, protective instinct fighting against trust, fear battling with respect for her autonomy. If anything happens to you, he said finally, his voice rough, if you get hurt or captured or killed because I let you walk into danger, then you remember that I chose this, that I'm fighting for something worth the risk. She moved closer, taking his hands. I love you. I'm not trying to be heroic or prove anything. I'm being strategic. This is the plan with the best chance of success, and we both know it. He pulled her into his arms, holding her so tightly she could barely breathe. Come back to me. Whatever happens, whatever you have to do, come back. Always, she promised. Now, let's end this war. The next hour was controlled chaos as they implemented the plan. Orders went out to all fronts. Begin staged retreat. Make it look convincing but not panicked. Pull back toward the keep in apparent preparation for last stand defense or evacuation. Wolves who'd been holding defensive positions abandoned them reluctantly, making sure the enemy saw them falling back. And it worked. Merrick took the bait. Scouts reported Crimson Fong and Eastern Territory forces surging forward, pressing the apparent advantage, committing everything to finishing Shadowmere before they could regroup, which left his command post with minimal guard, just 20 wolves instead of 50. Varya selected her best infiltration specialists, wolves who could move through forest like ghosts. They departed in small groups, approaching Marek's camp from multiple angles, positioning themselves in the dense undergrowth surrounding his command tent. And the Lyra prepared herself. Ciro helped her look the part, reopening the barely healed wound on her arm, adding bruises with careful application of dyes, making her appear beaten and desperate. They dressed her in torn clothes, removed any weapons that would suggest she was dangerous. "You look like you've been through hell," Ciro observed.
Good.
"That's the point." She checked her reflection in the polished metal mirror. Convincing. Marek would believe she was fleeing, and would see victory in her apparent defeat. Rydian appeared in the doorway, his expression conflicted. "The strike team is in position. Varya's ready to move on your signal." He crossed to her, cupping her face in his hands. "Last chance to change your mind. Send someone else. Use a different strategy. This is the strategy that works, and I'm the wolf who has to implement it." She covered his hands with hers. "I'll be fine. Trust me." "I do trust you. I just also love you, and the idea of watching you walk into enemy hands is tearing me apart." His frost-colored eyes were intense. "Be smart. Be careful. And if you get a chance to escape before the strike team moves, take it." "I will." She kissed him, trying to pour everything she felt into that contact. Love, certainty, the promise that she'd survive this. "Keep the keep safe. And if this goes wrong, if I don't make it back, don't. If I don't make it back," she continued firmly, "remember that I chose this. That fighting for Shadowmere, for broken wolves having value, for a world where worth isn't determined by healing ability, it was worth everything, including me." He kissed her again, fierce and desperate. Then he released her, stepping back.
"Go.
"Before I change my mind and lock you in the safe room." The Lyra left the keep through a small exit on the eastern side, moving through forest that was blessedly empty. All the fighting had shifted to other fronts as Marek's forces pursued the retreating Shadowmere wolves. She made her way toward his command post, using paths she'd memorized from maps, moving with deliberate noise so guards would hear her approach. She was 100 yards from the camp when they found her. 2 Crimson Fong warriors, weapons drawn, suspicion written across their faces. "Stop," one ordered. "Identify yourself." The Lyra let herself stumble, catching herself against a tree, breathing hard like she'd been running. I need to speak to Alpha Marek." They exchanged glances. "You're the broken Omega. The one this whole war is about." "I'm the Lyra, and I'm surrendering." She let exhaustion color her voice, making herself sound defeated. "Shadowmere is falling. Rydian's ordering evacuation. I can't run anymore. I'm done." "You're surrendering to Alpha Marek? After everything?" "I'm surrendering before I die fleeing through forests I don't know." She straightened, meeting their eyes. "Take me to him. Let's end this." They escorted her to the command tent, weapons at her back, treating her like dangerous despite her apparent surrender. Smart wolves. Wary wolves. Wolves who had no idea they were being positioned exactly where Varya needed them. Marek stood over a map table when the guards brought her in, discussing positions with several senior wolves. He looked up as she entered, and something triumphant flashed across his face.
"Well,
The broken prize finally comes home." He dismissed his advisors with a wave. "Leave us. I want to speak with her privately." The tent emptied except for 4 guards at the entrance. Close enough to intervene, far enough to give the illusion of privacy.
perfect."
"You're surrendering," Marek said, circling her slowly. "After months of fighting, after the council ruling, after turning yourself into some revolutionary symbol, you're just giving up?" "I'm choosing survival over pride." The Lyra kept her voice steady, playing her role. "Shadowmere is falling. Rydian can't protect me anymore. And I'm tired of being the reason wolves die." "How noble. And how convenient that you discover this nobility just as my forces are about to overrun your precious pack. He moved closer, and she could smell the satisfaction in him. Tell me, did Rydian send you? Is this some desperate ploy to buy time? Rydian doesn't know I'm here. He's too busy trying to organize an evacuation. Liar. Marek's hand shot out, gripping her wounded arm, squeezing until pain made her gasp. You've been his strategic advisor for months. Planned defenses, coordinated responses, made him look competent when he's just a reformer playing at war. You don't make moves without his knowledge. You're right, the Lyra said through gritted teeth. This is a trap, and you fell for it. His eyes widened just as the tent walls erupted inward. Various strike team poured through slits they'd cut in the canvas, moving with lethal precision. The 4 guards at the entrance went down in seconds, overwhelmed before they could raise an alarm. More Shadowmere wolves secured the perimeter, establishing defensive positions. And Marek still had his hand on Thalira's arm. She drove her elbow into his throat, using techniques Varia had drilled into her during training. Not strong enough to cause serious damage, but enough to make him release her, stumbling backward. Varia's blade was at his throat before he recovered. Move and you die, the captain said coldly. Your choice. Marek's expression went from triumphant to furious in heartbeats. You think capturing me ends this? My forces are larger, better equipped. They'll destroy Shadowmere and rescue me. Your forces are currently chasing a fake retreat into prepared kill zones, the Lyra said, putting distance between herself and the enemy Alpha. By the time they realize it's a trap, they'll be too scattered and exhausted to mount an effective rescue. And you'll be our prisoner, which gives us significant negotiating power. This is illegal. Attacking under flag of surrender. I didn't surrender. I said I was done. Different thing. She smiled, sharp and satisfied. And you were so eager to claim victory that you didn't question why I'd show up alone and unarmed. Pride makes wolves stupid, Marek. You should know that. The tent entrance opened. Rydian entered, his expression cold as winter frost. Alpha Marek. How convenient to find you unguarded and vulnerable. He surveyed the secured command post with satisfaction. I believe we have terms to discuss. Outside, the sounds of battle shifted. Horns blew, the signal for Crimson Fong forces to retreat, to regroup, to fall back from what they'd thought was certain victory. And trapped in his own command tent, surrounded by enemy wolves, Marek had no choice but to listen as Rydian dictated terms. Your forces withdraw from Shadowmere territory immediately. You sign a binding treaty recognizing our sovereignty and Thalira's pack membership. You pay reparations for damages caused by 2 invasions and the attack on our medical facilities. Rydian's voice was absolute. In exchange, we return you alive and unharmed, and we don't pursue your retreating forces. And if I refuse? Then you die here, your second takes command of Crimson Fong, and we negotiate with them instead. Though I suspect they'll be far more reasonable without you poisoning discussions with wounded pride. Marek's jaw clenched, fury radiating from every line of his body. But he was trapped, outmaneuvered, facing death or humiliation with no third option. Fine, he spat finally. I accept your terms. My forces withdraw. I signed your treaty. Crimson Fong acknowledges Shadowmere's sovereignty. Say her name, the Lyra said quietly. He looked at her with pure hatred. What? Say my name. Acknowledge that I'm not property to be claimed, but a wolf who chose her own fate. She moved closer, meeting his eyes without fear. You've spent months trying to reclaim me, started 2 wars, killed wolves, destroyed supplies, all because you couldn't accept that an Omega you dismissed as worthless had value. Say it. Say, I have worth beyond what you assign me. For a long moment, she thought he'd refuse. Thought his pride would literally kill him rather than admit he'd been wrong about her. Then, through gritted teeth, he forced out the words. The Lyra of Shadowmere has worth. She chose her pack. I acknowledge her autonomy. Good enough. Rydian signaled to Varia. Take him to our holding area. Keep him comfortable but secured. Once his forces have withdrawn and the treaty is signed, we'll release him. As Crimson Fawn wolves were escorted away and Shadowmere fighters secured the command post, the Lyra finally allowed herself to breathe. They'd done it. Against impossible odds, using strategy over strength, they'd captured an enemy alpha and forced terms that ended the war. Rydian pulled her into his arms the moment they were alone. "Don't ever do that again," he said against her hair. "Don't ever walk into enemy territory as bait. Don't ever put yourself at a hostile alpha's mercy. Don't ever make me watch you disappear into danger, knowing I might never see you again." It worked. It could have gotten you killed. If Merrick had suspected, if Varia's team had been delayed, if anything had gone wrong. But it didn't, because we planned well, executed perfectly, and trusted each other. She pulled back to look at him. "This is what partnership means, Rydian. Trusting me to be strategic even when it's terrifying. Believing I can handle danger even though you want to protect me from it. I know. And I do trust you. I just also love you, and watching you put yourself at risk makes me want to lock you in the safe room and never let you leave. Good thing you're not that kind of alpha. Good thing you're not the kind of Omega who'd tolerate it." His smile was slight but genuine. "You are brilliant. Absolutely terrifying, but brilliant. We were brilliant. This was our strategy, our risk, our victory." She kissed him softly.
Together.
Like everything else. They stood in the captured command tent, holding each other, as around them Shadowmere wolves secured their victory and Crimson Fawn forces began their humiliating retreat. The war was over. Not through superior force or divine intervention, but through strategy, coordination, and two broken wolves refusing to accept that broken meant defeated. And as news of the victory spread through Shadowmere territory, as wolves celebrated surviving impossible odds, as the treaty was signed and Merrick was released to slink back to Crimson Fawn with his pride shattered, the Lyra felt something fundamental settle in her chest. They'd proven it. Proven that worth wasn't measured in healing ability or combat prowess. Proven that broken wolves could be valuable, could be strategic, could reshape how entire territories thought about strength and value. Proven that love between equals, between partners who trusted each other's competence, could survive war and politics and every test the world threw at it. Tomorrow will bring new challenges. The revolution they'd started was just beginning. Other packs would implement changes, face resistance, and need support. But tonight they had peace. They had victory. They had each other. And that was enough. More than enough. It was everything they'd fought for. Everything they'd survived for. Everything that made being broken wolves in an imperfect world not just bearable, but beautiful. Chapter 14. 6 months after Marik's defeat, Shadowmere had become something unprecedented in the 5 territories. Not just a pack, but a movement. The 4 packs they'd helped during the war had implemented full structural reforms. Omegas served on councils. Betas held leadership positions based on competence. Wolves who couldn't heal or fight found value in strategy, teaching, healing, diplomacy. And more packs were watching, learning, questioning whether traditional hierarchy was truly the only way. The Lyra stood in the war room, now officially renamed the Strategy Center, reviewing requests for assistance from 3 more territories. Each one asked for guidance on implementing reforms, for advice on handling traditionalist resistance, for proof that their model could work beyond Shadowmere's unique circumstances. "We're going to need more advisors," she said to Rydian, who was reading reports from their various allied packs. "I can't personally visit every pack that wants to implement changes. Then we train others. Create a formal program for wolves who want to learn strategic advisory skills." He looked up from his papers. "Darius has been asking about that. He wants to help other packs the way we helped him see past his prejudices." Darius as a revolutionary advisor. The world really has changed. The Lyra smiled, remembering the hostile wolf who'd once called her a spy. Now, he was one of their most vocal advocates for reform. People change when given the chance. That's the whole point of what we're building. Rydian stood, moving to the window that overlooked the keep's central courtyard. Below, the transformation was visible in every detail. Combat training where size didn't determine success. Council meetings where Omegas spoke with authority. Healers working alongside warriors with equal status. Wolves from a dozen different packs, all choosing to be here, all finding value in a structure that prized contribution over bloodline. It's working, the Lyra said softly, joining him. Everything we fought for, everything we risked, it's actually working. Because of you. Because you refused to accept that being broken meant being worthless. His arm wrapped around her waist, pulling her close. You've reshaped how 5 territories think about value, the Lyra. That's not hyperbole. That's a documented fact. We reshaped it. Together. She leaned into him, taking comfort in his solid presence. I was just the broken Omega who got lucky enough to stumble into your territory. Luck had nothing to do with it. Courage, determination, refusal to quit when quitting made sense. Those aren't luck. Those are choices.
He paused.
Speaking of choices, something in his tone made her turn to look at him directly. What? There's something we need to discuss. Something I've been thinking about for months, but wasn't sure how to approach. He looked uncharacteristically nervous.
About us.
About what we are to each other. The Lyra's heart started beating faster. We're partners. Lovers. We've established that fairly thoroughly. We are. But there's a formal structure for that in pack law. One that carries legal weight, establishes rights, makes our bond recognized by all 5 territories. He took her hands, his frost-colored eyes intense. I want a mate bond with you, the Lyra. Formally, publicly, permanently. She stopped breathing. Mate bonding was sacred, ancient, a commitment that went beyond simple partnership. It was magical and mystical and bound wolves together in ways that transcended normal pack bonds. 2 souls becoming one, their lives intertwined until death. She struggled to find words. That's permanent. Irreversible. Once we're mate bonded, we can't undo it. I know. That's the point. His expression was vulnerable in a way she rarely saw. I don't want the possibility of undoing this. Don't want escape clauses or political marriages that can be dissolved when convenient. I want you, permanently, bound to me in ways that make it clear to every wolf in every territory that you're mine and I'm yours. That's very possessive. I'm very possessive of wolves I love. You knew this about me. His slight smile faded. But I need you to understand what I'm asking. Mate bonding isn't just a romantic gesture. It's a legal contract, magical oath, and public declaration. You'd be bound to Shadowmere's Alpha, which carries political implications. You'd share my authority, my responsibilities, my burdens. And you'd be targeted by every wolf who sees Shadowmere as a threat. I'm already targeted by those wolves. More so. As my mate, you'd be a legitimate target for political assassination, for hostage situations, for any wolf trying to hurt me through you. His hands tightened on hers. I'm offering you incredible danger alongside incredible commitment. And I need you to really consider whether that's what you want. The Lyra thought about the past 9 months, about crossing into enemy territory bleeding and desperate, about proving her worth to skeptical wolves, about fighting wars and facing councils and reshaping how entire territories thought about value, about falling in love with a wolf who saw her worth when everyone else saw only weakness, about building something revolutionary together, something that mattered beyond their individual lives.
Yes, she said.
Yes. Yes, I'll mate bond with you. Yes, I want permanent commitment. Yes, I accept the danger and the responsibility and the political implications. She moved closer, holding his gaze. I've spent my entire life being told I wasn't enough, wasn't strong enough, wasn't valuable enough, wasn't worthy of belonging. And then you gave me a home where being broken didn't mean being worthless, where I could contribute and matter and build something meaningful.
So yes, Rydian.
I want to be bound to you permanently. Want to share your burdens and your authority. Want to face whatever comes next as your mate, not just your partner.
She paused.
Unless you're having second thoughts about committing to a wolf who can't heal and routinely throws herself into danger. His laugh was relieved, joyful. No second thoughts. Just wanted to make sure you understood what you're accepting. He pulled her into his arms, kissing her with an intensity that stole her breath. I love you. Completely, permanently, possessively. And I'm grateful every day that you stumbled into my territory bleeding and desperate. Best worst decision I ever made. Agreed. He pulled back slightly. We'll need to plan the ceremony. Mate bonding requires witnesses, formal oaths, magical binding performed by an elder who specializes in such things. Sounds complicated. Incredibly. Also political, since who we invite sends messages about alliances and priorities. His expression turned thoughtful, but also meaningful. Because once we're mate bonded, no alpha in any territory can question your position. You'll have authority equal to mine, recognition from all 5 territories, protection under mate bond law. So, this is partially a political strategy. This is entirely a personal choice that happens to have useful political implications. He kissed her forehead gently. I'm not bonding with you to solve political problems. I'm bonding with you because I can't imagine my life without you in it. Because you make me better. Because loving you is the easiest decision I've ever made. Even though I'm catastrophically stubborn and regularly ignore orders designed to keep me safe? Especially because of those things.
You challenge me.
Push me to live up to the ideals I claim to hold. Make me prove that I really believe broken wolves have value by trusting you to make your own choices, even when those choices terrify me. They stood together in the strategy center, holding each other, planning a future that had seemed impossible 9 months ago. When? The Lyra asked finally.
Soon.
Within a month if we can arrange it. I don't want to wait. His smile was slight but warm. I've waited long enough already. The news of their impending mate bonding spread through Shadowmere like wildfire, and the reaction was overwhelmingly positive. Ciro immediately began planning a celebration that would rival any traditional pack ceremony. Varia coordinated security with paranoid thoroughness. Darius volunteered to help with logistics. Even the newly arrived wolves who barely knew them seemed excited about witnessing their alphas mate bonding. It's symbolic, Oriva explained when the Lyra expressed surprise at the enthusiasm. You're the broken Omega who found value. Ridian's the Alpha who built a pack that prizes that value. Your mate bonding represents everything Shadowmere stands for. That worth isn't determined by traditional measures. That love exists between equals. That broken things can be beautiful. No pressure. Immense pressure. But you've survived worse. The Northern Territories commander smiled. Besides, you've already proven the point. Now you just get to celebrate it publicly. They sent invitations to allied packs, to the council members who'd ruled in their favor, to every territory that had shown interest in Shadowmere's revolutionary structure. Some would come to witness genuine historic moments. Others would come to evaluate whether the reforms were stable enough to implement in their own territories. All of them would see that a broken Omega and a revolutionary Alpha could build something worth celebrating. 3 weeks before the ceremony, the Lyra received an unexpected visitor. Her father. Theron arrived at the keep's gates alone, without guards or delegation, looking older than she remembered. Varia wanted to turn him away immediately, but the Lyra overruled her. Let him in. I'll speak with him. They met in a small council room, neutral ground, with Varia positioned outside the door in case things went badly. You look well, Theron said, his voice carefully neutral. Healthy. Happy. I am both those things. The Lyra studied the wolf who'd raised her, who'd watched her exile without protest, who'd led an assault on Shadowmere. Why are you here? To apologize. He said it simply, without preamble. For failing you. For choosing pack politics over my daughter. For leading that assault on the keep. For every moment I made you feel worthless when you were anything but. The Lyra hadn't expected this. Hadn't expected vulnerability or regret from the wolf who'd seemed so certain of her lack of value. What changed, she asked. Watching you reshape 5 territories while I clung to traditions that made me feel superior but accomplished nothing meaningful. He moved to the window, staring out at the keep's courtyard. You were right, the Lyra. About everything. Worth isn't measured in healing ability. Value isn't determined by bloodline, and the future doesn't have to look like the past. Is this why you came? To tell me I was right? I came to ask forgiveness, and to tell you that what you've built here, it's extraordinary. You've proven that the daughter I dismissed as broken is actually stronger than any wolf I've ever known. His voice roughened. I'm proud of you. I should have said that years ago, but I'm saying it now. I'm proud and I'm sorry. The Lyra felt tears burning behind her eyes. She'd spent so long being angry at him, at Crimson Fong, at every wolf who'd made her feel worthless. And now he stood before her offering exactly what she'd needed years ago. I don't know if I can forgive you, she said honestly.
Not yet.
Maybe not ever. You hurt me too deeply for easy forgiveness. I know. I'm not asking for easy. I'm asking for the possibility that someday, maybe, you'll let me be part of your life again. Not as the father who failed you, but as a wolf who learned from his mistakes and wants to support what you're building. She studied him for a long moment, looking for deception, for manipulation, for any sign that this was another political maneuver. She found only genuine regret and tentative hope. You can attend the mate bonding ceremony, she said finally, as an observer, not an honored guest. And after that, we'll see. I make no promises beyond that. That's more than I deserve. Thank you. He moved toward the door, then paused. For what it's worth, Rydian is a good alpha. A better one than I ever was. You chose well. After he left, the Lyra sat alone in the council room, processing the encounter. Part of her wanted to hold on to anger, to refuse forgiveness, to make him suffer the way he'd made her suffer. But another part recognized that holding on to anger meant letting him continue to hurt her. That forgiveness, if she ever got there, would be for her benefit, not his.
She'd think about it.
Process it. Decide later whether her father deserved a place in the life she'd built. For now, she had a mate bonding ceremony to prepare for. The ceremony took place on the first day of spring, when snow was melting from the mountains and new growth was emerging from winter's grip. They held it in the amphitheater outside the keep, the same space where Shadowmere wolves gathered for major announcements and celebrations. But today it looked transformed, decorated with flowers and ribbons, with seating arranged in concentric circles around a central platform. Hundreds of wolves attended. Shadowmere packs filled the inner circles, their faces radiating pride and joy. Allied packs occupied the middle sections, their presence demonstrating support for the revolutionary structure. And in the outer rings, observers from territories still deciding whether to implement reforms watched with calculating interest. The Lyra stood in preparation chambers, wearing a gown in midnight blue, Shadowmere's color, with silver embroidery that caught the light with every movement. Ciro had insisted on the formal attire, claiming that symbolic moments required symbolic presentation. You look terrified, Varia observed, helping adjust the gown's fitted bodice. I'm about to be magically bound to someone for life in front of hundreds of wolves. Terrified seems appropriate. You've faced worse. Council hearings, assassination attempts, actual war. The captain's expression softened slightly. This is the good part. The part where you get to celebrate everything you've survived. And if I mess up the vows? If I say something wrong and break the magical binding? Then we all laugh, you try again, and nobody dies.
See?
Much lower stakes than usual. Varia stepped back, examining her work. You look perfect. Ready to become Shadowmere's official first mate. As ready as I'll ever be. The ceremony began with traditional elements, the gathering of witnesses, the blessing from Elder Airless who'd agreed to perform the binding, and the formal presentation of both wolves to the assembled crowd. Rydian stood at the center platform looking devastating in formal black leather with silver clasps, his frost-colored eyes finding her immediately as she walked down the aisle. And when she took his hands, when Airless began the ancient words that would bind them together, the Lyra felt certainty settle over her. This was right. This was exactly where she belonged. Do you, Rydian, Alpha of Shadowmere, take the Lyra as your mate? To honor her autonomy, respect her choices, stand beside her through all challenges, and love her without condition until death claims you both. I do, Rydian said, his voice carrying perfectly through the amphitheater. I take her as my mate, my equal, my partner in all things. I vow to trust her competence, celebrate her victories, support her through defeats, and love her exactly as she is, broken and beautiful and absolutely perfect. The Lyra's throat tightened with emotion. Do you, the Lyra, strategic advisor of Shadowmere, take Rydian as your mate? To share his burdens, support his vision, challenge him when necessary, and love him unconditionally until death claims you both. I do, she said, her voice steady despite tears threatening. I take him as my mate, my partner, my home. I vow to be his conscience, his strategist, his equal in building something worth protecting. And I vow to love him even when he's impossibly protective and stubbornly refuses to let me take necessary risks. Laughter rippled through the crowd. Rydian's smile was warm, acknowledging the truth in her words. Airless raised her hands, and magic swirled around them. Visible shimmer in the air, ancient power responding to ancient oaths. By the power vested in me as elder and witness, by the magic of mate bonds that transcends pack and territory, I bind you together. Two souls becoming one, two lives intertwining until death releases you. You are mated, recognized by all 5 territories, protected under sacred law. The magic settled into their skin, warm and certain and permanent. The Lyra felt it, the connection to Rydian deepening, becoming something more than emotional attachment. She could feel his presence in her mind, his emotions echoing alongside hers, his strength becoming hers and hers becoming his. Mate bonded.
Permanently.
Perfectly. The amphitheater erupted in celebration. Wolves howled approval, voices rising in traditional songs of joy and blessing. Allied packs cheered. Even the skeptical observers seemed moved by the ceremony's beauty. And Rydian pulled her close, kissing her while hundreds of wolves witnessed their commitment, their love, their absolute certainty that this partnership, this bond, this revolutionary building of something better, was exactly what they were meant to create. I love you, he murmured against her lips. My mate, my equal, my perfect, stubborn, brilliant wolf who refuses to stay broken. I love you too, my impossibly protective, revolutionary alpha who saw value where everyone else saw weakness. They pulled apart to face the crowd, hands joined, mate bond settling into place like it had always been there. And the Lyra looked out at the assembled wolves, at Ciro beaming with pride, at Varia actually smiling, at Darius wiping his eyes, at her father in the outer rings looking simultaneously proud and regretful, at hundreds of wolves who'd come to witness that broken things could be beautiful. And she felt complete, not healed. Her body still couldn't regenerate. She'd carry scars forever, accumulate damage that normal wolves would shake off easily. But complete in ways that had nothing to do with healing. Complete in love, in purpose, in the certain knowledge that she belonged exactly where she was. That being broken didn't mean being worthless. That 2 damaged souls could build something extraordinary together. That worth was measured in choices, not abilities. And that sometimes, the wolves who survived impossible circumstances were exactly the wolves the world needed to reshape what survival could mean. The celebration continued long into the night. Music, dancing, feasting, joy that felt earned after months of struggle and war and political battles. But eventually, the crowd dispersed, wolves returning to their territories or their quarters, leaving the Lyra and Rydian alone on the balcony overlooking Shadowmere territory. What are you thinking about? Rydian asked, his arm around her waist. Everything. Nothing. The fact that 9 months ago I was dying against a tree, and now I'm mate bonded to the alpha of the most revolutionary pack in 5 territories. Wild how life works sometimes. Completely insane. She leaned into him. What happens now? After all the celebration, after the political statements have been made, after we've proven our point about broken wolves having value. Now we live. Build our life together. Continue reshaping pack structure across territories. Train more advisors. Support allied packs. Face whatever challenges come next. He paused. And eventually, Maybe think about the future beyond just us. The future beyond us?
Pups.
Legacy. Wolves who'll carry forward what we've built. His expression was carefully neutral. But only if you want that. Only if it's something you'd choose for yourself. Delira's hand moved to her stomach instinctively. She'd never considered pups before, had assumed her broken body couldn't support pregnancy, that bringing life into the world required healing ability she lacked. But maybe, I'd like that, she said softly. Someday. When things are stable. When we've proven the revolution can sustain itself. She looked up at him. Pups who grow up knowing their worth isn't determined by their healing ability. Who sees their mother valued despite being broken. Who learns that love exists between equals. Pups who reshape the future just by existing in a world where broken wolves lead territories. His smile was warm. I like that vision. So do I. They stood together under the stars, mate-bonded, committed, facing a future full of possibility and challenge in equal measure. Tomorrow would bring new problems. Other territories would resist change. Traditionalists would push back against reforms. The work of building a better pack structure would continue, difficult and complicated and necessary. But tonight they had this moment, this peace, this certainty that they'd found something worth protecting, worth fighting for, worth building together. And that was enough. More than enough. It was everything. I'm glad you crossed my borders bleeding and desperate, Rydian said quietly. I'm glad you were wolf enough to carry me to safety instead of leaving me to die. Delira smiled. Best worst decision we both ever made. Agreed. He pulled her closer. Here's to many more terrible decisions that somehow work out perfectly. To broken wolves building beautiful things. To love between equals who refuse to stay broken. They kissed under the stars. Two wolves who'd reshaped what pack society could mean, who'd proven that worth was chosen not assigned, who'd built something revolutionary from desperation and courage and absolute refusal to accept that broken meant worthless. And somewhere in the territories below, other broken wolves were watching, learning, gathering courage to seek their own sanctuaries, to build their own revolutions, to prove their own worth. The future was uncertain, complicated, full of challenges that would test everything they'd built. But it was also full of possibilities, full of hope, full of broken wolves learning they could be whole. And that made every struggle, every sacrifice, every impossible choice absolutely worth it. Because they'd proven the most important thing. That love, in all its messy, complicated, beautiful forms, was stronger than tradition. That courage was more valuable than healing. That two broken wolves refusing to give up could change the world. And that sometimes the greatest revolutions began with a single desperate choice to cross enemy borders seeking sanctuary. The end. If you loved the Lyra and Rydian's journey from broken outcasts to revolutionary mates, drop a comment below sharing your favorite moment. Was it when the Lyra first stood up to the council? When did Rydian confess his love? When they defeated Merrick through strategy instead of strength? And if this story resonated with you, if you've ever felt broken or worthless or like you didn't belong, remember, your worth isn't determined by what you can't do. It's measured by what you choose to do with what you have. Subscribe to Wild Alpha Tales for more emotional werewolf romances that celebrate the underdogs, the broken, and the wolves who refuse to stay down. Because everyone deserves a story where being different makes you valuable, not disposable. Share this with someone who needs to hear that broken doesn't mean worthless. And remember, you belong exactly where you choose to belong. Until the next tale, keep howling.